But I have I had some technical difficulties trying to go live here on my. I had it all set up. Hopefully you're out there. Let me see if I can pull myself up here on the. Uh, I got to pull myself up as far as on this new live going on here. This is live. Okay. I got to pull myself up as far as on this new live. Yeah. All right. I have this is live. Okay. I have a different network here. Excuse me. I had to go on the phone. All right. I have. There we go. I got a sound check going. I just went on the phone just to get the live going. So what happened was is I was all set and ready to do this live broadcast um, on my basically my computer. I've got a webcam. I got the microphone now. Last week I had it all set up. I had to download Chrome. I had it all in there ready to go and all that. And then I was all set and ready just to do this now. And it's so I tried to get it all going and it just I kept hitting the screen. I'm like, well, where's the button that says go live? I thought maybe just wait till 7 o'clock. It goes on automatically. It releases and it never did. And I'm like, all right, what am I doing wrong here? So, so I went ahead and I thought, you know what, instead of keeping you waiting, I'd rather just go live here and try to work the bugs out. I do apologize for the delay, people. I'm glad you hung in there. Blaziken, how are you? How are you? I answered you back on the other one. I think this is a totally separate one from the one I had scheduled from earlier. So, but bottom line is, okay, I have 4 watching now. All right, hopefully some of you that are waiting have seen this new one and they're just on here as well. Okay, so I tell you, I had it all planned out. I actually had the whole thing with a webcam and the microphone was all set. Look, I wanted to broadcast with the old microphone here. See that microphone in there? Look at that. And be like, broadcasting on this and talking and that. I wanted to do the old look like I knew what I was doing, like I had my act together here, and all right, so I guess I have a couple of things I gotta work. Well, anyway, people, how are you? This is Tom Omega, and this is the INFJ Experience. And yes, it is Saturday night, and we are here again. We are together again, as you know, and so we're going to discuss a few things about some of the issues on hand. Okay, and we're going to talk about basically our personality type, as you might call it. And yes, this is the INFJ personality, as you know. Now, this is a very complex personality, as you know, a very intricate minded personality. And this one needs a lot of, let's say, maintenance. This is the kind of personality that we need to understand about ourselves because of the depth and the magnitude of our thinking, about our processing, about our entire just our whole complexities, as you might say. So, Hermione, what is your name? Oh, my name is Tom Omega. Yeah, that's me. And your name, I'm looking at your handle here, is Hermione H2V. Okay, I don't know what your actual name is, but we'll go with that. All right, but that's me. I'm Tom, just a regular old Tom guy. And 19 people, 2 likes. How many people are you bots? I wonder. Are you bots? Oh, you think they're bots? Hello, Caden. Caden, I believe I've seen your name before. Lisa Bent, hello. How are you? Okay, so people are coming on in here. If you happen to have been found this stream because of your web search, maybe you found the right place. If you happen to have been looking up personality types, MBTI types, INFJ in particular, yeah, then you got the right place. See, this is what this place is. Okay, we are basically here to talk about that. Okay, now all I can tell you, people, is never seen my name before. I just got here today. Oh, okay. Oh no, okay. Well, you just kind of stopped in then. Caden. Caden, how are you, Caden? Okay. And we have Skies Fan. All right. We have I have a lot of new names. It must be this vertical algorithm going. Every time I go vertical, I always seem to draw in some new faces, which is fine. Which is fine and dandy. I'm always looking for some new faces, okay? Uh listen, if you have any questions, any concern, if you happen to have anything going on in your mind as far as like your way of thinking, maybe your deep intricate mind as it is, let me know. We can discuss this because I'm going to tell you something. This is the INFJ experience, and we're asking questions. What's this about? Yeah, this is basically about self-help. This is about psychology. This is about understanding our the depth of our mind and our basically that just finding out that we need some particular personality types in particular, especially INFJs, introverted intuitives. If they are not aware of who they are, if they don't have a grasp on their personality type, being that they're introverted, they're intuitive, and being that they're empathy, they have empathy, they're empathic. A lot of times, being having these characteristics in your personality, if you're not aware of them, don't know how to hone these things in, they can play havoc on you. Because if you're an empath and early on in your life, if you're picking up people's emotions and you're detecting things, the mood changes in a room, you may feel they're yours because sometimes you feel them, you absorb them. And when you are absorbing these energies, these emotions, a lot of times, almost all the time, you are feeling them and they start playing on you. Somebody next to you may be angry or sad and you feel it, and all of a sudden you wonder why that happened. Why are you feeling angry and sad? And if you're not understanding yourself, if you're not understanding that you are detecting these emotions, not and you're absorbing them, but you also have to know they're outside of you. So this is where we understand ourselves, because we need to develop these things. We need to be aware of our empathy and our abilities and have them work to our advantage, not interfere with our lives. Most of the times, and I can say this in my own experience, because early on in my life, not knowing this is the very thing that happened to me many, many times. Okay. So we want to make sure that you are aware of your gifts, aware of who you are, your personality, and understand that just by having an awakening, an awareness of who you are is going to help your life. It's going to calm you down. You're going to understand yourself much better, and then you can use your empathy as ways of gathering information, unseen information, with your intuition, with your depth perception, let's say. And you're going to gather this, and you're going to be able to read people. You're going to be able to read rooms. You're going to be able to understand situations. Right now, without understanding this, being blind to it, it causes chaos. It causes havoc within our soul. Okay, and that's why we're here, because we want to make sure you are discovered. That's basically why I'm here. Okay, I have a lot of comments coming in. Lots and lots of names coming on in here. Listen, I went on a little bit of a monologue. I took my face off of there. Hey Tom, missed the stream last week. Yes, I see you, Blaziken. I actually missed you last week as well, Blaziken. I was remembering some of our discussions we had last time. Uh, I got a shower. What is that? Okay, hello, Tom and Vamp Fox. Hello, Vamp. We have Vamp Fox in the audience. Always good to see some regulars out there. Okay, Vamp. Yeah, I've been waiting a while. Yeah, I had some issues. Listen, Vamp. I mean, Blaze can end up. I'm hopefully I can do this again. I had to set up the whole thing. I had the webcam. I had my microphone. We were ready to go. In fact, I had it set up, and it was. If you noticed, it was. I put it in advance, and it even said it recognized my microphone and my webcam. So I got it all set up, and then after I went to go live, and I just wasn't seeing where it was supposed to. I wasn't seeing it. So okay, I wasn't seeing where to turn it on. Again, I got a lot to learn. So then it was telling me I had to reload certain things, and I just said, no, you know what? I got to go back on the phone. Let's go back on the phone. Go with the old familiar territory right here. Okay. Uh, bro, screen not white, whitelisted. Details of the picture and colorful background give the following description. Flow. Yeah. Oh, all right. All right. Yeah, okay. Like I said, I got a lot of stuff I got. Now, who this is that 2M song. Yeah, I've never seen that name before. Okay, flow the link and that it can inform. Okay. Uh again, I'm trying to take one thing at a time. A lot of people trying to give me some kind of like pointers and things. Yeah, I gotta take things like I said, pieces at a time here. Okay. Yeah, three indeed. Indeed. But bottom line is that's why we're here. Are you a Christian preacher? Oh, a lot of people ask me that. No, I'm not a listen, I do believe in God. I have faith in Jesus. Yes, I do. I'm not a preacher though. I'm not somebody that is, I'm not a Baptist preacher. I don't go to church and don't do that. No. Not hey, that's just not me. But you're asking, am I? No, I'm not. No. I'm just a regular guy. I'm just a regular guy here on YouTube trying to just spread the word of our personality, basically. Listen, my message here is basically to open our eyes to our introverted intuitive gift that we have within us and how we can talk about how we can hone in these skills. Okay. All I can tell you, people, is that your best life you're going to have is as you develop. As a 9 of J, your best days are always going to be ahead of you. The more wisdom you accumulate, the more knowledge you accumulate, and your life experience are all going to start fine tuning. You're going to understand yourself, okay? And you have a lifetime of understanding and learning about yourself, okay? But if you can find out some keys of your functionings early on in your life and just come up to these acceptances as to who you are, then you're going to be ahead of the game, basically. It's going to help you in the long run. Okay. Life is a marathon, not a sprint. Okay. I don't know if anybody ever said that, but I just did. I'm sure if you opened up a fortune cookie somewhere, that might have been on a fortune cookie. I'm just saying, maybe. I'm a Hindu. Okay. All right. My classmates call me Bomb. Hello there, Bomb. How are you, Tom? Tom, how has your week been? My week's been okay. I've been working, like I said, working hard for a living. In some cases, maybe people say you're hardly working. Working hard, hardly working. No, I've been doing my job. Yeah, I'm doing all right. But Blaiskin, hopefully you're doing well as well. Okay, who else do we have? We have a lot of new faces out here. I told you, I'm going vertical. I got the new ones coming in here. So, oh my hi, handsome man. Oh, well, thank you so much. All right. Well, I don't know. I something about this mustache. It must be it. I just shaved it down. It's getting a little thick. It's getting those. I don't know what it is, huh? Uh, join us, Islam. Okay. This guy's dueled me in a dream. I barely slept. Oh, we get some. I think we have some. Okay. I gotta decipher who's razzing me and who's for real out here. I mean, I think you're all for real, but some of you you're gonna give me the comments. I guess you got an influx of people in here. Well, listen, but as far as if you happen to have the personality types that we're talking about, if you happen to be introverted and intuitive, and you happen to have any kind of depth perception in your character, then yeah, this is where you want to be. Actually, gosh, the screen looks pretty good there. Yeah, it's looking real good. I guess I got some good lighting too. I just got me a reading light up here. That's all I got. I don't even have any special lighting or anything like that. I just got, reading lamps right now. So I'm extroverted, but intuitive. Oh, okay. Pretty kitty. Extroverted, intuitive. So that means basically you're able to you're reading situations outside of you really well. You're probably good at deciphering deciphering people around you in a lot of ways. Yeah, I would imagine. But that's something. Um, being that I'm introverted intuitive, and I didn't even know what that was. I just knew I was in my head all the time. I just knew I did a lot of thinking, and I was always kind of putting things together in my head. I had no idea what that was. I had no idea. I just knew I like to drift off, be by myself a lot, and just spend a lot of time alone, spend a lot of time thinking. But then sometimes I felt like uh, I didn't really know what was proper. Like sometimes you're thinking you're supposed to be with people. The conditioning that we have, we're supposed to be wanting people in our life. Okay. And then but being that we're extroverted feelers as well, okay, and that's the F in the INFJ. Yeah, you long for connection. So you kind of tugged a lot. And that causes a lot of our internal strife as well, being pulled in many different directions. You see what I mean? Yeah. Who told you that? Did you do your birth chart or something? Told me what? What is that? That I was introverted? No, I took a test. I took some MBTI tests. I found out I took several of them, and they all came up INFJ. One time I came up as a TJ. Yeah, yeah, go figure. But I don't know. Maybe I just a couple of questions about logic came up, and I just talked about it that way. Uh, what would you what would you hear a terrible dad joke? Oh gosh. What do you think about Egypt? Oh, Egypt. We're talking about opinion. I guess I got listen, yeah, I don't really want to comment too much politically. This is about self-help for the most part. This Yeah, like I said, this live broadcast is mainly about understanding the depth of our own mind and everything. Okay, just understanding how we as introverted, intuitive types can just live a better life. Oh, I'm getting a lot of, hey Harp, how you doing? Hidden Harps, Jethro. I need the pill that Tums turns me into an ENFJ for a few months. Oh, you're waiting for. You think he's got the magic pill for you, Harp? Yeah. Well, Harp, I'm glad to see a familiar face out there. I'm seeing Blazkins out there. Are those bots? I don't know if they're bots, Blazkin. I don't know who's out here as far as that goes. I really don't. I think there's just a lot of people showing up here, just like passing by, and they're just kind of flooding in here, trying to see what this is all about. Um, but I think what's going to happen is as things settle down, some of the new people hopefully will find us. You know what I mean? And as far as like some of like obviously some of the regulars out here. But like I said, I was so hoping just to get my other stream going here, and I had no choice but to just abandon that because I just had to go live. I was having technical difficulties. I had to go back on the phone here. So, uh, oh, I appreciate the blazer. Okay, so Pretty Kitty, I've seen that too. Too many people looking awful in the lives. Yeah, I just decided to throw it on. I like to throw this on every so often. Yeah, I don't always do this. Sometimes I just throw on a regular old shirt, like a sweatshirt. So I'm not always doing that. But tonight I just felt like doing that. That's all. I had some, yeah, hidden extroverted. You're thinking. Oh, okay. What's up? Next best song. Yeah. So uh, I I I feel like I kind of been taking it easy a little bit with the content making. I was making quite a bit, couple of videos a week, and oh gosh, yeah, there's a lot of trolls out there. People are trolling me too. I see a lot of yous out there trying to get your names out there. That's okay. Something went wrong, chat. Chat me bad. Um, but no, like I said, I haven't really made a lot of videos as far as the last couple of weeks, only because a lot of it's been time constraints. Work has been it's been picking up a little bit, and And not only that, sometimes I think as INFJs, I think we do so much introspection sometimes, and there's an old saying they call it the creativity block, and sometimes we get this over analyzing block where sometimes our mind's going so far. Sometimes you put pressure on you to think of things, to come up with things, and all of a sudden it just don't come out. Your mind's going 100 miles an hour, but it just doesn't translate into your language, you know. And then, but sometimes it just has to happen. It just has to flow out. I mean, I have to come up with a category, something to think about, something that pertains to our our type, but it doesn't always come out. And I'd rather put out a good video than just slop one together that's just because I've got to put something out there. They tell you, put something out there, but I don't want to just make it shoddy. I mean, I've done a few of those. I've done a few where I just throw them together. I'm like, I got to get better here. You know, that's all. All right. Uh, okay. I keep seeing a bunch of somebody keeps what hitting their button there. But if anybody has any questions, if I can decipher some of these, if anybody now I know Blaziken, if you're out there, Blaziken, Golf 57, yeah, if you just you know, if you have any questions, say yeah, 417 there's stars by. Yeah, we had a good talk there. You got me thinking. In fact, you got a lot of us thinking there, Blaziken. Some of your questions were deep. Matter of fact, you had mentioned something about and it got me thinking. It really did, about how you recognized one time an epiphany came to you earlier in your life where you recognized that happiness was actually like an illusion. And it got me thinking a lot about how you're exactly right. I think I think in a lot of ways we are conditioned, and we produce happiness in order to keep us basically in a trance, in a sense. I think society does that. I mean, think about this. I mean, let's go to an amusement park. Let's just say we're at an amusement park. Now, okay, people like to have fun. They like excitements. They don't like to be bored. People need to be stimulated. You know that. It's kind of an extroverted thing. And a lot of times, you let's say you take that roller coaster ride. You jump on that roller coaster, and that thing's loopity looping and it's going all over the place. I mean, you're trying to release those endorphins. You're trying to release those that high of the moment, and by riding that roller coaster. Now, this is a way of stimulating your whole senses. Okay, you're trying to get that release in there. In a sense, I mean, yeah, I was thinking about that. That's like a controlled happiness. It's like you're inducing a thrill. All right. And I think society's full of that. Now, this is one example of that. I mean, I think people are constantly inducing thrills within themselves. I mean, we're always doing that for ourselves, to each other, trying to induce this in order to just, to feel like we're alive. All right. And the whole economy, I mean, a major part of the economy is based on inducing these thrills in order to keep you sustained, keep you happy. And I mean, just buying a nice expensive sports car that goes real fast. I mean, just driving on a fast road. I mean, you see, a lot of times that's the only way people feel alive. I think they gear us to thinking that the only way to truly feel alive is to induce these thrills, induce these things. Okay. But Blaze, you got me thinking. That's like an illusion of happiness, is what I was getting at. And I think a major part of our economy is based on that. Now, listen, I think being that you're introverted, intuitive, more than likely you're not sure exactly your type, but I'm going to say you're very, very introspective with a comment like that, but you think a lot. As young as you are, you're thinking, but you're seeing it. You're seeing it for what it is. And, but I think being introverted, intuitive, sometimes being that we have a depth perception in our own psyche, our introverted intuition, and we have ways of gathering. I mean, we're seeing beyond the surface, let's say. Okay. And we're good at that. This is where we really have an expertise, is seeing that. And that's where this comment came from for you, about the illusion of happiness. And so it got me thinking about that. Matter of fact, I was going to do a video on that. And then a bunch of other things came I never did happen to, but I'm going to have to do that. Tom, I really need advice on a situation. Blaziken. Okay. Yeah, hey, it looks like people are waiting for Jethro to come on in here to the chat as well. Jethro is we have another guy named Jethro here. Jethro Amandor. Hello, how are you? Oh, speaking of Jethro, I don't think that is the same Jethro. We have a Jethro that is common here. Matter of fact, his name he's under the name Personality Pill. Has anybody seen the Personality Pill, man? Okay, if he's not, he's coming in. Hopefully, he comes in later on. Okay. Um, Sandra Scully, I'm here. How are you? Hey, wait a minute, Sandra Scully. That was the alias Jethro name for a while? Is no Jeth Personality Pill? Are you under this name for the time being? Under Sandra Scully? Just say yes, and we'll know that's you because you did that one week. You had your phone wasn't working right. Jethro, yeah. Okay, all right. Now we know Jethro's in house. Okay. See, you kind of threw us off a little bit there. But that really got me thinking about the whole illusion of happiness, and that blew me away. I think a lot of us, in fact, after you left and had your dinner, we were talking about that, about how deep that was. And it just got me thinking about that, how you're seeing beyond it. A lot of times people put on a smile and they look happy and they're just performing. Yeah, they're just going through the motions. They're thinking that they're doing what they're supposed to be happy. Yeah, I think sometimes that's part of our cultural conditioning is that we have certain triggers, certain things make us happy, certain words, condition, events that actually trigger us to feel like we're happy. And other things trigger anger, trigger sadness, trigger certain things. Yeah. See, I think a lot of times we have to get beyond being controlled by these triggers as well. We have to have enough of a sense within our mind that we're beyond that. When we see these as triggers, we can see them for what they are. And I think a lot of times INFJs, we do see that. Yeah. Okay. Well, Blaziken, what's your question you had there, guy? You had something you want to say. Now, listen, Jethro Tull. Oh, gosh. Yeah, when I think of Jethro, I always think of Jethro Bodine. Remember him? With the big old, from the Beverly Hillbillies. That one, yeah. Used to eat the big old bowls of cereal. I don't know. That's an old show from the '60s. I saw the reruns. You know what I mean? But um, okay, how should I deal with people treating me like a therapist at school? What should I do about that? Well, if people are treating you like a therapist, what do? They come up to you for advice, huh? Hey, listen, that sounds like you sound like if they're doing that, Blaziken, if people are coming up to you for advice at school, then you must be really um, people must know that you got a good head on your shoulders. I mean, that's an indication. People see right in. Now, listen, that's an INFJ trait. Typically, um, that's one of those counselors. They call the INFJ the counselor. All right. And so many times, I mean, there's an aura, there's an energy that comes out from an INFJ, whether you like it or not, that tells people that you're somebody they can confide in, and maybe you have a certain way of talking to people. Now, listen, I mean, when you say what should you do about that? I mean, now does it make you uncomfortable? Are you okay with it? Uh, do you feel as though, I mean, being that you're also, let's say, a feeler, okay? This should come natural to you. This should actually be your gift, like you're wanting to like just help out a little bit, but not as long as it's not draining you. Listen, as long as you know that if you have empathy and you have a certain shelf life, just don't let it to drain you. Just have a level-headed consciousness to where you know that you're offering advice, you're offering people solutions, you're talking to people, but make sure that it does not basically interfere with you, deplete you in any way. All right, it shouldn't do that. All right, and don't go all out of your way to where you feel like you're depleting yourself. Okay, because a lot of times that's one of our drawbacks is we put ourselves out there so much, and we tend to like to help other people to the almost at a detriment of ourselves. Okay, this is a stereotype about the INFJ. Now, don't do that. Just understand your limits. Understand you have a talent for that. But if you feel uncomfortable, if you feel like it's draining, I mean, you'll have to just say, not right now. I really got things to do. If it's bothering you, you have to put yourself first. Now you find that out. I mean, that's part of the shadow integration. I don't know how old you are. You're still in school. You're asking these questions. You're 17 years old in school. I mean, usually this is stuff we don't start doing until we're in our middle ages. Our middle age, excuse me, not middle ages, till we start doing that, you see? But I think that's what you mainly got to think about right there. It's just you have to um, just make sure you look out for yourself first, okay? I mean, hey, it's like the old saying, like Rodney used to say, you always want to look out for number one, but don't step in number two. You see what I'm saying? You see the pun there? Okay. So that's my advice there, I guess. All right. Uh, I love people that ask about advice or opinions. It makes me feel wise. I feel her, Blaiskin. And then she started telling me a lot. I got a lot on the scroll going on here right now. So uh, the illusion of happiness, Blaiskin. Basically, there is a younger girl that kept following me around. I was slightly annoyed at first, but then I saw the facade and really needed needed to react with empathy. Oh, what do you mean by that? Okay. It doesn't bother me. I want to help, but I do really want to advise for the most part. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, I guess, like I said, just don't make sure that you have enough, but this is going to take a little bit of time for you to understand yourself. Okay. Um, Me, myself, listen, I don't have a lot of people coming up to me asking things. Uh, I don't know. I never quite was like that. I've always been kind of the guy that's been kind of stoic and quiet. And I always got I think what it is I think I mastered my look on my face that's like I don't want to be approach looked, you know. I just have a lot of that look. And I think I've developed that for that reason, is that I feel like sometimes like people do drain me. I mean, even neighbors. I mean, there's certain neighbors, like there was a neighbor that I used to visit, and she was a nice lady, but I could tell she was the type she was manipulative. She always acted like she had like a, hi, Tom, could you help me? She had a like her voice, she purposely made herself sound weak and fragile, like she was putting on a performance to make people feel bad for her just so she could get things. And I saw that through her. She wasn't genuine like that. But when I talked to her, she would always talk about how, she, like how she had an operation and she can't eat certain things. Everything about her was just very draining. Like everything was like negative. You know what I mean? She would constantly talk about her cat and how her cat was, or her dog was ill, and her husband was ill, and her kids weren't nice to her. I mean, constantly talking about just in very downer things, constantly, and it was very draining, very draining. And so, but then I saw right through the facade. She would always do that, hoping that you went over there for something, But she was draining to me. I had to stop. And then every so often I'll see her in her yard and she'll say hi to me. I'll just say hi back, but I don't lend myself to her anymore. And because of things like that, I mean, she gets plenty of people helping her if she needs it. She has her daughter and things like that. But you have a famous face, damn Savan, huh? Oh, who's that? Well, I guess. Well, listen, there's a famous face because on this INFJ experience, I mean, it's getting seen out there. You know, in a sense, I mean, being on YouTube, I think I've mentioned it before. In a sense, you get famous. It's like you're kind of an anonymous famous, if that makes any sense. That's kind of a paradox right there. Anonymously famous is what you get on YouTube, if you know what that is. Okay. UFC fighter. Oh gosh. Oh man, you saying my face looks all busted up? Do I look like I'm more like a fighter? Huh? Yeah, actually, Chief, you want to see something there, permanent, Chief? Uh, you ever see Quint from Jaws? You know what I'm saying, there, Chief? And he told that story about the USS Indianapolis, there, Chief. Huh? Yeah, how the sharks in the water there, you know. Well, then he says, "Hey, want to see something permanent there, Chief? Huh? Yeah, yeah. There you go, Chief. Now, now how do I look like a fighter now, there, Chief? Huh? Yeah. Now that's permanent there. uh, get that back in there. There you go. Yeah. You would have never known, would you? All right. You look like a mafia boss. You know, people tell me that all the time. I'm not even Italian. I suppose I could be, but um, yeah, I look like a lot of things, you know. Greetings from Missouri. Hey, Ray from Frog Pond School is out there. How are you, Ray? Good to see you. Yep, he's a Dan, all right. I just I just don't want to mess up this situation. I'm worried about making a mistake. What's this situation, Blaiskin? You trying to get a girlfriend or something? Is that what it is, Blaiskin? UFC fighter. Worth a Google. All right. You have to go to Tahiti. Tahiti, huh? Tom, I would have a similar situation with a friend. She would act all frail and weak and would always call me up at odd times at night. And I knew I would always be awake, but she didn't know, but she didn't, but she didn't know my partner. Oh, okay. Yeah, sometimes, yeah. Well, like I said, I mean, I don't have anybody calling me up at odd hours of the night. It's just that I told you about the neighbor. Yeah, I kind of detected that, that there was just, she was manipulative in that way, where she'd always try to, but I had no choice but to just stop really dealing with her because she drained me so much and everything was just negative, like I said. So I have a plan, Dutch. Is Dutch Van de Linde? Oh, okay. Sometimes I'm not sure if anybody's there's a lot of people talking. Somebody's got a Michael Jackson face here. Michael Jackson, 1958. Hey, wasn't that the year he was born or something like that? Whatever. Okay. Hello, what do you Oh, we got Alyssa, 1900. Hello, what do your personality think about what is doing in Palestine? Um, well, I'm like I said, I don't like to comment too much on political events right now. That's not what this format is. There's plenty of political shows out there. I don't want to start doing that. Okay, believe me, I have my beliefs, my opinions. I just don't want to do that here. That's not what this show's about. Okay, but I do appreciate you asking that. Okay, because naturally, of course, this is about personality types. Now, whatever you I mean, listen, we're not stereotypical too. I mean, just because you have a certain personality type doesn't necessarily mean okay, you're all in line. You all think a certain way. You all have a certain either you're Democrat or Republican, you're left or right, you're conservative or liberal. It doesn't mean that because uh, we pretty much come from anywhere and have all sorts of different beliefs. I think in general, INFJs think very logical and that's things like that. But I mean, they tend to think they tend to be conservative, but that's not always the case. That's not always necessarily true. All right, depends if they're healthy or unhealthy INFJs as well. Depends on how their shadow is. Are they living in their shadow or whatnot? Or how that determines their ideology, let's say. All right. Um. Oh, don't worry. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's a lot of what we have to decipher in our life mostly is understanding that we have a gift and we have a way of helping people. People usually confide in us, like I said before, and I think it's a good thing. And usually you can tell genuine people. You got to get a good vibe on people when you know that they're genuine. And sometimes you can feel that more than you can others. And these are the type when they're genuine. genuinely in need, I'll go all out of my way for people that I know are genuine. But if you know that they have an underlying underhandedness about them, I tend to retreat a little bit. I kind of pick up on that, and I'm not as apt to be as helpful. Okay, Blaiskin, Tom, can you scroll up real quick? What do you mean? Scroll up what? Scroll up where? Something you made? All right, scroll up. Blaiskin, what am I scrolling up for? What did I do? What happened? I'm just what what am I scrolling up here for? All right. Uh Chat, let me tell you guys something. The cluster B personalities are so exhausting. Cluster B personalities. Oh, you must be talking about that Enneagram thing, right? That you wanted me to try to see if I got my Enneagram. I feel like at the door slam and Gray Rock, so many people these days, it's ridiculous. Oh yeah, Gray Rock. Yeah, I've heard about that as well. Okay, on the last week's live, right at the first, I started a conversation that got distracted. May I continue? Sure. Okay. Listen, Ray, go ahead. You can go ahead and continue. You want to ask something, or you said that you got distracted on last week. I remember you being there. I missed. Maybe you got sidetracked with something. Uh, to my last message relating to the things I was telling about people asking me stuff. Okay, all right. Let me scroll up here again. I'm gonna put these old glasses on, huh? All right. I'm getting a new pair of glasses sometime in the next couple weeks here. I gotta get my eyes checked this Saturday, if you can believe that, huh? Basically, there was a younger girl that kept following me around. I was slightly annoyed. Okay, is it before or after that, Blaiskin? About the girl following me around. And then you got it doesn't bother me, I want to help. And then she started telling me a lot of things that I don't know how to handle. Okay. It doesn't bother me. I want to help, but I really don't. I don't advise others. Are we talking about that, Blaiskin? About the girl following you around? I just don't want to mess up the situation that I'm worried about making mistakes. Okay. I'm looking at some of your other. Okay, so something about that. Can you? Okay, that. Okay, you talking about that? About this girl that's following you around and she's trying to talk to you? What is she trying to talk to you about? Does she like you? Maybe she likes you. Huh? Uh, that's all. Hey, hello, y'all fans. Happy Mother's Day weekend. Yes, happy Mother's Day. Yeah, getting something for their mothers. Their mothers are special women in their lives. Okay, all right. Yeah, every day should be Mother's Day. Actually, I'm surprised I don't get something for Mother's Day because you know what? I go to work and say, that guy, he's a real mother. You know what I mean? I get called a mother all the time. Usually it's always there's something added to the end of that. Mother effer. You know what I mean? But I should be getting Mother's Day stuff too. You know what I mean? How do you like that? Huh? Even guys can be mothers if you know what I'm talking about. Huh? Blaiskin, she was okay. So my last message was related. Uh, she was telling me she was suicidal. Oh, is that right? That's a cry for help. That's a cry for attention. That's a lot of times. Listen, people too. Um, you know, I mean, you might have to take it serious, but sometimes disturbed people do that. They pretend to be ill, sick things. That's a cry for attention. I mean, they learn that at an early age from their parents that when they tripped, they fell, they acted, sad, and they got somebody doting on them. Okay, that's a learned behavior. That's kind of like, yeah, a lot of times that's what happens. Okay, and so then they pick it up. They raise they raise it up a notch. Okay, and then they'll start using this, and now all of a sudden you start saying, I'm gonna kill myself, or I'm gonna do this. Excuse me, I'm gonna unalive myself. What do you say? It's an attention cry, is what it is. Okay, it may not be serious. Okay, but it's also trying to alleviate any kind of responsibility on them, because if you disregard it, then it's going to be your fault. See, these are people that are very they're not accountable, and they're playing games with you. They're playing with your emotion, and they're just trying to get a rise out of you in a negative way. Okay. Now you got to see that through what it is. Because if you're going to tell somebody you're going to unalive yourself, why aren't you doing it? Okay. I mean, basically, that's the way I think of it. Don't say it, do it. You know. Now, I hate to sound cold. I hate to sound just ice cold when I say that, but basically, that's what that is. Okay. So you got to understand too. People are manipulative. People are going to throw that out there as a way of just getting attention. All right. Doesn't always mean they're going to do that. All right. And bottom line is too, you're not responsible for everybody's emotions. You're not responsible to keep everybody from doing that. Okay. You know, so just take that for what it is, Blaiskin. Understand what that is. You got a little bit to learn about people, about human nature, and especially about women. Okay. Now, listen, I got a lot to learn about women myself, but I know enough to say that that's all that is. Okay. It's a cry for attention. All right. So think about it. That's kind of like, hey, that's that same thing when somebody acts like they're acting a little bit weak and they're always acting like they, like they said, like the neighbor thing, okay, that I talked about. I mean, that's kind of the same idea. They learn this. They know they get attention. They get people doting on them. Certain people fall for that. They eat that right up. But not everybody's like that. You got to be higher than that. You just have to see right through that kind of facade. Okay. Uh, I agree, Tom. Okay, are we talking about the about that whole thing? Uh, thank you, though. Like a fur mother. I don't know. My message got redacted. Will it get deleted or not? If you say, I don't think it will be. I have to watch. I just thought about that. Supposedly on YouTube, there's certain things even I can't say. Certain words I can't say. Yeah, yeah, I believe I can say unalive themselves is the substitute for that. You know, so I have to remember it's something things that I have to watch out. So they might let it go through, but if I make a habit of saying certain things in a certain amount of time, it's not good for me. My problem is to say no and stick to it. Okay. So now I have a way of seeing through the facades of people and what's up. I predict this one to be genuine. Oh, you think that's genuine? Okay. Well, what is it that you think you're gonna do? And if somebody wants to do that, then what is it that you do? You got to understand too. Why is it that this girl is telling you that? You know, if you think it's genuine, either that or she's just really good at. She's really good. She's a very Academy Award performer. All right. Uh, Understand it's a cry for attention more than anything, especially when she's telling a kid at school something like that. She's trying to test you too. She wants to see how much control she can get over you. Women will do that. Women will do that to guys all the time. They'll do that to see your reaction. Okay. I'm not saying it's just a woman thing doing that to a guy. Maybe she likes you. I don't know. Sounds like she's got her own issues going on though. You know, I would be more apt to just. She sounds draining. Be careful. Don't think it's genuine. I'm telling you right now. Uh, no, don't necessarily think that's genuine. That's all a cry for attention. I'm sure she's got her own problems and she's got her own issues, but you know, part of it is you got to understand too. You're not responsible for the whole world either. As much as you want to help, maybe she senses you're the type that goes out of your way. Maybe you have the reputation of being like that, and you're easy to sway. And now that's another thing that INFJs do is just that people narcissist people they understand that about empaths. They can detect that kind of thing, and they exploit that all the time. This is a narcissistic trait, all right. And sometimes they do things like that. They put themselves they stoop to conquer in a way. They put themselves on a lower plane than you. They'll be more. Um, they'll make themselves look less than you. Like put you on a pedestal. Say how mighty you are, how strong you are, smart you are, and then you start wanting that praise, that attention from somebody because they stooped to conquer you. Okay, psychologically, that is. And after they get you to a certain way, they start reeling you in. And once they get a hold of you emotionally, then their real them comes out. Then they start preying on you. As deep as that may sound, that's what narcissists do. Okay, they're very crafty like that. I'm not saying your friend is narcissistic. I'm not saying that, but you just got to understand too the test that you're being put through. And you're young right now, very young. So these things you're going to have to understand. Now you may have to have yourself. You might even get burned a couple times in your life. You may go down that rabbit hole with somebody, get your heart ripped out. I mean, emotionally, not literally, and get your heart broken a couple times before you realize who these people are. Okay, and sometimes you got to stumble a few times in order to learn how to run. If you know what I'm saying. Okay, that's all. Blaze can follow your gut instinct. I appreciate the advice. Okay, I don't know. I was just looking for some tips. I try not to get fooled often. Right. Okay. So we got here. I would need to listen to some of the old 1930s and 40s first, then for about 10 minutes on each live, put up some screen and do a radio show, a detective of a comedy or documentary or mystery. All right. Oh, all right. So you want to listen to some old stuff from the 30s and 40s, huh? Yeah. Okay. What else? Ray was writing us some other stuff. Well, there's a lot of people writing on the chat. It's moving quite a bit tonight. It really is kind of going right up there. All right. I'm missing a lot of your things. I'm trying not to. I'm trying to get as much as I can out of who I'm kind of glancing at a lot of your chats and a lot of your comments here, people. So please do forgive me. I'm not ignoring everybody. I'd love to address each and every one of you. It's just that it's scrolling up so fast. There's only so much I can do, people. You know what I mean? I'm doing the best I can here. All right. Don't step in bleep. Got it? Or anything yellow, brown or yellow. Oh, all right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, my gosh, it's just growing up. Blaze can follow your gut. That's right. Yeah. See, Vamp Fox, just follow your gut. Yeah, but sometimes our gut is, sometimes we tell each other to follow our gut, but sometimes we're so easy to just deny that gut, aren't we? Sometimes we're at that age where our better sense, because we want something, because we want to do something. Sometimes, how many times do we deny that gut because we want something beyond that? We ignore it. Yeah. Or sometimes our gut, which is our intuition. I mean, occasionally it can be skewed, but usually we skew our own intuition at times because of our own desires, because of our own need, because of our own, let's say, our own draws to our own needs. Yeah. So sometimes we try to kind of recreate our intuition into making it what we hope it to be. Yeah. But that first instinct is always to do the right thing. But yeah, I think early on in our life sometimes, and that's where we get hurt. This is where we get burned more often than not. Okay, I've done that many times where I knew what the right thing to do was, but because I had such a need to do something, or I kind of abandoned what my gut was telling me. I've done that a few times, and it's always come back to bite me in a sense. So sometimes I wish I really didn't give a damn, but the problem is to give a damn. An emotional human sponge. Uh, are you woman like? What does that mean? Are you woman like? What does that mean? This guy looks like a celebrity. It's not pleasant. I was going to been down the path too. Okay. All right. Yeah. I had a wonderful 27 years of narcissistic abuse. Saying wonderful is me trying sarcasm. I figured that hard that was sarcastic. Yeah. Narcissistic abuse. Yeah. All right. Yep. You are ladylike. Who we talking about? Me? Me ladylike? Oh, jeez. We talking ladylike here, huh? Which is why I stay away. Sometimes I wish I didn't get. Okay, I got that. All right. Um, yeah, this guy looks like a celebrity. Oh well, thanks. He's talking about me. What celebrity? What do I look like, huh? Some people say I look like Tim Robbins. You ever see somebody? I've had that said that a couple of times, but I don't know. Hey, I'm just but like I said, hey, like I said, on YouTube, we become anonymous celebrities, especially you get your face out there. I mean, right now, I mean, I could be showing halfway around the world somewhere. So, in a sense, I mean, we become minor celebrities. And if you're on YouTube, and I know anybody can do this. You get a platform, you get a certain following. Yeah, people see you out there, right? I know, but I just have one of those faces. That's all that is, right? So. I don't know. This is one of my curses, you know what I mean? I mean, think about this. INFJs are blessed and cursed. Maybe I'm blessed with a face like this and a certain voice like this, but trust me, my insides, my whole internal makeup, what I have inside me, my whole isolation, my introversion, trust me, there's curses in there. All right. I mean, maybe physically I've been blessed in so many ways. And I think a lot of times INFJs are like that. INFJs have a certain blessing in a lot of ways. They're talented. They have a great personality. They're very magnetic. They're very energetic. There's some things going on, but it's always met and balanced with that need for solitude, with that need for isolation, that need for to introspect. We know, listen, if you're an INFJ, you know your life. You know what you've been through. And I've gone through it all myself. Yeah. But the thing is, this outer shell that looks the way it is, all masks it all. And we don't tend to talk about our ills, do we, too much? We keep those in. We just keep those to ourselves for the most part. So nobody really knows what's going on in there, right? Where is Antonio? Uh, well, are you talking about Saint Antonio? I think he's down in Texas. San Antonio. Get it? Hey, that's a joke, son. Joke there. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Couldn't help myself, huh? Well, okay, Tom, do you think I am an INFP? Uh, well, I don't. I think you definitely have some. I know you were definitely introverted, intuitive. Uh, as far as an FP, it's hard to tell. I mean, it's hard for me to tell from a few texts that we text back and forth. I think you're very smart. I think you're intuitive, inquisitive. I think you have something deep within yourself. I think there's definitely something in there. As far as that goes, I'm not really sure. Well, ask yourself this: are you a planner? Do you think long term? I mean, do you plan out minuscule things? Now, a lot of times, the way I understand this is if you have to search your own mind and search the way you compute things. Now, the way I realized I was a judger and not a perceiver myself is the fact that I kind of heard a lot from these videos, AI videos about INFJs, and one of the telltale signs is that INFJs are, let's say, yeah, they're long-term planners. They're always looking into the future. They're very future-oriented, and they're always, projecting 3, 4, 5 years into the future. And now I'm going to tell you that from my own experience, we have intermediate plans as well. We have short-term plans. There's many plans going on within the INFJ. And this is my own study of myself. I mean, I always have a plan that's long-term. Okay. I'm planning for my retirement. I plan to buy this house. And things that I planned 3 years ago are actually in progress of going. They're happening. The job I got, the house I bought, the mortgage I'm paying. But we also have intermediate plans, ones that are 6 months ahead of time. But you got to ask yourself if you are a planner. Now, typically, perceiver types are more spontaneous. They do things in the moment. They're not thinking long term. They're looking for that day ahead. Now, not necessarily introverted thinkers, introverted perceivers. I think that's one of the main things that they're doing. And
But I understand too that, INFPs tend to be the more dreamy type. Somebody had explained that last week, how they're way more dreamy. Now, not to say INFJs don't dream, not to say that we don't have that mind that goes places, believe me. But you got to ask yourself, if you are a long-term planner, you got to ask yourself, do you think in the future? Are you making these long-term plans, short-term plans, intermediate plans? Do you plan about what you're going to eat for breakfast on the weekend, 3 days ahead of time? Okay. How much are you thinking about what you have in your cupboard for spices to put on your eggs? I'm serious. I'm serious. I mean, little minuscule plans. Okay. That's a good indication whether or not you're a thinker, an F or a J, is that long-term planning. But I had to search that myself. This is my own study and my own observation. Okay. So what do we got here? I don't really plan, but also I don't really make any important decisions yet. And my parents kind of do all the planning that matters. Okay, so you're not really a planner much. Okay, all right. Even though your parents are making decisions for you right now, you're planning. But I mean, still, I mean, you'd be able to know. Gosh, I mean, let's say you got things you want to do with your friends in a certain way. Do you have a long? Listen, it doesn't have to be that. Maybe it's a good possibility that if you're seeing things for the now and you're more spontaneous and you're not thinking long term, yeah, maybe you could be a P. You could be that, or maybe an INTP. So again, you're kind of on the fence there, but bottom line is you're very perceptive either way, or you are creative. You got a good head on your shoulder, but I'm super disorganized though. Okay, hey, listen, I'm not the cleanest guy myself. I mean, my house isn't immaculate like they always say. You don't have to follow the stereotypical pattern of an INFJ, but you got to understand too that a lot of it has to do with just the way your mind works. Okay, but it finally took me a long time to figure out the planning versus the perceiving. Okay, the judging versus perceiving, I should say. Am I a sensor perhaps? See, these are questions it's hard to really tell what, you're still asking a lot of questions. Okay. The fact that you're questioning your type, I mean, usually that's an INFJ trait as well. The fact that you wanted to find out a lot about yourself and understand yourself, these are INFJ traits. But I think in general, it's introverted intuitive traits. I mean, you're still very rare either way, which you are. I guess it's going to take a little bit of research for you to understand your type. I mean, but understand too, it doesn't cure you. Just to know your type exactly, to know doesn't cure you. It's not like a get out of jail free card just because you know your type and all of a sudden your life's going to be better. Okay, it's not that at all. It's only a guide for you to go by so you can understand the way your alignments and your functions work. Basically, it's just a good way for you to understand more about yourself. Okay, and that's how it helped me. It really did. Okay. So INFJ professional athletes though. Okay, what does that have to do? No, we got to have Robert Hines. Okay, I'm a sensor type. I can't get much because I will cancel as the date gets closer. The fan, interesting. I'm super ignorant. Okay, I'm just kind of reading some of your. All right. So we got here Rahabowitz. Yep, I'm a former pro. And just wondering about alternative personality. Former pro what? What are you there? Robert? What are you, former pro what? Athlete? Were you an American athlete or like one from Europe? Or so me feel a bit reaching the flow state. A former pro soccer player. Oh, okay. Yes, sir. An African American. Okay. All right. So a pro soccer. So you were a soccer player plus you are an INFJ. Is that it? Now, typically, yeah. I mean, But well, I mean, that's good. That's good, I suppose. Hey, not to say that there's not INFJs that are professional sports players. I mean, they can do pretty much anything. They can be everything, anything. Yeah, they can be athletes as well. I know typically the stereotype is some of your extroverted sensing types make better athletes, especially ESTP types, because they're all about their physicality and the way they're wired. Their nervous system is wired in more with their mind, and their extroverted sensing is their dominant function. And usually athletes are good for that because sports is all about the now, about that moment. Hey, but not to say that you can't foresee certain things. Start thinking 7 moves ahead and start figuring out things. Yeah, I was headed for the Olympics but got injured, unfortunately. The Olympics, huh? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, hey, you know what? Back when I was a kid, people said I need to go to the Olympics too. I should be in the Special Olympics. No, I'm only kidding. I'm joking with you, kid. I can't. I shouldn't say that. Yeah, it was so special. They said I needed to be in the Olympics. That's Rodney Dangerfield. He can't help but to come out here every so often. I'm sorry to hear that, Ed, and I had to take a step away off the environment, off the field. Okay, EA Sports, it's in the game. How do we get? Yeah, so we got the sports talk, huh? Sports talk radio, 10:30. Hey, okay. Yeah, but as far as what you were talking about earlier, though, we were talking basically about understanding our type, and so it looks like I said, Blaziken, yeah, you definitely got a lot of questions going on there. You know. Now listen, I think you're going to have to. Obviously, I think as long as you're very introspective and you're asking a lot of questions, a lot of things you have to figure out on your own, and I think you're going to do that. But I mean, it's good you're asking questions. And but all I can say is basically right now, yeah, just always make sure let your introspection be your guide. Let your intuition be your greatest guide. That's all you can do, really, right? Just make sure you follow your instinct, follow your gut, as we said before. And make sure you're making the just good, healthy decisions in life. That's all you can really do. So, but just the whole idea you're asking questions and want to know. I mean, hey, that's good signs. That definitely is. All right. Um, so tight. I'm coaching now. It's okay. But yeah. So we're at 12. We are at 12 viewers right now. How about that, huh? I started 67 minutes ago, like on just a little over an hour. Now we have quite a bit in the chat today. This has been quite a bit of chat. There's no doubt about it. So if we have anybody that would like to ask any questions, any concern, like Blaziken has been doing here. So, but sometimes I find myself, listen, people, I want to talk to you about about a visit. And this is something I think I want to talk about. Now, every so often, as you know, I'm going to talk a little bit on the spiritual side. And I think this is important. I think INFJs, as you know, I think we're a very talented spiritually. It's just part of our nature. It's part of the way we're built. We're very spiritual as well. And through the course of our life, as you know, there's many times in our life, I've told you before too, I think that we're in conflict with our being, ourself, because of the fact that we're being so bombarded with cultural conditioning through most of our life that we're always kind of going against our own grain. This causes a lot of our own internal strife as well. In fact, my last video was all about that. All right, about how basically how a fundamental the fundamental reason as to why a lot of our strife is what it is because we are so at odds with our bodies and our mind being inauthenticated, and our minds being pulled, being shaped, being indoctrinated, being educated to think a certain way as the collective conscious would lead us. Okay. Now, I'm convinced of that. Early on in our life, yeah, we're constantly being changed. Okay. We want culture tries to make us think a certain way, act a certain way.
respond a certain way. And being that we're so introspective and we're so introverted, intuitive, being that we're so much on the inside, we're not the center types, it's in conflict. We're always at conflict. And one of the reasons we're always trying to just get away from other people, why we need our introspection, our solitude, is because we just need to escape the noise of the world. We need to escape the pulls, the the emotions of other people in the world. So we retreat and we isolate ourselves more than once through our life. Now, we have a painful life because we are trying to authenticate. Bottom line is this is our way of trying to preserve ourselves, our own spirit. But my point is I'm going to talk about the visit. As you know, through the course of our life, we are always trying to find ourselves. We're a suffering soul. I've said that before. We're very equipped that way to spiritually feel the pain and feel it and endure it because we kind of have no choice, and it's something that we do internally. But every so often, you're going to feel like you visited, okay? Not by an alien, nothing like that. I'm talking about your spirit. You're going to feel a completion. Every so often, God comes down and graces himself. There might be a day where all of a sudden your mind feels very at peace, at ease, and you feel as though you're filled with something. You're filled with something warm, something like blissful. It might happen for a day and a half. You might even feel the warmth of the love of God himself. God will like visit you every so often. And sometimes you think you found it. You think, oh, this is it. Then all of a sudden you go back to your old way and things just go back to where you were. Now we go through certain stages in our life where we have these visitations. Yeah, yeah, we do. Um, so again, you might experience that from time to time, and especially if you're on a spiritual course, if you're longing for something deeper, and you go through these bouts of isolation, yeah, you're gonna feel like these visitations come down every so often. This is like God's way of just you know gracing you sometimes. That's all. It really is. Now, I got a strange story to tell you that just happened. It seems recently, just in the last couple of days, I had a visitation that I've never quite experienced before. Now, this is another thing that's spurring me to say this. When I talk about visitations, certain states that we enter in our life, things have changed for me recently in the last few years. I mean, as far as like finding myself and authenticating things like that. Just a couple of days ago, I told you, like I try to practice meditation. I think I've said before what meditation is, how it's about finding the eye in the storm. It's finding that calm, inner, peaceful center within you, like that hub of the wagon wheel, that very absolute center of something that is timeless, that does not spin. We have this in our psyche, and our meditation brings us to that point. Sometimes when you're practicing that, you're able to separate your thoughts from your soul, basically. This is all what meditation is. But there was a day where I woke up and I felt like I was there. I mean, even though I was just doing my job, I was doing my routine, I was doing my thing. I felt like, even though I was in the world, I felt very calm. I almost felt like I was in the center of an eye in the, like figuratively in the eye of a storm. Like I was in the mode of meditation just by me doing my functions. Now, yes, I was doing my thing, but I felt very calm and very like tranquil. Yeah, it was a kind of a visitation in its own way. It's hard to describe. It's something that was uniquely individual to you when you go through these bouts, when you go through these things. But it did feel like that, and it seemed like it went on for like a day, where I just felt like that, you know. But I just want you to say there's certain. I think these are markers in our life, just to kind of give us bouts of inspiration. We sense something beyond us, and it intensifies our faith just a bit. This allows us to know that we're somehow, that there's something beyond us. There's something that we're striving toward, and that it's worth pursuing, because it's like the hard work pays off sometimes. Let's just say. But again, we still have our lives to live.
So they're like mile markers. There's parts of our life where we feel like we're just yeah, we're being visited. Okay. So uh are you made of wax? Yes, I'm made of wax. This is an AI created video right here. I am totally artificial intelligence right here. I'm not real. Yeah, yeah, come on. Are you serious? Am I made of wax? What is that supposed to mean, huh? Are you Italian? Yeah, that's right. See, I'm Italian. They call me the Godfather. See, my son, I give you the business. I give you all of this. I give you the mob hits. I give you all the all the business. Everything, my son. Oh, okay, excuse me. That's a bad one. Okay, what do you think? I'm the Godfather over here, or what? Huh? How was that anyway? Huh? I haven't done a Marlon Brando impression in a while. Yeah, I need some cotton in between my cheeks so I can get that look. See what I'm saying? Yeah. Vito, Vito, go get some cannoli for your mother. Okay, sorry. Couldn't help myself. INFJs have great characters. Yeah. Yeah, they sometimes the chameleon just comes out, doesn't it? You know? I've always had that. Sometimes yeah, I don't know. Get back to parks and recreation. Who did that, huh? I still feel like I'm lacking the faith department. Okay. Listen, Blaiskin, faith department. Listen, as far as that goes, gosh, I mean, do you have faith? What is your faith? You must, if you have faith, yeah. Are you made of wax? Who had asked me that, huh? Feel the spiritual preservation has a moment in Costco where I told have a great energy. It feels like walking near light. This year, this far, has felt like this. Oh, okay. So you had a moment in Costco. So you know what I'm talking about. It that sounds like kind of a visitation. Yeah, that's what I mean. Just sometimes we have moments in our life we just feel like that. Well, we feel like we're tranquil. We have energy. We feel like we're whole. Like that there's something's like got a hold of us. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. These are visitations we get every so often. If you're on a path, if you're on a spiritual path, you're going to find this. And if you ever notice too, sometimes you ever look up sometimes I look up when I have these, I notice like it kind of intensifies your reality a little bit. All of a sudden the birds they aren't just singing anymore. You almost hear them singing. Like they sound a little more, they just sound nicer. They sound more like they're filling the air for a reason, you know? It's almost like when you think of heaven, when you're on heaven on earth, let's say, they say, oh, heaven, there's angels up there and they're playing harps, just say. But also, too, I mean, while we're in, here on earth, we're supposed to reach a state of grace, a state of heaven on earth, let's say. And occasionally it just sounds like the birds just start singing and you hear them in a way where it sounds like you're experiencing that in a way because it's nature, because it's as natural as it's going to be. It's like these were natural put there, and you even hear the birds a certain way. Yeah. So, wow, yes, exactly. So, you know what I'm talking about. So, we have somebody who's in agreement with that. Okay, the visitation. I knew it might hit somebody just the right way. Rahab, Rabber. Hey, listen, I'm going to call you Rahabber. Hey, listen, that you're new to the channel, Rabber. And I just want to say I'm glad you're in the audience right now. You're welcome, and but I can see whatever I'm saying. You've experienced that. You've been visited. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Okay. Sounds like you're on a journey of your own. I think that's part of what we all are. I think we all are to an extent. We're all on our own journey. But it sounds like you're definitely there, and you understand what I'm saying there. That's a good thing. Okay. Um, but sorry, I was told that my bad for typos. Okay. Some devils in chat. Oh, okay. INFJs have great character. Welcome back to the Park and Rec. I still feel I'm lacking a faith department. Are you made of wax? I farted so hard I injured my
There's some things getting written here I can't repeat. Okay. Well, you know what? Yeah, there's certain things I got to be careful. Sometimes I get trollers out there writing things in here too. Do you take Satan feel? Oh, come on. Well, yeah, there's some. Uh, all right. Uh, our INFJs, the 144,000. What does that mean? Okay, spiritual war. Tom, do you? Okay, Tom, do you think of any hope? Think there's any hope if happiness is merely an illusion? We talked about that before. Okay, do I think there's any hope if happiness is merely an illusion? Listen, I'm glad you. Okay, listen, I'm going to elaborate a little bit, but we talked about the illusion of happiness. Do I think there's any hope if happiness is an illusion? Okay, now listen. I think that the what we're talking about right now, that whole thing about the visitation and about our journey, I think happiness when it is manufactured outside externally, like I said, when we create our own stimulation, these are what I'm saying. These are artificial ways of creating our own happiness. I mean, extroverts do this all the time. Extroverts throw big parties and they hoot and holler and they drink. Not to say it's not bad. I've been to a party and I've had a blast. Believe me, it's fun hanging out with people. Sometimes I do. Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but you got to know what it is. Now, some people take that to an extreme. But listen, true happiness, true internal happiness is found when you completed your soul, when you have found some kind of internal enlightenment within yourself. This is the true enlightenment. Now, listen, our introspection and the fact that INFJs, we live individually, we live internally. I mean, for the most part, we are in our rich in the world. Now, I've said this before. We, being that we're so isolated in ourselves, I mean, one of our biggest drawbacks that we have that we wrestle with most of our life is feeling alone, even amongst other people. And I've talked about this before. Okay. But you got to understand something, Blaze, or whoever I'm talking to, anybody can get this. Your true happiness lies when you have completed, when you have integrated not only with your shadow, integrated with your inner child, and just integrated with your whole spirit. You're spiritually, when you have found something within you, that piece, that part of you, that lone part, and we all know this as INFJs, this is one of the most painful things within our character, is that lone little spot in our psyche. And through most of our life, we dread it. We go there. We go there because it's our safe zone, yet it's our dread zone all in one. As children, we went there because we had nobody to confide in. We had nobody to hold us, nobody to, and like give us the guidance that we were looking for. As you know, this is one of the reasons we found that. But I'm going to tell you, we forgot something. We forgot something that within that psyche that we were actually being, um, in a sense, we became close to our God code in a way. We looked so far in ourselves. We were looking for guidance. We had it. We found it, but we forgot all about it. You see, we intensified that inner code, that inner spirit that we've always had, that we are born to know things. There's a certain guide within us that is just imprinted on us. From I call this the God code. This is basically our own intuition, is like our own instinct. It's a spiritual instinct. Okay. Animals have certain instincts and they know how to forage, they know how to survive. They survive based on their instinct. And you get animals that are born in the wild that never with their parent. Look at these turtles that hatch on beaches. They instinctively know where to go to the water. They instinctively know how to develop and they know what to eat. They know how to live. And I mean, yeah, maybe only certain amounts survive, let's say. But my point is, they didn't have their parent to teach them. They had an imprinted code within their instinct. Human beings have this. We have an imprinted code within us. But as children, as we were in those moments where we had nobody to talk to, in our isolation, we were being imprinted by God's code. We may not have known it at the time, but we were. Okay. And so our introversion, our intuition became almost one with that imprinted code. Okay. I think a lot of times introverted intuitives, this is what our code is made of, is that imprinted code. All right. And but my point is that my whole point is that eventually that little spot in you that is alone, that feels alone all the time, that we dread going to, eventually, as you become one with yourself and as you've found your way, that code, that one little spot within you becomes your greatest part of your uh, of your completion. It becomes your greatest part of peace within you. Yeah, you'll never, you might not believe it yet, but that's what it turns into. And then all of a sudden you don't feel alone anymore. You feel as though you're content with yourself. You don't feel like you're alone, and you feel as though that's where you live from. Um, but basically that's what we have to strive for, is to find that, okay? Is to find that completion within that lone spot, that little spot within us that aches for completion, aches for companionship, aches for something beyond us, wants the soulmate, whatever it might be, that's alone. Eventually, that's filled with peace. Okay, and this is after your awakening, after you are spiritually reborn. Let's say when you're born again. Yeah, after your awakening, however you want to call that. FR, stop the distracting comments. uh, Sir Tom, have you had any special animal encounters as you developed your intuition, like telepathic communications or synchronicities? Well, that's very deep. Animal encounters. Okay. Um, you like a very unsuccessful used. I'm like a very unsuccessful used car salesman. All right. Hey, let me tell you. Look at this car over here. This car's only got 1,000 miles on it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's right. Hey, you know what? A little old lady ran this thing too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. This. Look at this car. This car is you. You get in this car, and I tell you, the babes are gonna be crawling all over you there, guy. I tell you. Oh, yeah. Hey, let's make a deal, huh? This car's you. Okay. You think I could sell cars, huh? See, you just brought out that snake salesman used car guy coming out of there. I know. I'm gonna try meditation right now. Hey, Blaiskin, again, I have to get this video out. I have to come up. There's an instruction guide for meditation. Blaiskin, listen, if you're gonna try that, listen, I have an old video. If anybody's interested, I gotta remake it. It's one of my older videos. If you look into um go into my channel, and if you cycle down probably 8 or 9 months, it's one of my earliest videos, and it's just called meditation. And there's a picture of me sitting with my eyes closed, and it just says meditation on the front. It's kind of it just has me sitting in a chair. And listen, I basically talk about how to do that. Okay. I talk you how to meditate, about closing your eyes, about finding your stillness, okay, and how you breathe. You become aware of yourself, and you try to separate your mind, okay. Again, I've been trying to do that for some time. I'm gonna have to come up with a course where I talk about how to meditate. But Blaiskin, if you're interested, do that, okay. Like I said, it's in the old arsenal on my page, okay. Just look for the word meditation on one of the thumbnails, okay. Um, so uh, uh, salutation, my friend. How we feeling? X sir, I'm getting a lot of different people in the feed tonight. X sir, how are you? X, he is clearly over 40. You think what gave it away, huh? Over 40. uh, the hairline is super receding. Oh, okay. Really? Okay. Hey, this is my real hair, by the way. Um, this is all real. There's no wig. I never got weaves. It's just my natural hair. I've just had I've had a pretty good my father and mother both had very thick hair. In fact, all my brothers, none of us, I'm the youngest out of five, and none of my brothers, we ever lost our hair. So, Blaze, I thought I did too, but let me see. Let me see. I'm reading some of your You're like a very successful car. Oh yeah, the car salesman thing. All right. Some of you people are cracking me up with your. I know you. I like getting razzed too. You know, believe me, I had four older brothers, and I heard everything. I've heard everything from all of them. So I'm not. You're not gonna rattle me too much. I'll laugh along with you. Believe me, I kind of have to. You know what I'm saying? So who's FR? Okay, so we got life. Life can't complain, you know, sending those positive feelings, vibes, you know. uh, okay, Vamp, I've always connected with animals more than other people, like we'll go people places and come up to me. Yeah, sometimes I think animals, oh, to answer that question, I'm sorry, you asked me that question. I got so distracted. Rab, you were asking me if I had any special animal encounters to develop into like telepathic communication or synchronicities. I've been reading up on the synchronicities thing about, yeah, Carl Jung said that he discovered that there's certain like sequences that, you know, or coincidences, I guess we could say, that we find. Um, I'd say that, I mean, funny thing is, I think sometimes I think even spiders, little spiders and like insects, I think even are drawn to me. As funny as that may sound, I feel like spiders have. I mean, I could be in my kitchen. I've had this happen more than once. Where have you ever had a spider just lower themselves down and then they hover in front of you? I swear they're trying to get your attention. You would never think that they come down on their web, and it's like, why? It knows I'm here. It's up on the ceiling, and somehow it felt the need to drop in on you, literally. You know, ever had that happen? And you wonder, like, what are they doing? It's like they want to go right in front of where you see them. You know, I've had that happen a couple of times. You know, it's funny thing is, um, but I mean, sometimes I think that, like I said, I had a spider friend in my house for a little while. I haven't seen my spider in a while. I mean, I think it passed away. I haven't seen it in months, but I had this little friendship with this little spider in my house. I'd give it water on a Q-tip, and the thing would drink the water, and it seemed like it came out and it would crawl on the floor, and it would stay there. Like it kind of got to know me and it knew I wouldn't hurt it. I think that's what I mean. But no, I've always said I don't have any cats or dogs now. I have no pets, only because I just don't right now. Yeah, but I feel like sometimes I feel like animals and stuff, certain ones are drawn to me sometimes. But I I don't want to have a dog just yet. Maybe when I retire. I want to know that I don't leave the thing alone because I work a lot. I don't want to leave it in the house a lot. I leave it alone. Being it's just me. I live alone anyway. I don't have a wife. I was married 20 years, if you can believe it. I was married. I tried the whole married thing. It just didn't, it didn't really work too well with me. So, uh, but as far as synchronicities go, I'm kind of looking for those. I mean, I can't describe them until I feel like sometimes my synchronicities, almost wonder if it's like, I feel like, I feel like sometimes I'm in contact. I've always been in contact with my younger self, and as my younger self, I've always known what my older self was doing. I feel like I've always seen where I've been in my life right now. I've always just knew. You know, I would be driving a truck at night and working and at night, and I seen that as a kid. And I always feel like I've had communication with myself. Whether or not those are synchronicities, I'm not sure. But sometimes I have very vivid memories of myself as a child, in the moments in myself I was reaching, I was searching, I was asking questions, reaching. Maybe I had tears in my eyes. And in those moments, in those vivid recollections I have every so often, I tell myself, my younger self, I advise myself in some way, almost thinking that interdimensionally I got the message. Like somehow a thought came to my mind from myself in the future, telling myself I'd be all right. Like I'm trying to be my own father in a sense, if that makes any sense. Whether or not that's a synchronicity, but I don't know how to describe it other than the fact that it's some kind of an interdimensional time connection. You might say that's crazy, but it's just
I mean, I'd be curious to know if Carl Jung ever, like, maybe Carl Jung, he studied himself, you know what I mean? I know that, but that's the only way to describe it. Like, I'm kind of advising myself through time, as deep as that gets. How that now? There's a movie for you right there, huh? That's quite an interesting concept, right? Tom, I had a huntsman come to me before. He had a dust stone on his leg, and I got rid of it, and I released him outside, and I knew him inside and would die. Oh, okay. See, there you go. So you had an actual huntsman spider. I know in Australia, huntsman spider, those are really big, aren't they? Like giant tarantulas, the huntsman. Aren't they one of the largest spiders in the world? I mean, in my part of the world, I mean, obviously tarantulas are big, like in like the southwest. We don't have the big ones up here. But yeah, so you had an actual huntsman come up to you and let you take something off of him. I hear about that sometimes. You hear about these whales coming up to people like with barnacles all over their body, like they're suffering. And they come up to these fishing boats or these cruise boats and they start following them. And then you get some of these, like, you know, oceanographers or whatever, they start scraping them off the body because they get so infected with barnacles. They have nowhere to go. They're in so much pain. And it's got to be that much, they're in that much pain that they cry out to human beings. Then they know humans will help them. And you hear stories like that. Yeah, Tom, they can get big. Yeah, with Morpheus. Does the bed squeak when you get? I can't remember far back as 2 years. Apparently, I call it self-aware. My awoken apprehension. Yeah. So I'm not sure if I answered that question about synchronicities and all that. I mean, I think that's where my synchronicities lie. It's like again, I've told that story before. I still can't quite understand what that is. I can't put an exact handle on what that is, but that's what it feels like. Okay, these synchronicities that I have. All right, and but okay, where are we? I'm just checking a couple things here, people. I'm just curious. I was checking something in my. All right. Oh, look at that. Okay, so where are we? Back to the live. All right, back to here. Yeah. Oh, where are we? Hold on a minute. What happened to me? Where'd I go? I'm trying to find my live broadcast again here. Okay, live. Oh, what happened? So we are currently, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I got a little distracted with things. I'm trying to get back to my page here. Okay, here we are. There we are. All right. Okay, back to the live. Yeah. Tom, they can get name him Lucy. Oh, named him Lucy. You think it was a female? Or Lucky. I'm sorry. My glasses are off. Okay, Lucky. Oh, Lucky. Well, go figure, right? I mean, you got so I mean, that's funny how sometimes that happens. Hey, one time this happened to me, right? This goes back years ago. I was in the middle of doing my job. It was wintertime, and this mouse, I was on the side of the road changing a tire, doing tire work, and minding my business. And all of a sudden, this really wet mouse came out of nowhere. I mean, it was wet. It was like soaked, like it had been. The way I think of it was, it must have got buried in a plow. All right, the plow went by, right, and the plow just probably plowed him off to the side, and it was like a massive avalanche to him, and he was probably buried in the snow, and he was wet and soaked. And now he jumped on my foot, like he came running up to me. He ran up to me and he jumped on my foot, like he just was asking for help. Literally, like this wild mouse soaked. He jumped out of a snowbank or something. And I said, and then I thought, oh my God, this guy's got to be in trouble for him to jump on my foot. Well, I put him in my cab, and I felt bad for him. I did. I tried offering him a little bit of food. I gave him a couple of like nibbles of like something out of my lunch, and I put the heat on. I tried to dry him off. He looked like maybe he was buried and he had to dig himself out, and he was exhausted. He was freezing and he was soaked. And so
I ended up just leaving him in my cab for a bit. I got him back to the shop, but I can't remember what happened after that. But yeah, I hope he got better. Yeah, so that's happened every so often. I've had animals do that to me, like just, but usually when they're desperate, when animals are desperate like that, they will reach out for humans. They will do things like that. I've noticed. I don't think they'll do that to any other animal. I think human beings. I think they know. I mean, after all, we do have dominion over animals. You know, we've been granted that by our creator. Yeah. Yes, sir. Don't question. Weird enough, having reflections of my dreams, but I've been a bird before. Okay. Yeah. Sometimes, the thing is, you've been a bird before. You believe in reincarnation? I've never had visions like that. I don't know that, but like where the oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, trollers out there. I gotta have listen, people. I can't control what everybody's saying out there. Some of these things I cannot repeat. I have to recycle. I have to kind of make sure that I'm sticking to people that we're serious about. But I'm getting a lot of trolls out there, as you know. Okay, and random question to anyone who wants the answer. When you dream, do you ever see your reflection? When you dream, do you ever see a reflection? Ah, is that a trick question? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting one as far as a reflection goes, huh? I don't know. I would say seeing a dream and reflection. If you interpret dreams, that would mean that you're what, finding yourself. I mean, I guess Carl Jung used to say that a lot of times as you were authenticating yourself, and he said that some of his therapies that he was doing, he was having some of his patients interpret dreams. He would have them write down certain events, certain things that were going on within their dreams in order to interpret them. And he also said that sometimes that your dreams started revealing certain things of the state of your being, the state of your the stages you were in, basically. But seeing a reflection, I mean, is in looking in a mirror kind of thing. Is that what we're talking about? Uh, I would say that part of it would be that would be. I wonder if that would be part of your individualization, like an interpretation of that. That you're finally finding yourself. You're finally seeing yourself eye to eye. Like you're finally ever accepting who you are. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I've ever remembered seeing myself or having a vision of myself. I don't know, but I had this strange dream though about a week ago. Weird dream. It was surreal. I couldn't figure out what happened. I felt like I was at a Boston Celtics game. As weird as this goes, but the court was not just on a level court like you see it on TV. It was almost like it was elevated in such a way, and it was curved, and it was like it had slopes that went down, and part of it was that it's circular. There was a path that you could walk around. Kind of like the when you walk around the TD Garden, and it was strange. I couldn't figure out. I said, "What was that all about?" Of all things, I haven't been to a Celtics game in over, I don't know, since the '80s. I mean, the old Boston Garden, that is. Okay, I used to go to the Garden, but it was a long time. So I don't even frequent going to the Celtics. Not for 40 years. Not since Larry Bird was playing back in the Garden. I couldn't figure out what that was, but it had a strange path. It was separate from the court, and it was like. But I remember walking alone in that path. You'd think there would be lots of people, but it was kind of surreal. But meanwhile, you just looked over and you could see the Celtics, and they were playing on that weird warped kind of a parquet floor almost. I don't know. I don't know. Just see, sometimes dreams you wonder to yourself what they mean. Do they even make any sense? Like, where did that come from? Completely random stuff, like completely out of the blue, as far as that goes. I couldn't figure out why that was. And again, it's if it was something like say I went to a Celtics game. I'd say, yeah, but I mean, I'm not even that big a basketball fan at the time. I don't, I mean, I'll watch it here and there. I mean, if it's on TV at a bar, I might watch it a little bit, but I don't watch a lot of it either. So, when do you get Hellboy 3? Oh, I look, I like to look up dreams interpretations. I have understandings what they might mean. Oh, okay. Yeah. We were talking about that a couple of weeks ago on one of our live broadcasts, talking about interpretations of dreams and what exactly that means. But the ones that you remember, I mean, our mind constantly dreams. But how many times do you wake up with no memory of a dream? Some of the more vivid ones, some of the more vivid ones that you have. And when you first wake up, usually they're really fresh in your memory. I guess these are the ones Carl Jung used to say that he wanted his patients to write down, those vivid ones. You wake up, and minutes after you wake up, they're vivid, and you have very good recollection of them. Kind of like that one with the Celtic one, parquet floor, I don't know, whatever it was. But again, I didn't know how to interpret that one because it was so random. I didn't know what that had to do with anything, you know. But something to do with that path. It was almost like a raised kind of a walkway. You know what I mean? It wasn't even a set of stairs. It was like it was elevated and it was separate from the from the court, that warpy court that kind of like curved over, almost like you drop off the side, and it looked like it was smoky and murky, like it was in the clouds. I don't know. I can't figure, but I remember walking on it by myself. I wasn't like there were crowds of people around me either, trying to get to my seat or whatever. But that's here's another question. When we think we when we think, does a consciousness sound like it does in a different voice tone? When we think, does our conscious think sound like it does, or I'm in a different voice tone? Well, oh, I see what you're saying. Listen, my answer to that is there are certain. I think you have to understand where your thoughts are coming from, and you have to distinguish what your true thoughts are and what your manufactured thoughts are. Okay, through cultural conditioning, we have certain implanted things through our conditioning, certain phrases, certain slogans, things that are in our mind that are subliminal in a sense that we've been programmed in. A lot of times these are in words, these are in the language that we are spoken. Yeah. And these are usually triggers on how to react, how to respond, how to think in a certain situation, if you know what I mean. Now, for example, I mean, a lot of times commercials use this ability too. Let's just say you see enough of a beer commercial, all right, and you have a certain jingle in a beer like Miller Lite is so great. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I've seen that, but you see, they throw that out there enough, okay? All of a sudden, you see Miller Lite in a store, or you might see it on somebody's desk, or maybe you might see it in a beer of that you saw in that commercial. And right away, what happens? That song comes to mind. Miller Lite is so great. That whole singing thing. It's immediately brings you to that. Now, that's cultural conditioning. That's a thought that's associated with a vision, with something. So I guess my point is we're full of that. That was a small example of that. Okay. And that doesn't necessarily have to be a beer or seeing that. It could be a language. It could be an action. It could be somebody's. A protest sign or something. But it gives us an idea how we're supposed to interpret that, how we're supposed to react to that. Okay. And I think a lot of times, I think cultural conditioning has a lot of way of shaping us into thinking certain ways. But my point is this: true thoughts that are established from your inner code, your inner guide, your trueness of who you are, don't have words. They are just more like understandings. They are just knowings. Know that you don't hear them in thoughts. You just kind of have a knowing, just a thought that these are your more genuine thoughts. But bottom line is too, you have to almost clear out your mind. A lot of times it has a lot to do with our spiritual concupiscence, our spiritual guide that we long for. When we are spiritually, let's say, when our spirit is clean, when our spirit is a searching spirit, and we're longing for that, and we're trying to, especially through meditation. That's what I mean. A lot of times, understanding you get out of that whole swirl of your thoughts. This is another thing why it's important. That whole hurricane of your thoughts, and find that inner stillness. When you emanate from that stillness, when you in your prayer, in your meditation, okay, this is when you're cleaning out your soul. And these thoughts, these thoughts, these knowings without words, these just knowing the right thing, become more prominent in you. You start recognizing them better, because they're no longer just uh, being swirled around in those thoughts. Okay, in our thoughts, our conditioning, our web of just our mind that we've been programmed into. When you find that inner stillness, these knowings are more believable. Yeah. So I guess that's what I would answer my thoughts. And this is how my thoughts are to me. So are they in the voice? Yeah, they could be in the voice. They could be very prominent. And like I said, they might even be just in a song that you've seen. Maybe somebody, yeah, but an inner knowing from the God code, from your inner code, what you were born to know, are not, they have no words. Yeah, they're just understandings that you just know are emanating from your truth. I hope I said that right. To meditate. Yeah, but basically this is how we find more of our clarity within ourselves. When we do meditate and get closer to the light and start separating those thoughts out of there, yeah, that's how we find the real thoughts. We find the real knowing and understanding, what we were born to know, what we were authenticated to understand. Yeah. Uh, Not what we were conditioned into being. All right. But so we got Rabowitz. Okay. How do you say that anyway? Rambert Hines. Okay, I'm gonna just, like I said, I'm trying to just abbreviate everybody's name that I see over here. I could call you How about Hines? That's at the end of that. Oh, you got Daniel Hartz. What is your channel about? Daniel Hartz. That's a brand new name. My channel is the name of this channel is called the INFJ Experience, and we talk about the MBTI type. And basically, we try to understand ourselves. This is mainly I'd say, a sanctuary for INFJs and other introverted intuitives. I mean, anybody can get something out of this, but this is mainly what it is. And a lot of times, I think I just like to talk about self-help, about advice, so we can better understand our mind, better understand our thought process, the way we just compute things in life. Because INFJs have a very intricate, very complex mind as it is, and so many times through the course of our life, we don't know how to use our mind. It confuses us, and we have a very difficult mind, and especially at childhood. And this is just a channel that's helping us to understand our personality type better. That's all it is. Well, Daniel, that was a good question. That's basically what it is. Okay. And if you've been steered here, if you're introverted intuitive, that's basically what it is. All right. Um, yeah. I also subscribe. Oh, X, Carnage, X. Can I call you X? I'm looking at your X, Sir Carnegie. I also subscribe. I like these topics. I like how you describe things in clarity. Well, thank you. That's what I try to do. That's what I go live for. Is because I think a lot of times we're searchers. Sometimes we're searching for the truth. Now, my mom used to say that. Listen, my mom, she's been passed away. Speaking of, it's Mother's Day weekend. All right. Yeah, I lost my mom 5 years ago. Okay, I'm sure a lot of us have lost their parents. Okay, but my mom, sometimes things that she told me, some things that she said, in my life always ring to me. I mean, her words come back to me in so many ways. I mean, I guess that's what parents are supposed to do. They're supposed to have raised you with certain values, with certain ethics, with certain things. And if you had pretty good parents, they're supposed to always be with you, even after they pass on. Their lessons, their legacy is in you because the way they try to shape you, guide you, direct you into your life. If you become that way, that's the best way we can honor our parents. And I know early on in our life, so when we're kids and we're teenagers, we want nothing more than to be anything but like our parents, don't we? We rebel and we'll fight our parents. And I did that. I'm sure we all do that. But the bottom line is, eventually if you had good parents, that is. I mean, I can't vouch for everybody's parents. You gotta separate the good lessons from the bad ones. Now, hey, they make mistakes too. They're still human beings. But you got to make sure you're able to distinguish the good lessons, the ones that defined you, that taught you, and take them for what they are. But understand too, they're still humans. They might have made mistakes, but don't always hate them for that. Well, anyway, that's a little bit of a tribute to Mother's Day. All right, being that that's what it is. Is tomorrow's Mother's Day, right? I believe it is. Yeah, something like that. I believe it's right on. Yeah, yeah, it's Sunday. Yes, exactly. My parents were terrible. I'm still getting over it in therapy. Yeah, you know what? Sometimes, like I said, sometimes parents aren't very good. Hey, listen, I've made mistakes as my own. I have a son, and I made a lot of mistakes with my own son. I'm not going to get too much into detail, but I did, and I kind of regret a lot of some of the things I did early on. But you know, but annual, yes. Searching for real truth is the human condition. Keep seeking. Yes. This is this a personality? Is that a personality test thing? Oh, yes, it is. Well, if you ever talked about the INF, the MBTI is a test. There's 16 personality types in the MBTI. Yes, and there's one called 16personalities.com. There's a free test on there if anybody ever wants to get a test themselves. Well, listen, just knowing your MBTI type doesn't cure you. It doesn't heal you. It just helps you to understand your type because every one of us, I mean, as you know, people are all different. People think different, people act different, people respond differently. And a lot of it has to do with the way they were raised, the way they were taught, but some of it is because of how their alignments and their functions work, which is the MBTI. And I mean, it's obvious. I mean, some people are introverted, some people are extroverted. I mean, you have different types. Some people are more the logical types. Some people are more emotional, and they make decisions based on things like that, right? Some people plan things, are meticulous, and some people are more spontaneous. I mean, we know that. Yeah, these are your fundamental functional differences. Okay, of course, like I said, some people are sensors and some are intuitives. All right. Some people just look and gather and they make the facts based on what they see, what they can put their hand on. I mean, like the scientists, like science is like that. Science is very sensing. Science does not, completely disregards anything intuitive. It only goes by the tangible, what you can prove, what you can see, right? But intuition is something that takes your science, takes what you can see, but goes beyond that. Gets a clearer picture based on how it computes in the mind, how it pieces things together based on other knowledges that it gets, and comes up with a deeper understanding of something, which is intuitive. So everybody's got a different personality. Yeah, and there's 16 of them. I mean, that's where the Myers-Briggs came out. It was invented by Carl Jung. He mapped out the whole, you know, human animal, I guess you could say. And yeah, he did a lot of his own understandings about introversion based on himself because he was an introvert and he was intuitive. And he did a lot of his understanding on the depths of introversion just on himself. Yeah, and he spent a lot of time just going up into his cabin up in like Switzerland, for weeks at a time, and just going out in nature and just seeing how his mind worked. Something like an INFJ would do. I think through times INFJs do that. That's speculation he was an INFJ. And I would think he'd have to be because that's something that INFJs do. They spend a lifetime trying to figure out their own mind. All right. Just that's part of their personality. My parents were good and bad, like their parents. I had a breakdown at 21, 2 months in the hospital. I need luminol to stay balanced. Lithium? Well, excuse me. Lithium. I need lithium to stay balanced. You mean lithium, not like what they put in a battery? I mean, like a lithium battery. Is that like some kind of medication? I'm not sure what lithium is exactly. I got to be honest with you. Maybe it's some kind of, what is it, like alters your mood a little bit, maybe alters the chemicals. I'm not a big proponent of taking medication like mind altering medication. I mean, sometimes I guess if you're very self-destructive, or maybe there's times you have to in order to save your life. But I try to, man, I mean, lithium is metal. It alters it a lot, makes you numb. Oh, does it? See, I don't know. Yeah, that's why I'm asking you what exactly it does. But are we talking about the same lithium that is used to for like batteries? The ones they could give you lithium batteries, the ones that can withstand the cold, the ones that they can put in a outdoor thermometer. Let's say I got lithium batteries for outdoors, and they hold. Is it the same thing? You tell them, or is it just the same name? I'm just curious. So. Well, hey, it wouldn't surprise me. Some people, I mean, take nitroglycerin, something that's flammable. Nitroglycerin it's basically like explosives, plastic explosives. They got nitroglycerin in there, and it's volatile. But in small doses, it's to regulate your heart, get it beating properly. So it wouldn't be surprised that you take something volatile like that, and it helps regulate your heartbeat. I mean, that things happen. Yeah. So, hey, Tom, I returned. Blazekin, did you, Blazekin must have took off. Would you have to go off dinner or something like that, Blaze? I would imagine so. My father-in-law is in on it. Oh, okay. My, yeah, Dan, we grieve in our own way. I don't ever know if my youngest brother over my mom was passed away or both of our parents had passed away. I don't even know if my youngest brother over our mom. Oh, you don't even know if your youngest brother is over your mom who passed away in 2007, or both, our mother. Oh, you mean you don't even think Vamp are you have an estranged brother that you don't even know if he's aware that your mom passed away in 2007? Has it been that long since you've spoken to your own brother? Oh, okay. I guess I can see that. Hey, sometimes families get so separate and estranged. Yeah, you wonder if you'll ever see him again, right? Now, I meditated for 5 minutes, then I got distracted. Well, that's all part of meditation. You got to pull yourself back. Did you watch my video on that? Listen, let me tell you something, Blaiskin. When you do meditate, that's what's going to happen. You're going to try to separate your thoughts. You're going to try to go into you're going to try to relax, close your eyes, focus on your body, focus on your hands, your blood going into your fingers. You're trying to get out of your mind, and you try to find that mind's eye, and you try to find that stillness within you, and you're trying to separate your thoughts. But again, you're going to constantly get pulled back in that. It's up to you to recenter, and you have to do this over and over again in your meditation. You're always going to be pulled back in, and you're only going to see brief windows of total awareness where you're in that center. You're in that stillness. It may just happen for split seconds at a time. And this is all part of your practice, though. But the idea is you're practicing. Okay? So don't get discouraged. That's all part of it. Okay? Being that you're young right now, I mean, that's good. You don't have a lot. I mean, you don't have a lot of baggage in you right now. But sometimes you're gonna start seeing things. Things have to come up for review. When you start meditating, when you start quieting your thoughts, Things that you didn't resolve in your past have to come up for review again. You're going to start seeing things. Things are going to start coming back to you. Things that you reacted wrong, even past traumas that defined you may come back vividly. And it's up to you in these moments not to react to them. The idea is to see them, be objective to them, but not relive them. You see what I mean? You're going to see them come back in full force in some ways. But you can't keep being the victim over and over again in your mind. See, this is our problem when we have these things happen in us. We're always reliving them. We're always resenting them, seeing them again, feeling pitiful, feeling sorry for ourselves all over again, resenting who caused it, resenting the perpetrator. We have to see these for where they are. When they come back to us for review, you see them objectively, almost like you're outside. You're in that quiet stillness of your mind. You're in that stillness, and you're seeing that swirling thought again. You're seeing these thoughts, these unresolved issues come back to you. But instead of being pulled in them and being just reliving them, resenting them over and over again, which keeps you stagnated, you have to see that from that center, from that stillness center within you. Observe them without reliving them, without resenting them. And at this point here is when you start healing from them. You start advancing beyond them because you are finally resolving them. And it has to be done in your mind. So, but these are stages that you have to develop. But this is it. This is as you start practicing. Okay. But being that you're young yet, I don't know. I mean, you might still have baggage from things that happened in childhood, like we all do. But yeah, these things, that's one of the, this is one of the basis of how we heal. How we heal these is to face them without rehating them over and over again. Okay. And now listen, I've said that before. And I mean, if anybody's seen, and it's not like I haven't said that before, but some of you new people have never heard me say that before. Okay. But this is why we do that. Okay. But again, also as you find clarity as well, you start separating yourself, and you're starting to see a vision from that stillness within your spirit, within your soul. And all of a sudden, the world that you were programmed into you start seeing it for what it is. It becomes more vivid. You'll start seeing it for how it was, for how it molded you, because you're living from that still place. You're living it from your trueness, your true authentic self, that stillness, that code that you were imprinted in. It becomes stronger within you. Okay. Okay. So anyway, John Hopkins is researching it. John Hopkins is in the Blaze. He asked Tom, but Blaze, I know you asked Tom, but what did he do? And what I do is disassociate. Okay, Tom, if it did. Oh, okay, Tom, if you don't know, if my youngest brother has grieved over my mother's passing in 2020, as I know he didn't show emotion on the day it happened and on the funeral, so I'm not sure he had yet. Oh, sounds like he had some baggage going on there. Yeah. Yeah. Well, so yeah, I guess it's that sounds like something that's his fight that he's going with, isn't it? There's a fascinating research happening around the psilocybin and people healing trauma with it. Oh, psilocybin, that's like hallucinogenics, right? Healing from hallucinogenics, huh? Uh, I sometimes do that too. I don't show emotion often, but sometimes it does secretly upset me, but I usually try to rationalize it. Magic mushrooms. Yeah, I know what that is. I know what that is. Magic mushrooms. Usually, though, you know what? I know a lot of times we get steered down to taking hallucinogenics and things and that, but you got to remember too, though, you know, I mean, I think anything that alters your mind, that brings you out of your reality, which it does. I mean, I know it can be a wonderful trip and it opens your mind, and it's psychedelic, which means just that psych is your mind, And idyllic, I guess, is like Latin or Greek for like opening, like so mind opening, which means it's basically opening it into new dimensions. Okay. Yeah, yeah, you know how trips go. Yeah, trips are just like they are like they open your mind. They start having your hemispheres start kind of jiving with other hemispheres. You get your left and right cortexes and hemispheres start kind of the neurons and everything fire differently. You start putting an electric storm into that mind. Basically, what you're doing is you're taking a dose of your electricity, which communicates between your basically between your neurons, and you're just adding an extra dose. You're just adding a lot of like you're just kind of ramping up the voltage in your brain. That's what you're doing. You're getting those neurons firing deeper, and they're able to connect deeper. In fact, they're able to fire into other hemispheres, which makes everything bizarre and deep and it's makes your reality, surreal. Basically, you start creating a new reality in your mind. Yeah, I know it's deep all because of the chemicals, what that doing, the psilocybin's doing. I mean, it's like a poison. I mean, mushrooms are poison, just as bread mold was a kind of poison, what LSD was from. But bottom line is too, I mean, you got to understand something too. Now you look at scripture. What was the original sin? Listen to this. The original sin, I know, was in the Garden of Eden. You know, they were told not to eat of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. Don't eat of this tree. Ye shall surely die. Right? You know the old scripture, right? Adam and Eve were tempted. Now, of course, the serpent tempted Eve. Basically, he gaslit Eve into thinking, hey, no, that apple is nothing more than, it will open your eyes and you will have the knowledge of good and evil. You will see as of God. You will have your mind open as that of God. In fact, you will surpass God in a sense. Very tempting. So she did eat. Of course, she gave that to Adam, and he just did eat too. So that was the original sin. But if you look at how that is, I mean, that was the knowledge of good and evil. The very thing, I think that's one thing they don't say. In the Bible, they say it was just some piece of fruit, like it was an apple in a tree, you take a bite of an apple. Who's to say that magic mushroom wasn't the forbidden fruit? Okay. Because that's exactly what that temptation is. It opens your mind, and you have the knowledge of good and evil. It opens your mind. You start seeing codes. It's like a cheat code for your God code in a sense. Okay, but you're seeing it in a warped, twisted, and perverse manner. Okay, you're seeing God's code. You're seeing as that of a God, aren't you? The same way we were tempted in the Garden of Eden. You're seeing the depth of that. Okay, but that's the forbidden fruit. Okay. And I'm going to say we have to understand that that's what that is. Now, I understand you're throwing that out there as a way of therapy. I'm going to say I have to very much disagree with you on that. I don't think that, I don't see that being anything like that, other than just a mind scrambling distraction that's going to just make your mind. Yeah, it's going to open your mind up, but it's not the truth. Okay. You're taking the code and you're making it go sideways, backwards. You're twisting it and you're throwing it outward with that. Okay. And that's basically what a psychedelic trip is. Think about it. Okay. So that's the forbidden fruit as far as I'm concerned. Anything that ferments, anything that has died. I mean, even fermented berries, that's what wine is. I mean, you get fermented fruit, anything that's died, has been molded, it's poison in a sense, and it plays on your mind. Okay. Now, listen, this is all my opinion. I know you can completely disagree with that, but this is what I think. Okay. So, how much mustache cream do you use? No, actually, I don't have any in there. This is just my mustache. Uh, oh my gosh. Blaze can read the Psalms and memorize some of them. Get the Orthodox Christian, not Jewish prayer book and learn some prayers by St. Tolkien. Okay, Genesis. Hey, we got Justin in the audience. How you doing, Justin? Maybe you've been out there for a while, Justin, but I just noticed your name. So you want to read some Psalms, huh? Psalms are nice. I mean, listen, I can't say I've read all of them. I know Psalms 23 is probably the most famous. But yeah, they're just a lot of like songs and chants and things like that. Yeah. But they're very inspiring. Yeah. There's no doubt about it. Hey Tom, I just got it. Oh, you did just get here. Okay, cool, man. Yeah. At some point I'm gonna have to charge up my phone. But listen, people, I think my charger, my little charger wire, I think it fell down behind my I've been looking for it. I can't find my charger wire. I'm gonna have to get my charger going. All right. Hey, listen, if you people don't mind, I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to just I need to take a second. I gotta climb under my desk. I gotta grab my wire and I'm gonna feed it through, plug it into the phone here. Okay. So the university is not a person. Okay, what is that? Anybody else here? Realization, something vivid living symbols like a chemical visual. Ah, uh, John Hopkins says terminal patients accept their fate and live. Oh, right. Yeah, see, you're making my point there. You know, you get these. I see what you're saying, Daniel. You're saying basically people are going to be terminal. So, they already know they're going to die in a couple of weeks. They got cancer. Yeah, I know what you mean. So they give them drugs so they can hallucinate their way into death. They want to think happy thoughts and go to death that way. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's a way of just like denying the reality of their death. Listen, I mean, some people might want to go out that way, you know. I mean, again, that could be just a way of totally distracting yourself. So even in those moments when you need them, now listen, if you're in pain, great physical pain, I mean tremendous pain, and there's ways of taking morphine. I mean, listen, who wants to literally like die racked with cancer, physical pain? I listen. I can't put myself into those situations. We don't know what happens, but sometimes people take morphine could kill the pain because they're in those situations. I could see that. Gosh, I broke my leg. The pain was so excruciating. They gave me morphine I got morphine in an ambulance. This was like over 20 years ago. I know that you need morphine for things sometime. But just to take drugs to where you're forgetting about it. I mean, I suppose that could make your passing much painless, and some people opt for that. I guess that certain people will do that, but you got to understand too that your introspection before you go is being distorted, and you're taking yourself away from any kind of reality that on the way out as well. You're scrambling your mind to forget about it before you die. Listen, I don't know if God would accept that. I don't know. I just know that I still just believe that psychedelic drugs in that way is what I said before. It's the forbidden fruit. I really believe that. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna find that cord now. People, don't go away. I'm just going in. I just got to go find my cord. Okay. And I need to plug in this phone. Hey, there it is. All right. I did find it. Just have to get it and all right. All right. I do thank you for bearing with me for a second there, people. Thank you so much. Give me 1 second. I need to plug in this phone here, okay? So I don't lose the signal. See, if I don't do this, what's going to happen is all of a sudden my battery will die and I'll just lose the signal, and then I'll have to charge the thing up, and I've done it before, so I'm learning from my mistake, so I don't do that again. So give me a second here. There we go. All right. It might buffer for a second. I think it's going to buffer. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, are we back? All right, so I got my, all right. That's been bugging me for a while, you know. I got to tell you the truth, people. I've been thinking about that for a while, that I need to plug in my phone in, you know what I mean? So, but, no. Cancel that. Just said to do that. Okay. All right. Yeah, so, all right, what were we talking about? Yeah. All right, so I got my, okay. Blaze, are you questioning? Blaze, if you are questioning your faith or yourself, you need to step out for some time, maybe a week, maybe a year. You will find yourself in your pain and in your path again. Okay. Hannah, what do you mean by step into it? All right. Oh. So, yeah, I tell you. See, Blaze is asking a lot of questions. You got to remember, Blaze. Blaze is a kid. Blaze is a kid. He's still in high school, I believe. I don't think he's quite graduated, but you know, he's asks a lot of questions, and he's got something that we didn't have growing up. I mean, maybe we did. Maybe it was somebody else. I mean, not to say a YouTube live broadcast, but I mean, he didn't have a lot of, you know, he's asking questions. He's trying to find answers. And this is one of the places he's looking for answers is right here, okay? But, you know, he must be hearing something that's testifying to something that is within him that's calling him. Yeah, that's why we're drawn to these channels, these channels, because sometimes people got a piece of the truth. Sometimes we have a piece of something that we recognize, right? And I think Blaze is recognizing that. Okay. Now, as far as yeah. Okay, so Honey Rose, 360 Huna Rose, step out, as in step out of your faith, step out of religion. You will quiet your inner turmoil, and you will be drawn to a path that works for your mind and soul. Okay, you must understand that usage. The mushroom trial is a trial dose, and then one large dose. This isn't a bliss out situation. You mischaracterize what they are doing. That isn't how they use it. All right. Well, listen. I know you're an advocate for that, Daniel. I mean, I can't take that away from you. I know you're an advocate for that, so you're going to defend that kind of thing. I said what I said. I just told you what my opinion is on that. Okay, and you're just going to have to respect that. We're going to have to agree to disagree on that. I know you're going to try to say I don't understand it, and I don't. I know what I think. I think I know what I know. Okay, but again, you're advocating for it, so you're going to make sure you're trying to, because you believe in it, you're going to defend it, and you're going to stick up for it, and you have to take away my understanding and my opinion in order to back your own up. All right, I know how it works. Okay, but I said what I said. All right, but Bliskin, this sounds superficial, but it's some physical exercise you enjoy. This helps with getting it out of your head. Also, productive manual labor is good. Hey, there you go. Start working out a little bit. Yeah, just take your mind off of things. Get a job. Yeah, get a job. Do some work. Hey, you're right to an extent, though. I'm going to say I agree with him, Justin. Listen, you have to get an honest job too. And now, listen, you were asking about work before, Blaskin. You were asking about a job. You said something about getting into the electrician business and things like that, right? Now, yeah, you have to do a job. You have to have a job that defines you. Something that not defines you, but something that you like to do. Something that you're talented in doing. And be good at it. Be good at it. You got to work for a living. That's part of who you are. I'm going to tell you something. Honestly, Me working for a living, some of my greatest introspective thoughts come when I'm doing my job. I mean, yeah, I am who I am, but some of my, through the course of my life, when I work, when I have my work and I'm doing my job, sometimes it gives me a chance to think, gives me a chance to introspect in my life as well. And it helps me out a lot. I'm not saying that it's meditative, but sometimes things happen. And just some of the lessons in life happen when you're doing your job. You're going to start relate, just the way things work, the way machinery works, the way you work in your life. You'll just start computing on how things relate to nature and in your life and how human nature works as well. You know what I mean? I don't really do weightlifting or anything though. I'm not super strong at all. Okay. Well, then you need to do some weightlifting there, son. Hey, do some push-ups there. You know, double in our faith, visit a mosque, check out Buddhism. It's not in faith. Um, it's not in faith follow, so I'm not good at directing in such things. All right. The kingdom of heaven is also within you. You know what I mean? Sometimes I think it's not in a mosque, it's not in a church, it's not always in a synagogue. Now listen, I think religion, I think it has its place. I think there are certain people, certain types of personalities that need that congregation. They need that togetherness. They need to hear a production and they need to hear words spoken. Now listen, there's certain types that are gravitate toward that, right? I think extroverted types, I think this is more geared toward the masses, to the church. Now, I remember being a kid, I used to go to a Catholic church, and I know that it's very glitzy. I think churches and I think synagogues, there's symbolics, there's statues. I know, especially in the Catholic teaching, is all about the symbolics. You see the crucifixion, you see the crucifix hanging up, the altar. They reenact the Last Supper. Of course, they try to keep it traditional to like the Roman times. I mean, you got to figure it's Roman Empire. It was the Roman Empire that adapted the original Catholic Church. It's almost like Rome saw that it was starting to decline as a nation, and they realized that, oh my gosh, we crucified the Lord. So they tried to, almost in the desperation, tried to adapt the Roman Catholic. They tried to adapt it back in, almost knowing that we bleeped up over here. We crucified the Lord. Now they see the ills of what they did, but knowing that that country was cursed in a sense, they changed, they altered the course of that nation, that empire. After that, they started declining. After that, somehow they figured it out. As a last desperation, they tried to cling. So they built Catholic around them. See, that just came. I don't know where that came from. I don't know where that came. I just know that I never said that before, but this is what the Roman Empire did. But my point is that they tried to use that to save their country. They tried to save their empire in a sense, but it was crumbling. It was dividing in a sense. It was too late, right? Now, there's nothing against the Roman Catholic Church. I think that it was based upon that. And they used to speak Latin. Latin was their main, their main communication for years, even up until I think the 1950s. Latin was like saved and preserved, even in like sometimes I think the Roman Empire, the Roman Catholic Church was the last preservation of Rome of Latin that was spoken, even up until mid 1900s. Okay, but my point is that I guess I rambled off a little bit. Extroverts, I think it's more of like congregation, gatherings of people into churches, synagogues. It's more of an extroverted thing. Some types need that. They need that kind of motivation. Okay, but now you have the internal spiritual. I think introverted, intuitive types. This is where it steers back to our type. Is that we're deeply introspective, and we have that whole church basically within our own consciousness. Not saying individually, I think we have this way of introspecting.
of looking within ourselves, and we can have a connection to our creator individually as well. All right. I mean, that's what they call spirituality. I mean, we have to sometimes understand the basis of what religion is, the basis of what certain things are, and just have a kind of a fundamental understanding of like what testifies within ourselves, within our heart, within our spirit. And we can derive ourselves as well. Okay. In spirituality. But basically you're going to find out something has been guiding you all along. You might just discover who's been guiding you right along the whole time. A lot of times, I mean, you get people that don't really believe in Christ. But there's everything's kind of points to that. Everything should point to that pinnacle of the crucifixion. That was the pinnacle of the changing of the world at that point. I really believe it. Okay, that moment that Jesus was crucified. It was like that was the new beginning. But I kind of rambled on a little bit, people. But basically, I made my point is to talk about how you don't always need a church. You don't always need that synagogue. You don't always need that structure. You just need to know that you follow something within your heart. Okay. Jesus even said the kingdom of heaven is within you. It really is. It's within you. Okay. Peace. Honey Rose. Facts. Foops. Fact 100%. You mean what I just said? That's it. Now, Foop, that's another name. That's a brand new name. Hello, Foop. Foop 6 is what we got there. I want to welcome you to the channel, to the INFJ Experience, that is. Okay. And we talk a little bit about everything. We don't always talk about religion and spirituality. Listen, I go there, but I also like to talk about psychology, personality types, self-help, self-motivation, a lot of different things. Okay, that's what this is all about. And anything that just basically that interests us as a whole, as an introverted, intuitive type. Okay, in particular the INFJ. Okay. Now listen, I've been told that there's not very many live broadcasts that have the MBTI type. Maybe they do it sometimes, but I try to come here as on a Saturday Night Live kind of thing, but I think it's catching on. I really do. So, and what happened? We got a comment here. What do we got here? Oh, I see. And dang proud. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. But anyway, so that's right. Honey Rose, time to head out. Maybe I'll catch up again another time. Honey Rose. I might need to get a job eventually. I kind of dread it though. LOL. Being an introvert, information seeking is why I left Christianity. I stopped adding up. Yeah. Well, yeah, because you started doing shrooms. Okay. That's why it stopped adding up to you. If you're taking magic mushrooms and you're scrambling up your brain, how you gonna focus on anything like that? Come on, man. Think about it. That's what shrooms are gonna do to you. What happened? Oh, did I? Oh, okay. But yeah, so we are. Let me see. How far along are we so far here? Okay, we got 12 watching. Yeah, it's over 2 hours so far. We've been here since 7 o'clock. Yeah. So if anybody has anything interesting they want to talk about, let me see. What do we got? I'm black, 40-plus-year-old with no criminal record. Okay. Hey, well, I'm white. I'm over 40 years old, and I've been arrested a couple times. I mean, I have been. I'm not going to go too much into detail. Nothing serious. I'm not a felon, just stupid stuff, A couple times when I was a kid. Hey, one time when I was about 18, 19 years old, this goes back to my old hometown. I'm going to talk about that, right? Me and a couple buddies of mine, it was wintertime. We went down to like this place in the hometown I was in, like I said. We went down, had a couple beers, a couple drinks, and we were just barely 20, 21 years old. Let me see. I was about 23, 22. So we were old enough to drink. But we went down, had some beer, and I had I was drinking like I think I drank some shots of Jack Daniels, and I drank some. I was drinking beer and stuff like that. So anyway, I got a little hammered. I got kind of drunk, you know, and so I seem to remember was wearing loose sweatpants, but I think I dropped my wallet. I was so drunk, I dropped my wallet on the floor. I went back in there looking for it, you know. And then I went up to where I was sitting at the bar, and I was all stumbly. And I asked there was a guy sitting next to me. I said, "Hey, did you happen to see a black wallet?" Because I looked around, I didn't see it, and I didn't like the way he like disregarded me, and I kind of threw him off the bar. And then they all started jumping on me. Like a little ruckus went on, you know, a little bit of a free for all. Anyway, make a long story short, you know, the cops showed up. My buddies came back in, and they said that they had to pull somebody off. They're like, "He sucker punched me," you know. He kind of reached over the pile. He clocked me one, and I had a big old black eye the next day, you know. So I get up anyway. I got PC'd that night, you know, protective custody. Cops just hauled me down to jail, threw me in jail. I didn't get arrested or anything. They just said, you know, sleep it off. That's what they used to, I don't know if they do that anymore. It used to be when you got drunk and disorderly. They never charged you before. Sometimes if you were just drunk and disorderly, they haul you off to jail. They'd throw you in there, let you sleep it off. And then when you woke up all hungover the next morning, they'd just say, "Are you all set? You good? You want to," you know, then they let you go. And that's what happened to me. So I staggered to work that very day. I was all hungover and everything. I knew I had to go to work next Saturday morning, you know, and I still staggered to work. And it was one of the worst things. I had a big old black eye, and I was all hungover, and I didn't eat much. And I went to work though, bottom line. So just some of the stupid stuff I did. Hey, needless to say, it taught me a lesson. I stopped drinking after that. I never drank hard liquor anymore. Jack Daniels with beer. No, I can't do that stuff. So I think that was one of the last times I drank. I drank hard booze. I'm not much of a drinker now, anyway. I'll have a couple beers at the bar, but I I decided I'm not going to drink Jack anymore. See, I had a rough life. I did stupid stuff. Well, anyway, see, you had to throw that out there that you don't have a criminal record, but that's what I mean. I got thrown in jail for that. Yeah. Oh, and I remember this too, right? As the cop is bringing me down there, the cop sitting in the back seat, and I was just getting all loud, and I was drunk and getting just getting loud. And a cop gets in my face and he says, "Shut up!" And he screamed it as loud as he could, like he got, 2 inches from my face, and he said, "Shut up!" And I looked at him and I said, "F you." And then I got louder. I says, "Now I ain't shut." Then I got actually more loud. And I just started, then I just started getting more angry. And then, but the funny thing is, after I did that, they were the ones that shut up, not me. Tom, I wonder if a lot of these random stupid comments are bots. Hey, look, I don't know if they're bots. I don't know. You mean like robots? I was thinking more like what do you call them? Trollers. I think they're actually people out there, but just trolls. Now, when you say bots, is that what they do? Do bots do stuff like that? You'd get dizzy off a shanty. You're a lightweight, mate. Lightweight, mate. Hey, Badiz, are you from the land down under? When you say mate, whenever I hear mate, I think, oh my gosh, either they're English or they're Australian. You from Aussie? We got a few of them we got a few from Aussie in this audience. Yeah. So you think I'm a lightweight, huh? Well, you know what? Hey, I was 20 something years old. I was at a bar. I had a few to drink, and I got Irish blood. Okay, yeah, go figure. I am. Everybody keeps asking if I'm Italian. No, I'm not Italian at all. I'm Irish. Everybody thinks I'm Italian though. I don't know. What is it, huh? I get that look about me like I could be Italian, right? Even though, look, my skin is fair. It's not that dark or anything. I got blue eyes. Maybe you don't see them, but I got like bluish eyes. Like hazel eyes almost. Usually the Italian look, they get the like more of a browner skin, olive skin, darker hair.
Not necessarily, but they also typically have dark eyes too, like brown eyes. You know, I guess not necessarily, but so we got here. We need to report the bots. I don't know if they're bots. I just know things are being said, and you say these are bots that are programmed to troll for sure. Oh, they're programmed to troll. So you got to tell me this stuff. I didn't know that. Are they actually? I thought there were people that were just trolling. You know, you get people troublemakers come in and they wisecrack or they just say stupid stuff. I figured it was just people trolling. You know what I mean? But Tom, I wonder if a lot of these are bots. How do you? I mean, what do I do? You just hit them every time and report them? I'm kind of ignoring them. They're out there. What are you gonna do? They're popping up. Uh, I worked. I work in IT professional. I'm academic. I'm a truth seeker. I just report them for harassment. Oh, all right. Is that what you do? Yeah, I mean, I see them out there. Listen, I think there's always a heckler in the crowd. You're gonna get them. I mean, I don't think it's. I think tonight's one of those nights. I think because I went vertical too. Again, when I go vertical, things happen. And again, this was a random thing. I wanted to actually do this on the webcam and the microphone. I had it all set, and then when I went to get everything going, for some reason it wouldn't let me do it after I established it earlier. So instead of me messing with it and wasting time, I just went back to the phone. You know what I mean? And I went vertical because I didn't want to lose you people because you were waiting. I had a time set. I had a time we were going live, and I didn't want to be too late. So, but I'm going to have to work on that. Again, I have a lot of bugs I got to work out, but I know this is my sure way of reaching an audience. This is a sure way to do it, right? What's your cool pin? Okay, I respect expertise greatly and the trials that are very scientific. I do advocate for usage of things. I also find the studies quite interesting. Some uh, they are out there. They're gonna do that the best sort of way. And like, okay, yeah, okay, yeah. So they keep popping up. Listen, they're not. I hope they. I know when you. I hopefully they're not offending you. Some of the things they say. I know. I hope they're. I hope we can look past that. I mean, I hope they're not. There's really no control I can have over what people are saying in some ways. I hope these bots and everything don't let them distract you. I'm trying to make sure that I see them, I laugh them off, and I just move past them. We still have the discussion going, but you have to know that who's serious, who's genuinely in this, and who's committed, and who's genuinely asking questions. I mean, because they're not all bots, We're not bots. I'm not saying everybody is. There's some of them are. Some are bots out there. I would call them more like trolls in that. But from what I understand, it's like they're programmed trolls in a sense, is what you're saying. They're just throwing things out there, like which is things. Again, I mean, this is stuff I never realized. Again, I'm kind of a babe in the. I'm kind of like a very experienced, knowledgeable man of the world. But I'm also a babe in the woods when it comes to this internet stuff too, if you can believe it. You want to talk about a paradox? You people know sometimes you teach me things about this whole internet thing. And again, it's like that's what it is. I think I'm a guy who survived his 61 years of his life, and I've had a hard life, but I'm still kind of, learning my way in this internet, this YouTube stuff. And you're talking about these bots. Yeah, that's new to me. So I want to thank you for helping me out though, people. So, but I mean, what do I do? I mean, am I supposed to hit these things and report each and every one? There could be 50 bots out here, It's like, what do I do, right? I mean, I'm trying to talk, trying to hold it all down. I can't focus on that. That's all. I work with others, but mostly alone at work, and I love it. Yeah, hey, you know what? Okay. Yeah, I get a little interrupted every now and then. Pretty kitty. Hi, cutie pie. Well, hello, cutie pie. Uh, love the filler. What filler? What filler are we talking about? I don't know. I don't think there is any fillers on here. Tell you the truth, this is just what you got. You mean filters? There's no filters. What you see is what you get. I'm I'm the real deal right here. I don't have anything filling in this thing or whatever. All right. Uh, uh, they are not offensive to me, but just want to put them out of that some so profile. They're not human. All right. I want to thank you for that, Justin. Justin, you know what? Again, this is stuff. I guess I'm a little naive to that. I just figured they were a bunch of, well, you go into like the boys' room in third grade and they write stuff on the wall in like magic marker, like Uncle, like Mrs. Costas has a big, what, she's got a smelly this or what, things like that they write on the wall, you know, like you get in junior high. I figure it's the same kind of thing. You know what I mean? That's that childish, immature human nature sometimes. I think that's what it was, you know? And I figured that's all it is. And all you can do is you go in there and you look at it, but what are you gonna do? It's like some things are written on the walls. These men's room walls are really disgusting and awful, but you got to just ignore them and know that they're just people that are, you know, they're not worth really investing into. You just kind of ignore it. That's all, right? Same thing, you know. Okay, how is that felt? Okay, Hidden Harp. I was extremely happy to be away from immature teenagers and teachers with hot breath and attitudes. Oh, you know what I'm talking about then. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But again, human nature just follows it. No, that's the same thing as that, right? That's what it is. You just write little graffiti on the boys' room wall, you know what I mean? Hey, now let me ask you something. Any of you ladies out there, from what I heard, women do stuff like that too. I know what a men's room is. I know sometimes you go in a certain men's room and they're all written, scribbled stuff, like that. Do women do that in the ladies' rooms too? Do they write little things, funny, disgusting things about men or draw like anatomies, you know what I'm saying, on their end? I'm just wondering. Ladies, do they do that too? I'm just curious. Women must do that. No, we don't. Never do that. Okay. I mean, that's it. You don't do that stuff. Okay. Free 764 members that have been arrested. What does that mean? The Crown V. Nope. Oh, you ladies don't do that stuff. Okay. Listen, personally, I don't do that. In certain men's room, you don't see that, but then there are certain other. It depends on where you are too. It depends on what bathroom you're in, where these things are written down. You know what I mean? 764 is a group. Oh, Tom, no, we bitch about each other. Okay, so women, you don't write on the ladies' room walls, but the guys do. Okay. Well, like I said, it's certain. Well, let me ask you this: is it certain bathrooms that ladies write stuff on the wall and certain don't? Because I know not every men's room is like that. It all depends on if it's a classy place, if it's dignified. No, that doesn't happen. But if it's low grade, kind of, divey, it depends. Then you'll see stuff like that. That's all. It depends on the place you're in as well. Tom, that's how I found out. A lot of them hated me. Oh, uh, oh, you mean like Tom? We bitch about each other. Oh yeah, no, I knew that. I listen. Occasionally, I watch Facebook, and if that's any indication, now that's one thing you got. Excuse me, not Facebook. I'm talking about TikTok. Yeah, if it was sometimes TikTok. I mean, you got these red pill channels do that all the time. They show these clips of ladies. Now women are full of that stuff on TikTok. They have those quick short videos, and you see them all like these creators take hundreds of these little tidbits of what women are saying about men, about women, about anything, right? And sometimes you can hear some of the stuff that being said, and you go like, I can't believe it. But the thing is about TikTok now, it's like it's almost like things that men always figured women had a certain way that they thought, you know, and we bring it up to them. Are you manipulative? Are you saying that? Are you playing games? And they never did. They, oh, no, I'm not, you know, and then they gaslight you. All of a sudden, TikTok rolls around. And then all of a sudden, we're able to see it's like, you know what? This is exactly what my intuition said that women will like all right along. And now they're here on TikTok saying it, blatantly saying that they had all this stuff going on in there the whole time. It's like, I knew it, but they'd never admit it. But TikTok has exposed that. So in a way, I gotta say, in a lot of ways, TikTok has opened our eyes into seeing the behind the scenes that we were right along. Okay, if you know what I'm talking about, right? Vamp, that's a great album. What are we talking? Christ is King. Tom in school bathrooms. They will talk about you. Yes, yeah, I get that. Thomas is how I found out a lot of them hate me. All right. Yeah, no, I know that. I was just using that as an example, saying all these bots we're talking about is that's the comparison. That's the same human immaturity, human nature that just carries on into like adult life, you know, little things like that, because the internet's full of that. You know, the text, the trolls, that's all that is. That's all that really is. All right. Some people are just very immature. They just do that stuff. They got nothing better to do than try to, you know, write on the wall. Genesis, that is true. I have to admit, I do like every album. What were we talking about? Albums? Oh, positive? Oh, okay. All right. We're talking about some album. I think Genesis, you were talking about that before. O positive or type O. I never actually heard of them. I think from you I did, so I can't say that. Oh yeah, see, here we go. Uh-oh. Oh yeah. That's true. Okay. Vamp, October Rust and Bloody Kisses in the first album. Oh, okay. All right. We're going to talk a little bit about all right. Yeah, I guess I can go into a little bit of a monologue. Can somebody steer me down another rabbit hole? That would help. You're not talking about number one and number two. All right. Somebody's writing that down there. Hey, just put number one and number two. All right. Good gosh. All right. I think maybe somebody's trying to make my point, you know? So, yeah, but I got to say that sometimes I feel like I'm at a strange point in my life, though. I mean, I think everything's starting to come together in some strange way, and I think a lot of it even has to do. Tell me about your first car. Oh, okay. Tell me about my first car. Okay, well, I don't know. There's not much to tell about it. It was a 1965 Plymouth Valiant that had a hole in the floor, and the brakes were bad. I was probably 18 years old when I bought it, and I thought it was significant because it was the year I was born. It was as old as me, and that thing was just barely ran, but it was my first car, and I ran that thing until I couldn't run it anymore. Okay. That's basically it. And I had a lot of like friends. We drive around. I made sure it had a nice stereo in it. We just drive around, listen to music, and you know, until I couldn't. Yeah. So it was a '65 Valiant. It was a red car. Hey, you remember that car that you ever see the movie Duel? It was Steven Spielberg's very first movie. The very first movie. Remember that guy? It was Dennis Weaver. It was the guy, and he had the car, right? And he was trying to drive somewhere, and he kept having that truck driver, right? If you remember, it was all about that dirty tanker truck that kept following him around the whole movie, terrorizing him, trying to push him into the railroad tracks, trying to push him into a train, trying to run him off the road. Remember that? Well, that car he had was it was like a mid-60s Dodge Dart, I believe. But that car, my Plymouth Valiant, I always thought it looked like my first car, you know, even though that was a Dart. And remember, it had the radiator hose let go toward the end of that, and that's what did him in. That was an interesting movie. That was Stephen King's very first movie. If anybody's never seen that, it's a very low budget. I think it's one of those movies that's like, I think it has a cult following because it's Spielberg's first movie.
And again, Spielberg was huge, but back then he had a low budget movie, very, very cheaply made. If you look at it, you can see he filmed it out in like, like the deserts in California, maybe Nevada, all those desert roads that go for like hundreds of miles. And he filmed it out there. And that's all just a lot of car chase stuff, And but that was basically the car I had, was that. All right. Well, anyway, I hope that answered your question. But yeah, but I still got good memories of that old car, even though it was an old beat up car I had. It really had a lot of issues going on. I bought it, but it still was my first beater car I had. But hey, I still had some fond memories of that. Harp, I hated school, so I was glad to get out. New struggles began shortly after. I drove a shiny Hyundai for a long time. Oh yeah, a Hyundai, yeah. Uh, I probably had some good stories. Mine was a 76 Impala. Hey, I had one of those too. My second car was a 76 Impala. Big boat car. It was probably the size of a Cadillac. Remember those old two-door sedans, right? It was a two-door sedan, but it was a boat. That thing probably only got 8 or 9 miles per gallon, and that's probably on the highway. I mean, but then again, we didn't care about gas mileage back then. That thing probably had a 40-gallon tank in the back, so we didn't really care. That thing would go, and gas was cheap. So, but I had one of those too. Funny. So at least if you drove around a 76 Impala, I'm saying you're probably around my age, maybe a little bit younger than me. You're probably definitely like an Xer, probably. I mean, I don't know exactly the age, but yeah. But in order to have remembered having a car like that, would had to have been so, right? Yeah. No, but I was going to talk a little bit about like some of the changes that I've had in my life too. All right. No, I'm not a millennial. I've got it from a retire. No, I'm a millennial. I got it from a retire. Oh, okay. All right. A millennial. Okay. All right. Yeah. See, I'm one of those Generation Xers. Yeah. I'm one of the oldest Gen Xers. Yeah. So I definitely grew up in that whole era where I was a latchkey kid. I literally had a key around my neck, well, on a chain, and I had my house key right there, and I wore it like a necklace. And when I got home at night, I'll go home alone. Exactly, I was that latchkey kid. Finds out, I thought I was the only one. It finds out that was common. It was all common that we had that key around our neck. Yeah, and we did that. Yeah, my brother is Gen X. Yeah, I ran wild all over the hills of Vermont. Oh, you're from Vermont, huh? Yeah. Okay. Hey, I'm in New Hampshire, by the way. Daniel Hertz. Oh, is that you're talking about? Oh, you're talking about mushrooms. Hey, there's a lot of cows up there. Hey, in derelict sightings, the poppies entwine with cattle tracks lying in wait for the next time. Hey, there's one for you. That's why you're talking about psilocybin and mushrooms. A lot of cow pastures up there. And that's where that stuff's growing in those cow fields, right? Some of those cow tracks. That's where you get the mushrooms out there. That makes sense now. You're from Vermont. Okay. That figures right there. Yeah, there you go. I pieced that together pretty well. Yeah, I've been to Vermont too. I mean, like I said, we're right next door. I'm in New Hampshire. New Hampshire, Vermont. These two states are like sister brother states. We're side by side. In fact, they even say Vermont is like an upside down New Hampshire. If you ever look at it on a map, you get the Connecticut River runs right in the middle and it divides the two states. And so one of them looks like a mirror image of the other. They kind of fit together. I mean, they're not exactly perfect, but they're close enough. So Vermont looks like an upside down New Hampshire, or vice versa, whatever you want to say. They look like they mirror each other in a way. So, yeah, but yeah, there's some parts of Vermont that are nice though. Yeah, uh, got God rest his soul, Pete Steele and Typo. Oh, we're talking about Typo over there, huh? Okay, Renwall. Yeah, uh, your intuition is off, man. I brought up topics the way people talk about the space mission. This is academic news, not my option, not my opinion. Oh, okay. Your intuition is off, man.
Well, I mean, you said you ran around in Vermont, and hey, I put together the things. You're telling me that, yeah, I know how Vermont is. There's a lot of farms up there, a lot of farmland up there, a lot of dairy up there in Vermont. Yeah, a lot of cheese up in Vermont. In fact, listen, Vermont actually has very good. There's a Cabot, what is it? Creameries up there in Cabot, Vermont. Matter of fact, Cabot is way up in northern part of Vermont. And yeah, they make cheese and stuff. In fact, yeah, I just know they have their own version of cheddar cheese, and they let that stuff age in some of their warehouses up there. So I figure any state that specializes in cheeses and things like that has a lot of dairy, which it's known for. So dairy is cows, and cows, let's say, make cow patties, and them cow patties is where the mushrooms are from. So I mean, my intuition ain't off. I mean, it's good enough to know that's where the shrooms are coming from. I'm not that dumb, you know what I mean? I mean, I was born at night. I just wasn't born last night, you know what I'm saying? So it sounds best. It's the second best cheese in Vermont. Yeah, next to Wisconsin. Yeah, you got Wisconsin's probably got the best cheese, but Vermont's probably a close second as far as cheese goes. All right. So no, I mean, I think I put that together pretty well. You know, you were talking about shrooms. You know, it's the second best. Yeah, no, you're right. I wouldn't say it's the best. I was just giving a little plug for that. Okay. I didn't want to overshadow Wisconsin or nothing like that, you know, or Vermont, you know. That's all. Okay, cruel, LOL. um, yeah, Jasper Hills is Vermont's best. Now you mean as far as the brand goes? I just threw Cabot out there, like Cabot Vermont is that brand only because that's the most commercially recognized brand that I see. I see Cabot Vermont. I see Cabot cheese, butter, um, all that stuff in supermarkets down here, even in Hampshire. I see Cabot products all over the place. Um, I don't know if they make yogurt. They might make yogurt too. I don't know. But Cabot's a huge creamery up there. And I just know they have all sorts of cheese, but their cheese, they make like a sharp cheddar, a super sharp cheddar or whatever. Oh, I love cheddar cheese. Who doesn't love this sharp cheddar cheese? You know what I mean? Yeah. But also, you got Ben and Jerry's ice cream up there in Burlington. Now, I know I've never toured there. I've never been up to, I've never been to the Ben and Jerry's. I just know it's in Burlington. And I mean, I've been there a couple times for business. I've had to go there for business, but I haven't really been there for, for like tourism or anything like that. Not too much, except when I went to see the eclipse. In fact, last last week I was talking about how I went up to the see the eclipse. Now it's funny you mention that. Have you ever heard of oh gosh, Enosburg Falls, Vermont? That's another town that is way up in northern Vermont. It's actually 5 miles, but maybe within 5 or 10 miles of the Canadian border. And Enosburg Falls is a little small farm town too. I mean, it's got its own town. But that was in the path of totality for the 2024 eclipse that came through the United States, and I had gone up there to see the path of totality, and I saw the full eclipse, the total eclipse up there in that town. But it was right dead center in the path of totality. So, making sauerkraut. I used a Vermont on a farm near there. Okay. Darn tough socks, official socks of the Army, made in Vermont, unconditional lifetime warranty. Is Cabot deck stain from Vermont? Oh, Cabot Dexter. Oh, Justin. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think Cabot deck stain. That's a good question though. I just know that they have a creamery up there because there's a Cabot, Vermont, and that's where their big, massive creamery is. He brought up Vermont. He said he was running the hills of Vermont. And being that I'm right next door to Vermont, I can't help but to say that I've been there. So I know a little bit about Vermont. That's all. Okay. I don't think it's the same though. Cabot stain. I mean, I could be wrong. I really could be, but I don't think so. You know, making sauerkraut. Hey, they also make very good maple syrup up there. That's another maple state. They got a lot of maple trees. Same thing with New Hampshire, Maine, all this whole Northeast. We got all the maple trees up here, and they make a lot of maple syrup up there in Vermont as well. I know. We're talking about Vermont all of a sudden, huh? Well, it's a little bit of geography. I mean, it's kind of close to where I am. I'm here in central New Hampshire. And I mean, this is a little state up here in the Northeast. I love it up here, though. I've been up here for 31 years. Yeah, I moved up here from Boston. So I grew up going into New Hampshire a lot, growing up in the Connecticut Valley. Okay, yeah, so I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. Listen, if you're from Vermont, you've probably been all through New Hampshire as well. I'm sure you did. Or maybe not all through it, but enough of it, Grew up in the Connecticut Valley, the Connecticut Valley River. Yeah, I mean that's right on the border. I mean that Connecticut Valley, like I said, that divides New Hampshire from Vermont. I mean that's the main divider right there. So you're in Vermont or New Hampshire when you cross that river. I mean every one of those bridges says "Welcome to either or." That's the divider right there. So okay, but so we're talking. So we just kind of ran off. There's a little bit of a rabbit hole that just led us down there, right? White mountains are prettier, and I don't like to admit it. Okay, white mountains are prettier and don't like to. What versus the Green Mountains of Vermont? I believe that's the Green Mountain State they call Vermont. Yeah, I know a little bit about that. They even call that. I mean, New Hampshire is called the Granite State because they get all that granite, but New Hampshire is called the Green Mountain State. And yeah, I know you get those green mountains out there, but the white mountains that's magic. There's something, I tell you, there's almost one time, I think it was a few years ago. It must have been, I don't know, maybe over like 10 years, maybe more than that. I was driving up the White Mountains. Okay. I was driving up to do a job. I think I was probably going up to, I mean, Bethlehem, New Hampshire, that is. Yeah, this is Bethlehem, New Hampshire. So I'm driving up and I'm going through the Franconia Notch. Now, Franconia Notch is like a massive, what it is, it's like, it's a massive gorge, massive gorge. And it was actually carved by the glaciers. And it actually, you could tell it took like probably 100,000 years where the glaciers came down and they pushed and they plowed out this whole massive gorge. So imagine a mountain that actually had been a glacier kind of pushed through a mountain itself. So you actually have an established mountain, and then you had a glacier kind of carve right through it and kind of push it in half. And it probably took thousands of years to do so. All right. And then, of course, it receded, and it probably took another 50, 60,000 years to recede those glaciers back, right? After it carved that whole big notch, And that's where the old man of the mountain was. They had this profile of the old man of the mountain up in there. But my point is that driving through there one time, I can't remember. Maybe I was being visited or something. It almost felt like, all of a sudden driving up through the White Mountains. I felt like these mountains were mine. Like they belonged to me. Somehow they were meant for me. Like they were somehow they. The way you think about it is when you're being visited, you understand that everything. The world is yours in a sense. Not literally that you own it and can have any property rights to it, but spiritually, internally, sometimes you can actually feel like the moment that you're seeing them, appreciating them, you're kind of one with them in a sense, one with nature, one with a surreal understanding of nature and God at that moment. You realize these mountains are yours. At the moment you're there to absorb them, drink them in. Yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of a strange introspective thing that goes through your mind sometime, That's all, right? So, all right. So we got, let me see. I'm trying to think of something here. What do we got here? Excuse me. I'm pushing buttons here. I'm trying to get a thing off my phone, but it won't leave. So don't mind me. Yeah, but what do we got here? James Coburn. What are we thinking about? There's Green Mountains Coffee, also made in Vermont. Oh, yeah, that's right. Green Mountains Coffee. That is from Vermont. That's what I'm talking about. Now they have it in your part of the world as well. So Green Mountains Coffee, I believe, is distributed probably nationally, just like Ben and Jerry's ice cream. You can find Ben and Jerry's ice cream probably everywhere. They have a national distribution of that as well. But yeah, that's right. Green Mountain. I didn't realize that. That's more than regional because I've seen Green Mountain Coffee. But yeah, that's a Vermont chain up there. So yeah, don't mind me. You're gonna see my face change a little bit. I was trying to push a couple buttons, trying to get rid of something, and it looks like it was changing the whole hue of the highlight there, but I got rid of it. Um, we got Green Mountains Coffee in the southeast. Yeah, I can imagine so. I can imagine you do. So, James Coburn, what does that have to do with anything? Who are we talking about James Coburn for? He was an actor, right? Yeah. Okay. Yes, I love the mountains, but New Hampshire has pretty mountains. The Kangamangas Highway is amazing. Yes, yes, very much so. Yeah, yeah. I've been down the Kangamangas Highway a couple times. I wiped out my motorcycle. I wiped my motorcycle out in the Kangamangas, and it was after midnight on a night ride I was taking. I think I told that story once, but I wiped out, and luckily I was wearing a helmet. I would have died up there. I would have died on the Kangamangas. Luckily, I was wearing my helmet. Yeah, that goes back. Oh gosh, that was over 20 years ago. That was back probably, we're talking about 20, 28, 27 years ago. Probably back in the late 1990s, I did that. Um, yeah, I got rid of my bike, not because of that. The bike didn't have much appeal. I was still trying to find myself, trying to figure out who I was. And again, I went down that whole, midlife crisis thing where you try to start looking for things. Now, I've told you before, sometimes we authenticate. We try to find ourselves. And Carl Jung talked about that authentication, about finding your authentic self. But I did have a video called basically that is that sometimes people go through midlife crises. Excuse me. And we go through midlife crises sometimes too, where we reach a certain age in our life and all of a sudden things start getting boring. We want to change. There's something awakens inside our heart, inside our spirit. And sometimes we want to change. We think we're getting old, and maybe we try to revert back. We try to change ourselves. Now, I think that midlife crises are just that. It's a way of our authenticating. It's people trying to authenticate, but they're not doing it introspectively. I think true, authentic, and um, individualization happens when people face themselves and they do it internally. It's spiritual. It's supposed to be a spiritual manifestation when we go through our change, our authentication. But you have a lot of people that take this and they start doing it in a extroverted sensing way. They start, let's say, they want to spend their money. They start traveling. Maybe they take trips. They start spending their money, buying motorcycles, buying their souped up sports cars, maybe getting their vintage muscle cars, whatever it might be. And these usually men do this. Men and women have midlife crises. But usually it's about spending money and it's about doing things out of their nature. And then sometimes it's like you think that they're trying to recapture their youth. It's called recapturing their youth in some way because you feel like you're trying to be a teenager again. You want your bike, you want your motorcycle, you want your car, you want to skydive. You're trying to stimulate those senses. You're trying to do something to change, like something's a void in you. Yeah, there's a void that's calling you. Now, Carl Jung did say that this was one of the sideways events that people do when we are authenticating, is that most people have these midlife crises and they do them externally. Now, not to say it's wrong, but it kind of is redirecting your spirit. You're not doing it by introspective. You're not doing it through the change within yourself. You're doing it externally by reaching for stimulation. Again, like we had talked before, we were talking earlier about manufacturing happinesses, about creating stimulation in order to manufacture it where it's an illusion. Like we were talking with somebody earlier who recognized this,
That's exactly what I think midlife crises are. But that I deferred a little bit. But I did do that. I ended up getting a motorcycle. I think I was in my maybe my mid 30s, late 30s. And but I did. I got a motorcycle, but I ended up taking a night ride, like Memorial Day weekend. I think it was Sunday night, and I ended up on the Kangamangas Highway, right, driving my Harley Davidson. I had a Harley at the time, and I for some reason I don't really remember it because I hit my head, but I went off the road, off the shoulder. I tried to pull back on, and the next thing I remember was waking up on the side of a almost like next to a rock, giant rock, and my bike was still on, like the lights were on, but it wasn't running, and I didn't even know how long I was out. But luckily, I had a helmet. But the helmet I had on had a big, massive scuff. Like if I wasn't wearing a helmet, I would have ripped my head off. I would have died. I would have been dead up there. So that's bottom line. But yeah. But anyway, so I did do that. I did end up getting that. But I think, well, like I said, I steered into the whole authenticating thing, about that. But that did steer me to another thing about talking about that, about being sidetracked into our midlife crisis is deferring them into thinking that we're changing in life, but in reality, we're reaching our own authentication, but we're doing it sideways in a sense. We're doing it externally because the thing is, it's a painful journey when you authenticate. As Carl Jung said, I mean, it's a painful journey. When you start authenticating, you have to face yourself. You're trying to face your internal clock. Let's say your ego wants to die. You want to find your authentic self you were created to be, that true God code that you were intended to be. But all this conditioning and all this extroverted, let's say, indoctrinated life patterns that we had is entrenched in us. And of course, we have culture and society tries to encourage us that when we feel those empty, vapid, lonely things, that you're getting bored. So just do it this way. Get your car, travel, have affairs, whatever it might be. People all of a sudden, doesn't that start happening? Happily married couples could be married for 20, 25 years. They've raised their families. Now they get into their late 40s, early 50s, whatever it might be, whatever time they start authenticating. All of a sudden, they have affairs. Whether it be the man or the woman, they have affairs on each other. And all of a sudden, they were faithful for years. But something started calling them. They think maybe an affair, having a fling with somebody else is going to fill them. This is where people take out their authentications. And also because it's painful, because we start awakening, because pain starts entering our heart, because that's what it has to do. Our pain, well, the pain of our soul, the pain of our spirit has to kind of kill our ego in a sense. That's true authentication. But we take it in a different path, is what I'm saying. Now, being that we're introverted intuitives, being that we're INFJs, typically we spent most of our life, having a painful, very let's just say we're trying to discover us. I mean, that's part of who we are as INFJs. Part of our life is trying to discover who we are because we've had a very, very discouraging, painful life. And again, I've talked about that. A very confusing life. So we, as much as we can, we'll try to step by step, incrementally, try to figure ourselves out. Okay. We go into our isolation zones. Let's say we get these moments in our life where we're betrayed, where we're hurt, where something happens, maybe a breakup, something happens that devastates us. What do? We self-isolate. We do this over and over in our life, and we disappear. We go for days, weeks at a time even. And maybe in these times we're self-isolated. What do? We introspect. And this part, now the tears are flow. We may be in the comfort of our own home, but tears may flow. But we're trying to find ourselves, whether we know it or not. This is part of our authentication. But then we come out of it, we go back to our old way. So we're already on that path. Most of the time, INFJs, this is our life. This is our life to introspect. But that's basically what we got going on, is the fact that usually what's going to happen is if you have an introspective heart, if you have a proclivity towards spirituality, these things, these external guides, they, jumping on a motorcycle like I did, maybe buying a whole bunch of guns and thinking that you're going to go hunting, whatever it might be, is going to be your answer. Spending money, going to Brazil, going wherever. You're going to find out that these things will run out eventually. You start running out of all these options. So what do? When nothing else is going to gratify you, you have no choice but to go internally and start introspecting and start suffering and having, because nothing is there to fill you. Now, usually these are people with spiritual proclivities that are going to go this way. And typically this is what INFJs do. And when we self-authenticate, when we start awakening, it's our way of facing ourselves, facing our inner demons in a sense, so that we gravitate toward our spiritual authentication in a sense. Yeah. And I don't know what I'm not sure if I had a point here, people, but a lot of times this is what I try to steer people into. INFJs have a tendency to do this, but if anybody is going through this, understand that this is normal. That vapid pain that you have in your heart, their soul being like basically sucked out of you in a sense, to where you don't even recognize yourself anymore, is all normal. Okay, it is part of your development. This is the ego dying. This is you changing. This is you shedding your skin in a sense. I mean, gosh, you get a snake that grows out of its snake skin every so many months or whatever. It has to peel off that snake skin because it's uncomfortable. This is what you're doing. This is part of you changing. It's to get that skin off. But we do it internally. We don't do this physically. It's a internal change. It's a spiritual change. It's a metamorphosis that we have internally. But it's all part of our development. But if you face this right, your true authentic self will come out. You'll discover who you were meant to be. And when you do, you'll find peace. Ultimately, you'll find peace. Conflict goes away. Your mind gets way less chaotic. And you start finding your true self. Yeah, okay. I said quite a bit. Okay. Now, what do we got here? I rambled on a bit. Okay, a bunch of messages were retracted. Okay, John Voight, is that you? Who you mean? Oh, is that John Voight, the actor? You're talking about? Oh, I know you're talking about. Is that who I look like? I fart in your general direction. Your mother was a hamster and your father smoked. Oh, all right. Oh, that must have been a bot right there, huh? Somebody's quoting Monty Python over here, huh? Okay. You an actor? Comments deleted. I don't think that has much self-awareness. Impressive. Hey, the loonies are back. Hello, crazy Nicole. And slow boy. Hey, there's been a bunch of messages were retracted over there. I wonder if YouTube does that. Can anybody answer that? Does YouTube actually do that? Or is that the people that are making the comment that retract their messages? Are some of these things so vile and so, let's say, improper that they have to retract them? Like they defy the standards of YouTube. Maybe that's what happens. Maybe there's certain YouTube algorithm, or actually bots in itself, take away certain comments that are controversial or hate-filled or whatever. I think they do that. I'm only saying because there's a bunch of messages got taken down. They must have been bad. That's all I can say, right? Must have been bad enough, right? No, we can retract messages. Okay, that's right. A couple of goobers were trolling is all. Okay. Hey, like I said, were they the bots we're talking about? Must have been something like that, right? Yeah, we got the bots going. This is one of those nights. It must be a full moon tonight. I mean, it feels like a full moon night. Actually, I mean, I'm okay with that. I mean, there's a lot of people filing in here, and this is like this is a very good, as far as like just a, there's a lot of people taking interest in this, So a lot of people keep asking me if I'm an actor. Are you an actor? Oh, okay. But delete it. I don't know. I guess, you know what? I don't know. I just, if I'm an actor, I tell you what, you know what? The thing is that, all those actors, the ones on Hollywood, you know what I'm saying? All these ones, they're actually just pretending to be me. That's what that is. Okay. So I'm the real deal. How you like that, huh? I'm only kidding, people. I couldn't help myself again. You know what I mean? They're just trying to be me. All right. They're the ones acting out this guy. I'm kidding. I'm not that self-absorbed. People, please take that for what it is. I'm just answering your question. I'm being funny, okay? Next full moon is in May 1st. Okay. But the next full moon is May 3rd. Oh, okay. So we're not even near a full moon. Hey, actually, I did. I remember. You're right, because now that I think of it, it was about a week or two ago I saw full moon. And it was one of those ones that when it rises, it's low to the horizon. It's like magnified. It looks bigger than it is. It's all orange and it's full, but it looks bigger. It was one of those earlier. I do remember seeing that. Something about the atmosphere. When you look at that moon through an atmosphere, it actually, because you're seeing it through all that, like the haze and the atmosphere, the water, whatever it is, when you're seeing it through that, it acts as a lens, like a natural magnification in a sense, and it makes the Earth look bigger. I mean, excuse me, the moon. It's like it's an illusion. It is being magnified through the atmospheric scope, whatever you want to call it. It's kind of something else. Really is. Really is. Yes, Flowers moon was May 1st. Oh, okay. Yeah, the Flowers moon. Okay. Yeah, there you go. But the next full moon is on the 31st. All right. Yeah, when's the last time we had a full moon on Friday the 13th, huh? Genesis. Yes, it was the flower moon. Oh, they called that the Flowers moon. Hey, they had a wolf moon. I believe I saw that on my calendar. There's a certain moon in a certain month, I believe, the wolf moon. And I think it was last month in April, I believe. Yeah, what do you think of that? The wolf's moon. Yeah. Well, go figure, wolves howl at the moon, you know what I mean? I mean, it makes sense, right? So that's it, January. Okay, maybe that was it. Thank you. I couldn't remember what month it was. I said last month. You got April is pink moon. Oh, hey, you know your moons, right? Yeah, yeah. Hey, so tell me. What month is the Keith moon? Like, I don't know where this stuff comes from, Hey, who can tell me that? Hey, how about that, huh? Who knows the answer to that question? Hey, maybe Tommy knows, huh? See, I don't know. This is just, I'm making this stuff up, people. I don't know. July is Keith Moon. Yeah. All right, man. Hey, maybe that was the month that he passed away. Yeah, he was a great drummer though. He had that certain, he was unique. In fact, he influenced a lot of drummers after him. In particular, like Neil Peart of Rush. Yeah, he influenced a lot of different drummers beyond him. He really did. Signifies spring, representing abundance and fertility and flower blooms. Oh, okay. All right. There you go. And which moon was that? The one we get now? The new one, huh? Yeah. So. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, currently. Okay. Now, people, if you don't mind, I need to stand up a little bit and I need to take a walk and use the facilities, if it's okay with you. But I promise I'll be back. Okay. I'll be back as quick as I can.
And I don't know why I'm even talking like this. I'm just talking like this. Okay. I'll be right back, people. All right. Hello again, people. How are you? Back in the saddle again, as they say in Aerosmith. I'm back in the saddle again. I'm back. Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself again. So yes. So anybody who may have just joined this broadcast, hello, welcome, and welcome aboard. This is Tom Omega, and this is the INFJ Experience, and this is getting to be a weekly what you call live broadcast here, people. Yeah, and I look forward to doing these, and yeah, so hopefully anybody that's still remaining, if you're here, I definitely want to thank you for remaining as well. Sun has a daily cycle with the moon, has a monthly one as well. Okay, so we got 9 watching. So far, I'll tell you, as it's been so far, though, it's been a good night, though. It really has been. Hello there. We have a new name. I want to check this out here. Tobra Mac Kali. Oh my gosh, Maca Chinchillas. How about I call you Toebra? I'm gonna call you yeah, I gotta shorten that name. Hello there. I'm just gonna say. Oh wait, you're writing something in what kind of language is that? Gosh, that looks like. Oh my God, you're writing a language I have no idea. I didn't even see that until I'm sorry, I can't read that. If you can translate that into English, I would be much obliged. Yeah, unfortunately, we are in the English speaking world here. Okay, but I'm not even sure what that is. It looks like German almost. Either that, I can't even tell if what that was written. Genesis is deed, that is correct. Okay. Why would somebody print something like that? Something in a different language? I'm not sure. Well, that's okay. Yeah. So anyway, people, if you're new to the channel, yes, we basically we basically talk about personality types here. We like to talk psychology. Like to talk a little bit about self-help and self-discovery, self-awareness, and just things that pertain to our strife in life, let's just say. I mean, you got to figure too, people. Especially as introverted intuitives. I mean, our life can get pretty confusing at times, especially NFJs. So there are times in our life where we get to be, we get moments of sadness, confusion, depression, anxiety, and a lot of times we try to find answers. We try to find solutions to our confusion. All right. Now, listen. Throughout history, when this happens, a lot of times what happens is through human nature, when we get down, when we get out, when we get confused, a lot of times we turn to things. Some people turn to narcotics, turn to drugs, turn to alcohol, turn to things to alter their mood, their mind, their chemistry. They turn to things to forget about their life. Okay, what do you think alcohol is? And these are a lot of times what happen. Okay, because people don't want to face the pain in their life. They might be lonely, they might be sad, confused, a heartbreak, and sometimes the pain of facing our loneliness, the pain of facing things internally is devastating. Okay, so what do? People turn to escapes, and they turn to things to forget about it, right? And of course, now we have a society also that prescribes us medication to do just that. They give us things to alter our brain, to alter our body chemistries and our mind chemistries in order to forget as well. Now, these seem to be things that just, are temporary fixes. All they're doing is just making you forget about things without facing them. So the problem never goes away. It just makes you temporarily forget about them. But there are other solutions, people. Um, in order to build a strong-minded foundation, a strong internal being as you are, certain things have to be faced in life. We have to face things head on sometimes within ourselves. And when you do that, it's more enriching and more satisfying. Sometimes things may be painful inside, but there are certain lessons, life lessons that have to be learned by just facing them. Okay. The old saying is a matador can only be a matador when he faces the bull. Okay. If you don't face the bull, how are you going to learn to be the matador? So I guess a lot of times through our life, that's what it is. Life deals us the bull, and sometimes it comes from hardship in life. It comes from internal strife. But when we solve these problems by escaping into these pleasures, these distractions, we're only abusing our body, and we're only temporarily forgetting them. Okay, but I think the bottom line is we have to develop a point in our life where we're strong enough to face certain things. But the more you do that, the more internally you develop your spirit. You make your spirit stronger. You make your mind stronger, sharper, more resilient. And when these things happen again, you have experience from them. Because when you're taking drugs and alcohol, you're actually weakening your spirit. You're becoming weaker. Yeah, not only is your body being abused, your mind and your spirit become weaker when you do that. But over the course of time, I mean, eventually people don't even live very long. They die vicious, with vicious ailments because they abuse their body. These aren't the answers. I guess my point is that's what a lot of what this channel is just finding ways that we can face our problems, being strong enough, know that we have to be strong-minded people, that we handle our truths within ourselves, and that we handle our stresses internally, and not to do these things. Okay. Hi everyone. Hey, Ray is back. I'm back. How's it going? Hey, Ray, you were here early on, Frog Pond School, that is, Ray. You were here back when we first started the broadcast, and you must have took off for a little bit. Now you're back. And I've been here the whole time. I've actually been here the whole time. Are aliens real? Oh my gosh. Are aliens real? Okay.
You must think I'm Art Bell over here. George Norrie. Aliens are real. Yeah, that's right. They drop down from the sky. And if anybody's seen an extraterrestrial, call west of the Rockies and we'll talk about it. We have John from east of the Rockies. Are aliens real? Wow. Uh, Listen, I don't know. Okay, that's my worst George Norrie impression I could. Oh, was that Art Bell? I can't remember. Yeah, he's got that surreal voice. You know what I mean? Gosh, this is not quite the alien thing. Listen, I tell you what. When aliens finally want to come out of the woodwork and show us that they're real, and when they want to drop out of the sky, I'll believe it. Listen, is it possible? Yeah, as vast as the universe is, as vast as infinity as the universe is, there is possibility of extraterrestrial life on other planets. Yeah, we're just one little speck out here, a microcosm in the infinite scope of the universe. And for me to think we're all alone would be rather narrow-minded. So the possibility, I absolutely believe in the possibility, but also my tangible side says I need proof. That's my introverted thinking side is very strong on me. I like proof. I like to know things. I mean, I have a part of me that sees things in my introverted intuition. I can see depths of what possibilities, but also I want to see actual proof of things as well. So until they're ready to let us see what happened up here in Area 57, or is it 51? What's the one up there in Roswell? Is it 51 or 57? Oh, wait, no, it's Heinz 57. It's 51 area zone. That's it. I got that confused with ketchup over there. You know what I'm saying? I'm just kidding. No, aliens, no, I'm not really much of an alien. I'm just talking aliens because somebody has to question, are they real? I mean, come on, man. Again, I'm the guy that will not rule it out. But the thing is, until they actually start making it proven, when they actually start making it for real, then I'll start talking about it. You know what I mean? Till then, it's, there's speculation. Tom, it's Area 51. No, I knew that. I said 57 only because of Heinz 57. You know the ketchup? Or is it the steak sauce? They called it 57. I got confused with that one over there. No, Novus. Yeah, no, okay. So aliens. But as far as do INFJs believe in aliens? I suppose they could. I suppose they could believe in aliens. I mean, again, I'm kind of like I said. I'm very much. I need proof. I want to see things. All right. I mean, is there Bigfoot? Is there a Loch Ness monster? Sure, very possible. I hear people saying they get these blurry photos of Bigfoot. You see them all the time. These little videos of Bigfoot walking. Now, come on. If that's your only evidence you got, it's easy to throw somebody on there. Maybe somebody's really tall, put on a hairy suit and walk through and stage all that, and then call it evidence. And they're always blurry. They're never anything. Now, here's what gets me. If these things are real and they get a Bigfoot and they think they see a Bigfoot walk, wouldn't you think they'd run over there and try to see if he rubbed up against a tree, left some of the hair? Come on, he's like full of hair. You'd think by now he would have shed a couple times. They would have found a hair sample out there in the woods that was unidentifiable by anything or anybody else. They could prove it, but no, they can't find even one shred of DNA that Bigfoot exists, except for these blurry, distant photographs. Not even a skeletal remain, no hide, no artifacts, just blurry pictures that could easily be staged. Okay? Again, I want proof. I don't believe any of the hoopla. You show me DNA, you show me a skeleton, you show me an actual living specimen of these things, and then, okay, now we'll have the conversation. Okay? That's where I stand on that. So I guess I have to say that as much as deep as my mind goes, when it comes down to like rooted in the world, I still want proof. Okay? I guess that's my paradoxical mind, for as deep as I am spiritually and how much as I see the God code. But when it comes to stuff like that, I want proof. You show me the evidence right here, okay? You show me the DNA where it came from. Now I'll believe it.
I believe we need some proof of some kind. Exactly. But then again, there's some just can't explain that human eyes just can lie. Well, yeah, I mean, human eyes can just lie. Hey, I've even heard too that they try to say, well, the Native American Indians have been seeing Bigfoot, and they've had legends of Bigfoot too. Yeah, but you know what? They were also human beings too. The same human beings that call them say they see him out here. Really. So, you know, as if somehow because they saw Bigfoot or they think they saw him, and there's legends of that somehow that makes it all the better. Yeah, but who knows? Maybe they are on one of their peyote, rituals that they were doing out in the the deserts, and they thought they saw something when they were under the influence of their let's say their mushrooms. Are you don't think they were doing that stuff? Of course, the Indians are doing that stuff too. That sends their credibility right away where they start hallucinating that stuff. Again, no proof, no evidence. So if you want to have the discussion about that, no, I have to say again, I don't just believe things at face value. I just don't. I need proof. All right. But then people say, well, how can you believe in God? See, this is a whole other discussion. Well, if you don't believe in Bigfoot, how could you believe in God? You can't see God. You can't see, he's not there. You know, I mean, that could be a discussion made too. How could you believe in your spirit? Believe that, you know, that's what comes to the mystery of faith. All I can say is that at some point in your life, when you start becoming aware, when you start authenticating, when your spirit isn't heightened, you know that at some point your consciousness itself, just the fact that you are conscious, your awareness of where you are in your world becomes faith. That's what faith is. Faith is just knowing. Somehow your whole allegiance, your whole way of seeing things changes. And even though you don't see literally God, you don't see his physical form. I don't think he's just physically a form. He is. He's all. I mean, we're a manifestation of who he is, basically. I mean, we were created in the image of God. We have the mind of God. We have the compassion of God. He gave us all his attributes, but he didn't make us God. We can never be God. All we can do is acknowledge. All we can do is comprehend. All we can do is have that same level of basically seeing his majesty and actually using the technology of the majesty that he gives us in order to create things here on earth. And that's where all of our inventions come from. You think all these guys that tinker in their garage and they put together these motors, these gas combustion engines. You had Thomas Edison. He made all his inventions by tinkering around in his garage. He never went to college. He just had common sense. He tinkered, but he also had a certain code that he had. He had things within him that he was born to know. And I think a lot of these inventors do just that. I talk about the code and just having an ability to use your ingenuity, your mind, your creation in your mind, and just understanding the physics, understanding the world and technology around us is a way of translating them and putting them into action and making these machinery that emulates basically the nature that it is a reflection of, which it was given us to by the code, as you might want to say. I know I just got a little deep there. I did get a little deep, but all right. I guess I kind of steered that in from, but my point is people might give you that answer. How can you believe in God if you can't believe in anything like that? If you need proof, well, where's your proof of God? Well, that's where faith comes in, and that has to be revealed to you through your prayer, through your meditation, and through your suffering through your life. Eventually, you'll see God. Blessed are those who are pure of heart, for they shall see God. It depends on the purity. And then he reveals himself to you through faith. Okay? I think that's a whole different subject there. He's not meant to be seen in a physical, tangible. It's definitely internal and spiritual. Ha ha. What are we laughing about? The dolphins see us as aliens. Oh, the dolphin. Okay. I guess you could say that the dolphins see us as aliens. Maybe they just see us as people, as human beings. Sometimes I think that, does everything see us? Do they recognize us as human beings? I mean, do they feel that? I mean, I don't know. Do they? I mean, dolphins are very intelligent. Supposedly, dolphins are like they say their level of intelligence is outstanding. In fact, what are they? One of the most intelligent beings. Not beings. Excuse me. Animals. As far as just like, but the thing is, not only that. Now you can make the argument that there's certain birds. Like I've even heard that ravens, crows, like what is it? What's even octopuses? Like there's certain animals that are very smart. I mean, as far as figuring things out, as far as just like cracking codes, gathering things, like But dolphins are intelligent, but they also have a level of empathy too. They're like compassionate. They have a level of like they're intelligent, but they're like feelers in a sense. Yeah. They have that FE in a sense. Yeah. They're deeper than just intelligent. They're like compassion intelligent, where I don't know if it's that I think animals in a way are empathic. Does anybody understand? Can anybody tell me that animals, like you can have a dog that can empathize with you. You can have a pet dog that will know when you're sad, and he might come up to you and he'll sit on your lap knowing like you're feeling down. He can sense that. So animals have a level of like empathy in a way. So it is true. I think you can kind of see it in your pets. They know when you're feeling down, and they'll come up and they'll comfort you. And I think dolphins are kind of like that. So they're intelligent, but they have that level. But do they see us as aliens? They see us as different from them. I'm thinking, I don't know. So we have 9 people watching right now. Oh yeah, it's getting a little late. It is not. It is 11:15 here in the Eastern Coast. I don't know what 11:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Cats sense too. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Vamp. Cats and dogs are empathetic. Cats, I probably should have said cats too. But that's one of the reasons why they make great pets, is because of the fact that they are very, very empathic, and they seem to they're there to, yeah, bring us comfort when we need them. They do make excellent. In fact, in a way, they're more genuine than people are. I mean, people can stroke you, just do it just to put on the performance. You know what I mean? But cats and dogs are doing it for real. Like they're that loyal, especially the dog. A dog, maybe. Buckeyes, why are you so majestic? Why am I so majestic? Hello, Bucky Eyes. Bucky Eyes 2. Why am I so majestic? I don't know. It's just the way I am, the way I like to talk about things. I think that's part of what this channel's all about. I mean, it's the way I see things. It's the way my mind works. I think I just see things a certain way. I like to think I see things deeper than they really are. I guess that's part of the whole introverted intuitive mind. Now, maybe that's just me being myself. That's just what this is. And where are you from, sir? Where are you from? I'm from what do you got here? Sovereign VT? Sovereign YT. Where are you from, sir? Oh, were you the one that had that message written in another language? I'm from New Hampshire in the United States of America. I'm from, New Hampshire. Where are you from, sir? I'm going to call you. I think you had a message that you had written in another language. I couldn't read your message. It was something from, I don't even know where it was from. I thought maybe German, but I don't think it was German. I didn't recognize the language it was written in. I mean, you were using conventional consonants. You weren't using like lines and dashes and like anything like Middle Eastern. So I'm going to say probably Germany. Nay. That was my first message, dude. That was German then. Okay. I figured it was something to do with the Germanic language. I mean, you were using the same continents that English uses and that most of the Latin America uses. I figured it was something in like the Europe or or something like that. So that was Germany. Okay, so that I was right. Then that was German, but I didn't understand the message. Um, no, but I do remember that. I was trying to read your message. In fact, no, wait, that's not you. That was somebody else. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Excuse me. That was somebody completely different. I thought that was the same continents that were being used, but I'm wrong. Okay, so so you're from Germany though. No, Germany. This is hello, what's goods there means hello. How are you? Hallo, wie geht's there? How was that? I bet you my accent was really a tremendous right there, trying to speak German. But do you? But I mean, gosh, English is a Germanic language. I mean, it's a derivative of Germany. Also, it has 33% mixture of Latin as well. So it's kind of a hybrid. Believe it or not, English language is a hybrid of several different languages, like linguistics. And yeah, good, understandable, really, just from reading it like that, huh? Well, thank you. Or should say, danke. How about that, huh? I do believe there's a little German for that too, huh? Danke. There you go. Hey, I played Medal of Honor, so I learned a little bit of German lingo from just, because if you ever played Medal of Honor, it's about a World War II simulation. I used to play that about 20 years ago. And sometimes, the Germans in charge of it and be like, and he'd be saying something in German, before you had to shoot him, you know what I mean? So they always were. So I picked up a little German in there, you know what I mean? If you can believe it. Huh? Go figure, huh? Yeah, good understandability. Oh, good. So I'm actually a little understandable. Hey, well, there you go. So Medal of Honor helped a little bit then, huh? Oh, I've only got 7 people. Well, that's okay. So what can I? So let me call you. What can I call you? Sylvan. Sylvan. I'm trying. Sylvan. YT. What's on your mind today? Do you have any questions? Now, what led you to this channel? Are you INFJ personality type? Are you introverted intuitive, or are you just you're kind of curious about what we're talking about? Scooter Spotter. Hey, mustache. Well, thank you. I thanks a lot. I tried something a little different today. You know what I mean? That's all. Okay. Just supporting small channels. Okay. Well, you know what? I am still a small channel. You're right about that. I mean, I'm not like any of these big giant channels, these big massive ones. I mean, hey, I don't know. I'm still kind of growing here. I've been doing this for almost a year now. I'm just about a year into it. And I do the lives on Saturday night. And usually the lives are getting pretty popular. And, I like to be out here too. I mean, as far as, like I said, I mean, I cover certain categories. I like to have certain topics that I like to talk about. So, but in particular, our type personality. But I'll talk about other things too. Things that are interesting, things that we can find in common ground. It's fun. Why not? What's your topic? What's your topics? Okay. Uh, well, topics, like I said, I mean, like typically, fundamentally, the topics is our personality type. The INFJ personality. It's introverted, intuitive, thinking, judging. It's part of the 16 Myers-Briggs personality types. Other introverted, intuitive, but I mean that's mainly what my channel is. When I do when I do my videos, it's a lot of it has to do with just that type. That's all. Just understanding our personality type because INFJs have a tendency to have a very complex, um, elaborate type of mind and personality and stuff like that. And so usually they got a hard life, and so INFJs, being that they are, sometimes you need channels like this to understand that you're not alone because it's a very rare personality type. Very rare. In fact, there's only 1 to 2% of the world population are this type personality. So being that it's so rare, it's good to know that you have others with this personality, that finally you understand somebody that thinks like you, because most of the time in our life we don't know anybody else that does think like us. We feel alone in this world so many times. In fact, INFJs, they're very introverted, and sometimes they feel alone a lot in their life. They feel very isolated. In fact, they can get isolated amongst other people. They can be in a they can be a crowded room with other people and still feel very isolated, still feel very alone, even around other people. And that's one of the loneliest feelings there is, because of the fact that we think so different, because we're so rare. And before we even understand who we are, especially when we don't really know our type, when we're oblivious to it, like most of us spend most of our life not even knowing what the MBTI type is. This is what I'm talking basically about my life as well. I spent most of my life trying to figure out my life, myself, and knowing I was different than a lot of people, knowing I was not the same as a lot of people. Okay, and so I think this channel in particular, is a place for INFJs to go, like people that are trying to discover and understand their type, understand their personality, and understand the complexity of their personality, especially. So they have a place to go where they can interact with other INFJs, and know that, let's say I say something and they can testify to it, and they know somebody else is on the same page with them. It's a rare understanding, but it's a place to go where you don't feel so alone anymore, because now you found people that are like you. Okay, basically that's what it is, because this particular one is the rarest one. Okay, personality educations in a way. What's special in that personality type? How can you identify that? Well, again, it's okay. It's an introverted intuitive, and usually what's identifiable about it is the fact that it's a personality that has a lot of gifts. You see, there's a lot of, like, introverted intuition is a main function with the INFJ. It's the dominant function within this type. So that's the ability to read people, being able to read a room. That's actually having empathy too. The is the feeling. They're feelers. So their second function is extroverted feeling, which means they're empathic. So they have a high emotional intelligence, and they actually pick up on emotions as well. And being that they're introverted intuitive and they're empathic, they're able to read people very easily. That they can read people, they can actually see, see into somebody's eyes, and have a lot of an understanding of who they are, even in the first time they meet them. And they can see certain people for the facades that they are. If people are disingenuous, if people aren't quite authentic, if people are not very, they see that. They pick up on this very quickly, where other types may not see the same thing. Okay, this is one of those things. And usually they're pretty accurate too. They can make predictions. They may piece things together about certain people, about certain events, and they're usually pretty accurate. Now, listen, personally, I do this all the time. I can read people. In fact, the older I get, now that I know my personality type and understand it, I can read people very easily, and I'm usually very accurate at it. And I think that's one of the things INFJs have. That's their dominant function. But they do have drawbacks. And the fact is that, being that they have such a polar set of, let's say, functions. Okay, they're very introverted, but at the same time they have FE, so they like to make connections with people. So in a sense, they're extroverted introverts, if you can understand what that is. They're introverted, but at the same time they're extroverted. Okay, but their introverted side usually needs to be, basically they need alone time in order to recharge, in order to find themselves again. When INFJs get drained by people that they crave, they long for people that drain them, let's just say. Okay, they long for connections with people that ultimately deplete them. Okay. So this is one of those polar things. It's one of those, and by not understanding your type, this can be very confusing to an INFJ growing up in their life, that they want to make connections with people, yet people just deplete them. Okay. So then they need solitude, but then they can't understand why they need solitude. But then you see, so they need their alone time. They crave it. It's actually necessary. But the whole thing is by, again, when I keep saying the unknown INFJ. Now, I spent most of my life not knowing what this was. I'm telling you from this, basically from experience. Okay. And this is why this channel is important, because we need to be discovered. We need to find out our type so we can understand how our functions work. Okay. And that's why it's here. But you were asking, what's that? So naturally gifted is lucid dreaming too. Boy, you're asking some good questions, I must say. You're actually inquisitive about this. So natural gifted is lucid dreaming too. Lucid dreaming. That's pretty deep. Lucid. So lucid is like a clear and direct dream. It's not something that's out. It's, yeah, I guess you could say that. Lucid is like clear. It's like lucid is not like an abstract or like an imagination that's far-fetched. Yeah. I think naturally gifted is lucid dreaming. That sounds pretty good. That sounds like me. Okay. All right. Hey, hello, Lish. Lish just came in the house. Hello, Lish. Everybody say hello to Lish. Yeah, that's, so you sounds like you. Okay, but I mean, have you ever taken your test? Are you introverted, intuitive at least? Because there are four main introverted, intuitive types in the MBTI. Okay, INFJ is one of them. Now, INFPs have a lucid dream. They tend to be dreamy types. INTPs they dream too. I mean, all of your introverted, intuitive types, that's what it is. They're introverted, intuitive. So they're in their mind a lot. They're thinking, they're computing. In fact, they're in their mind, usually reacting to what goes on in their mind first, getting their cues from their introversion. Okay? So, I mean, it could be that you're introverted, intuitive. Yeah. Not to say that anybody else can't do that. I mean, everybody can have lucid dreams at times, but is it their primary function? You see, our type, introverted, intuitives, this is our primary way of gathering information first, is that introverted, intuitive. Okay? But usually extroverted centers or extroverted types, typically they can do that, but it's just not their primary function. It's kind of on the back burner a little bit. They tap into it every so often, but not to say nobody can't do that, right? So very interesting. Yeah. But anyway, bottom line is that's why this channel is what it is. But usually INFJs tend to make, they tend to make pretty good counselors and things like that. Listen, I'm also at an age in my life. I'm at a point in my life where everything seems to be, like coming together at the right time for me. In other words, I'm at an age now, and I feel like I've gone through a certain awakening on my own. I feel like I've had certain spiritual revelations through the course of my life, especially later on. And this channel seems to have been also a way of not only just reaching out to other people. It is a way of reaching. It's a reaching out thing, but it's also my way of making a connection, and it's also my way of giving back. I'm hoping that some of my own experiences and some of what I've gone through in life, some of the good things I've done in my life, and some of the mistakes I've made in life, can just be learned from. Okay, that's all. So, okay, may I ask what you do for a living? Oh, okay. Well, I drive a truck for a living. All right, I drive a truck. I'm hoping someday that YouTube, maybe someday YouTube will compensate me some way at some point in my life. But right now, I'm a blue collar guy. I know maybe I look like a psychiatrist or a lawyer or a doctor. I don't know. People think yeah, oh, you an actor. People got all this different stuff. They think, But I drive a truck for a living. Yeah, I drive a six-wheeled tanker truck, and I drive around at night and I make deliveries. I deliver diesel fuel. Okay, there you go. And I've been doing blue collar work my whole life. I'm just an average working guy. All right. But yeah, that's all. I subscribe to you. You will get monetized. Well, thank you. Listen, eventually, I'm getting very close to the partners program, and I'm going to be able to, actually ask maybe for membership from certain, yeah, subscribers to have memberships and things. I'm getting very close to that. I'm hoping eventually, when that happens, I can, maybe send that out and maybe ask for certain donations. But of course, at this point here, I'd have to offer certain perks. Like memberships should come with added perks, certain maybe access to videos that nobody else gets, kind of thing, things like that. Well, we'll see how that works. I mean, again, I'm very new at this whole thing. I'm still trying to work at it. Like you said, I'm still a small channel, but at the same time, too, I'm trying to build a brand and things like that. So, but that's okay. Well, again, it's all working in the progress. Okay, but I appreciate you subscribing though. But if you're interested, definitely check out some of the videos I got. Some are good, some are very good, insightful videos. Some are alright, and but I do have an extensive inventory of them out there. That's all. If you're interested in that, soon, no worries, buddy. Hey, I appreciate that. I'm gonna have to look for your name again. Sova YT. Okay, from Germany. So we got Germany. That's awesome. Well, hey, I'm glad you asked some good questions. I appreciate that. We had a good talk. Appreciate that, definitely. Uh, Hertz Herpagar. Hey, they're from El Salvador. El Salvador. Oh, okay. El Salvador, Central America. Americana de Centrole. Perto Honduras y Nicaragua. Nicaragua means water both sides, and El Salvador means the salvation or the savior. Actually, that's the savior, right? El Salvador. A little Spanish lingo there, huh? I always remember that it's El Salvador is between Honduras and Guatemala. Oh, Guatemala. Maybe that's it. Yeah, Guatemala. Nicaragua's a little further south, huh? Something like that. Okay. Uh, you are a humble, nice man. That you are biggest asset. Trust me. Well, thank you. Well, thank you. Listen, I just try to be myself. Savant. I'm gonna have to come up with a name. Savor. I'm trying to come up with a good nickname for you. Listen, I just try to be myself. That's all I am. I try to just talk off the cuff, and that's all. I said when I start this show, I'm just going to be me. Okay. I got many channels. Advice never ask for money. Advice never ask for money. They will spend 100%. I got many channels. I advise never ask for money. They'll spend 100%. Oh, okay. No, I'm not doing that. I'm just throwing it out there. You said something about being monetized, and yeah, I mean, all I'm saying is that I'm getting close to that ability to apply for that. I mean, I could also do things too. I could do things like merchandise if I want to come up with a little store with those. Some of these content creators, they come up with the lines of like hoodies, t-shirts, mugs, with their own private little brands, and they try to do that. Or ebooks. You hear some of these ones trying to sell these ebooks. I believe that's all part of the partners program. Is you're able to market a little bit more. Okay, I mean that's all part of that. I know monetization is usually after 4,000 hours, you're able to get like ad revenues and things like that. So, but that's all in the works. So you're a humble man. Okay, got that. Yeah, I got my channel advice. Okay, so never ask for money. I don't like doing that. Honestly, I don't like asking for money. I mean, I could probably put something on my main description page on the main page, just some kind of a plug out there for that, encouraging people if they'd like to become a member. But I mean, I don't feel like I'm going to just, give me money, send me money. Yeah, it's donate. I don't know. I don't want to be that guy. I know what you mean. My name is Savion. In English, this means my old political channel. Uh, oh, it, my, Sa- Savion. In English, this is my old political channel. It's a hit topic in Germany. Yeah, okay. Savion. Savory. I'm trying to get that. Hopefully my pronunciation's right. I appreciate that, So okay. Well, that's good. I'm glad you stumbled across the channel then. You know what I mean? That's all. Listen, I try to I think this is like the third or fourth week in a row I've done a Saturday Night Live here on the channel. I think I usually started around 7 o'clock Eastern time, and I've done them sometimes until I get tired enough, and usually I just go for a few hours, and But the thing is, if people have any questions or concerns, if they ask questions, I try to make sure I'm answering questions, and just in the best way I can. All right. I'm not trying to make anything up. I speak from experience and from my own intuition. You know what I mean? That's all I can do. Okay. Uh, in 1272, Arabic Muslims invaded. Oh, okay. All right. I think we got one of those bots out there. What is that? Uh, oh, I think something like. All right. Sometimes people just put things out there. So you have this good old laid back conversation that's heartfelt, and then you get somebody that just tries to, writes on the boys' room wall. You know what I mean? Those immature people that scribble little stupid things on the wall. You know what I mean? All right. No, but okay. So, but we had somebody from El Salvador. That's all they wrote down there, huh? Oh, I love history. Yeah, but unknown there. Unknown. You the way you wrote that comment looks a little bit. It doesn't look very nice. Talking about. I'm not even going to read it back. Anybody that I'm sure people can read that. I don't want to verbally read that back. If you love history, what is that? That's you know. Why don't you come up with some real history there? Some authentic, true stuff. Yeah. Listen, I love history myself, but you know, just don't want it to be scrambled like that. You know what I mean? Vamp, Lish, it totally is. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. They're talking about sometimes. Yeah, see, some people they have their own little dialogue going on between each other. So they're not necessarily asking me anything. But anyway, Savian, yeah, I want to just say, yeah, that your old political channel though, so it sounds like you had a channel in Germany. Well, I would imagine it must have been a German channel, but he had a political channel though, huh? In English, and that was your old political channel. So I take it you don't have it anymore. All right, it's a hit topic in Germany. Okay, all right, there you go. Yeah. Typically, when you think German politics, a lot of times right away something always flashes us back to about maybe 90 years. You know what I mean? I don't want to do that, but you know, can't help but to do that sometimes. I know that's been a long time ago, and that's way water under the bridge, as you know. But it it is what it is. Yeah, yeah. But Germany looks. I can tell you, Germany. They've It's amazing how Germany is like English is a second language. I mean, you pretty much you speak German, but also English is like very well adapted to like most of Europe now. Is how English is a second language and how it's so defined and so refined out there. You know, I mean, I guess you could say in a sense, United States English is well, I mean, it's our primary language, but we only adopted it from the English. I mean, the very English that we fought for independence against 250 years ago today. Not today, excuse me. 250 years ago this year is what I meant to say. But we just decided to adapt this English language from um, the very ones that we basically were independent from. But we kept the language. Can you believe that? You would have thought for sure it's like, yeah, we want these tyrants out of here, these British royalty out of here. We want nothing to do with them, you know what I mean? So we kicked them out. You would have thought we would have wanted to go with a different language. Hey, we would have been speaking French if that was the case. Even King Charles just said it. He just said this. We would have been speaking French by then, you know what I mean? But we decided, no, we'll go with English. I mean, it's pretty much already entrenched into the United States colonies. Just keep it. You know, it's not bad. We're already it'd be yeah. We'll just go with French. You know what I mean? Quebec can speak French up there. You know what I mean? Hey, Quebec's only a little bit north now. So trust me, I speak. I remember. Oh, okay. Lesh, what do we got? There's a lot of cool stuff for organization on Amazon. Oh, what are we talking, Vampy? You've got hobbits in your house. Hobbits in your house? What the heck? What are we talking about? Yeah. All right. I know history. All right. All right. Awesome. Yeah. I can't believe it. It's almost midnight. It's almost midnight. I've been here for, gosh, it's going on, how long has it been here? It says here 2 hours and 29 minutes. I think it's been longer than that. I think somehow I think I reset the broadcast somehow. Or I think YouTube might have done that, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, but anyway, so if anybody is new to the channel, if anybody is just coming on in here and checking it out, you're encouraged to hang out for a little while. This is what you call an entertaining yet informative yet also enlightening broadcast is what I got going on here. You know, yeah, I like we talk about a little bit of everything around here. Okay. In particular, human nature, psychology, self-help. We'll even talk a little history, you know? You want to talk history? Hey, occasionally we'll even talk about aliens and Bigfoot. Rarely, but yeah, we might even do that. But if you want to put a little comment down below and get me steered down a rabbit hole, I'll jump down there with you too. All right. We'll take a little dabble and a little trip in that rabbit hole together. All right. How's that? Well, I'll do that. I will do that, okay? You know, cerebrally, that is. You know, metaphorically, that is, okay? All right? uh, okay, I see a conversation going on down there, all right. Yeah, so like I said before, though, yeah, the reason why is like somebody was asking me about the channel, about basically, you know, what separates the INFJ from other personalities. And it is just that. It's just the complexity of our mind. And we need help. I wish I had me 40, 50 years ago. I mean, I actually kind of in a way do, but I kind of evolved into me. All right. Because 40, 50 years ago, I got to tell you people, I was a mess. I had a lot of soul searching to do in my life. I had a very troubled childhood. I had a troubled teenage years, and I did things that I'm glad I survived from. I mean, I actually at one time I still remember the date. It was July. Excuse me. It was January 7th, 1981. I still, for whatever reason, I have this thing. I remember dates. I decided to run away from home. I left my school and I went home and I grabbed $100. I had a part-time job. I had some money at home. I grabbed $100 and I took a bus to Boston And basically with the clothes on my back, I didn't even pack a bag. And I jumped on a Greyhound bus. I paid basically most of the $100 for that one-way trip to Boston as a kid. And I managed to get a ticket too. And I spent months just bumming around in San Diego, just living on the streets, eating out of soup kitchens, things like that. Now, listen, I had family out there. I had a brother. My dad lived out there. I was looking for my dad. I thought I was with my mom and my brothers out here, some of my brothers, but I had one brother and a father living out there. So I lived in the streets for almost 7 months, and it wasn't until mid January, July of that same year, from January, I finally bumped into my brother, and he took me in, and I just miraculously bumped into him, literally, just walked into him. So I recognized him, and he said, "What are you doing here?" He couldn't believe it. Like, Tommy, what are you doing here? I'm like 3,000 miles away from Boston into San Diego, and so I explained to him what happened. He ended up calling my mom. I spent some time with my brother, a couple of months. We ended up hitchhiking up north to this like hippie gathering. It was called the Rainbow Gathering, a Rainbow Festival, but it was all these hippies, out in the middle of the woods, all running around, playing bongos at nights around fires. Some of these people were running around butt naked. I mean, completely, butt naked, and just stuff like that. It was just a whole hippie thing, but out in the middle of the woods, and I mean, it was quite an event. I'm a 16-year-old kid. But bottom line is, I'm running off the point. I had a troubled life. Okay, I did crazy things. I was doing things because I was lost. I was confused, and I wasn't having a good time at home with my mom and with my brothers and at school. So I decided to take off, and I'm glad I survived what I went through. But what if I had known a little bit more about myself, even at a young age? If I was a little more stable, if I had a better life, maybe that wouldn't have happened. I mean, I would have been a completely different person. Obviously, I would have turned out different. But I had a very strange life. I mean, I ended up quitting school to go run away to run around at a hippie gathering. You know what I mean? With my brother and his girlfriend. So. But that's what I mean. But bottom line is, I think my point is, I wish I had me then, but I didn't. But now I have a little bit more of wisdom. I mean, everything that I went through, all these experiences that I had gone through in my life actually molded me, shaped me into who I am. And they shaped me into the man I am. Now, I wouldn't be exactly who I am without all these things, even though it's what I did. I mean, it wasn't just all I did. I mean, I eventually came back home. I finally came back home, and I settled down. I kept a job. I maintained a job. I finally said I'd never run away again. I got that out of my system, and then I spent the last 40 some odd years just working for a living, just doing blue collar working. So, but I mean, I made a life for myself, and I stayed doing that. So, but I think. Because of that, I mean, being the fact that I didn't even know it. I mean, I had this very rare personality type, and I knew it. I knew I've always had something different about me. I knew that I never fit in with people, and I knew there was something that was odd, but I knew I was intelligent. I knew I had intelligence. I mean, I questioned my own sanity many times. Am I mentally ill? Do I have some deficiency? I knew I wasn't crazy. I knew I wasn't like insane, like clinically insane. But at the same time, I knew the way my mind was. Now that irrational introverted intuition that we have through our life, that's constantly computing. At times, you can see these patterns in our life. The intuition is an irrational function that is incapable of making a decision. But it's something that is always pattern recognizing. It's always in our mind, even subconsciously working behind the scene. But as you're recognizing this, sometimes not understanding what it is, it can seem like it can seem abstract, and it's irrational. So sometimes if you're saying that, you're wondering if your brain is thinking that way. So it can make you question your sanity at times. So I would do that. But I guess that's what it is. I mean, I think a lot of it is the fact that we, in the course of our life, we may question certain things in our life. We may question our sanity at times. We may question our mind so many times in our life. Yeah, we do. But that's part of what that is part of what we do. But I guess bottom line is my whole point is that now that I've lived my life and I have all these experiences that went behind me, and now that I've discovered this MBTI type, I think that I have a lot that there's a lot of different experiences there and wisdom there that that I've accumulated. That's all. Okay. Bunch of deaths over the years, huh? Genesis Nuclear. Lish, what are these scientists looking into? Oh, Legos are fun. We're talking about Legos. I'm looking at the chat right now, people. I'm checking out some of your and oh, okay. See, this is what it all. This is what I like. It turns into. You see, there's a now. It looks like all my Breakfast Club is here. Are we all here? It always turns out like that. Where I always say at Breakfast Club. Now, people who don't know that, I think most of us are here. We know who that is. Yeah, this looks like it. The misfits, the ones that don't fit in life, like the Island of Misfit Toys, or not like the Breakfast Club was just that. Remember who remembers that? And remember that movie from the 80s? All those kids had detention, but they hung around, but they all had their own issues. They all had different personalities too. They all had their own issues, but they were all troubled kids. And somehow they started clicking together. Yeah, that's why I call it that. And this, I have a lot, looks like a lot of regulars come in, and that's what it is. That's what I like. There's a camaraderie here about this channel as well. Just haven't heard from Jethro, Personality Pill. He was in earlier, Vamp, and he had that other phone that was like Sophia something. Yeah, he had it last week. He said he had an issue with his connection, so he was borrowing another phone. And I haven't seen him much earlier. I seen him like make a comment, and then I didn't hear from him, and that was very much early on. That was like at the beginning of the whole broadcast tonight. So he made that like, "Hey, I'm here," and he was on that phone, and that's the last I heard from him. But I was thinking that too. I kept looking. I'm like, I'm not making a big point of it, but I keep looking like, "Where's Jethro? Where's Jethro?" Yeah. I keep checking out his channel though. I keep watching. I keep saying, "Okay, Personality Pill." I flip over to Personality Pill. Say, "All right, did he put out a video yet?" I'm just waiting. I'm kind of like, I think we all are. I mean, maybe we're all. I check his site every so often, and I'm looking for my notifications to see if he comes out with a video. But hey, listen, he's gonna do it on his time. When he does it, he's got a plan. He's got a certain idea in his head how he wants to do it, and I just respect that. Let him do it on his time. He's a planner. I mean, you think about it. He's planning out. He's got his. He wants to do it his way, and I mean, he's established his channel. He's got the name out there. It was important. So hey, when he's ready to start that, we'll back him. I mean, I'll check out his stuff. I'll comment on it. Yeah, but he'll be all right. But you're right. Unless he's out there being incognito, maybe he doesn't have his phone. I don't know. It could be he was having issues with his phone, so maybe he's not able to really communicate right now. Or maybe he's working. He could be out doing his thing. So maybe sometimes he listens to these broadcasts while he's out, door dashing or whatever he's doing. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's possible. He's working, so yeah. Lesh is roll call. Well, okay, want to do a roll call. Lesh here, Vamp Fox here, Jason here. We got Jason's out there. Who else? I know we had Harp. Harp was out there earlier. I think Harp works Saturday night as well, and sometimes he has sometimes when he gets out of work, he starts coming out a little bit too. I noticed. Yeah. So, but I know usually this time of night, I noticed that the callers, excuse me, they go off a little bit. That's all. I'm here, but I may have to take off a little bit. Getting sleepy. Yeah, I know. Of course. Yeah, you know what? I've been here a long time. I get it. There's only so much long. Yeah, Hidden is working. Yeah, Hidden Harp is working. I knew that. That's why I say he's not going to be commenting a lot. He's got to work first. I mean, I think that actually happens first, obviously. So, so like I said, next week I was actually hoping to bring out these fine toys that I got, and I told you I had it all set up. I don't know what happened to the original broadcast, but it's okay. I went back to the phone just in case, just as a backup. That's all. But I do want to thank everybody for showing up tonight. I'm gonna watch from an other phone, but it doesn't have a signal, so I can't chat back. Oh, okay. All right. That's fine. Uh, well, I mean, I'm glad. Listen, I'm really glad that you stick with me. I mean, there must be something that you like about this channel, like about this broadcast, because yeah, I mean, I told you I have a soft spot for some of you that have, and you've been with me for like a long time. Way back when I think I had like maybe 600 subs, and I was still building up things. I think that's when I started doing a lot of these lives, and I think that really sparked a lot of things was doing the lives, and a lot of you've been here since. Some of you people have been very like been right there, especially on weekends and some of these marathon lives that I do. I got to tell you, I see that. I really do. But I'm glad you get a lot out of that, and I would hope that somehow helps you out a little bit, because I know sometimes I got to be honest with the people. Just knowing I see some of you familiar faces again is just really helps out a lot. That's all, and it helps me understand that um, you know you mean a lot. Because you're seeing familiar faces, familiar comments, just getting to know you. You know, and that's why I like to meet new people on here too. And I see some new people coming in, and some people stick around, some kind of come and go. They kind of file through here, but then you got the core that hangs out. That's the BC. That is the BC, if you know what I'm saying, right? Hi, Tom. Hey, hello there. We got some. We got here Graverance Gurver Sinha. Wow, what is that? Said hi. Hello there. Said hi. 5967. Well, hi. Nice to say hello to you. And we have another one said Cool's Wizard 99. Hey Tommy. Hey Tommy. All right. Hey Tommy, why don't you go home and get your shine box, huh? Remember that from Goodfellas? Hey Tommy. Oh yeah. Hey people. Hey, my mama named me Tommy, but folks just called me Yellow. Yeah, yeah, that was Tommy, the coward of the county. Yeah. Let's see. Tom totally agree. If I was working, I would be watching or listening to lives. I'd probably. Oh yeah, no, that's. Oh, you're working too? Oh, Vamp, you must. That's right. I know. It's like Sunday afternoon for you right now. I know. I always remember that. Yes. So Vamp Gurvi, hello, welcome to the INFJ Experience. See, look at that. See, you even got Vamp is welcoming others. See, that's what I'm talking about right there. That's BC right there. Yeah, we like to listen. We're very very open to the new people coming in. If you have a cogent message, question, any kind of concern, we have a whole panel here that would actually help out. And I've seen them rise to the occasion. And if somebody has a concern, I've seen them answer back as well. Okay. Yeah, they're like my backup quarterbacks in a way. Not just that, but like you get the offensive line. I'm talking American football. They all kind of block for you. You got the quarterback. He's in the back trying to pass, and he's in that pocket's in there, and they're holding. Well, that's kind of like what the breakfast clubs like too. They're kind of like the blockers. They're kind of there. They're just kind of, and they're there to help you. They're part of the team. Yeah. Okay, a little bit. Okay, Vamp Fox. I know you're down under. You're playing rugby and soccer and things, but I don't know if you must see an American football. That was an American football reference. Got that offensive line that kind of builds the pocket around the quarterback. There you go. So, anybody new? If anybody has any questions or concern, anybody new out there, feel free to partake in this conversation, this fine and dandy conversation here in the middle of the night. It is now midnight. Whoa. Hey, things change around midnight. Now we can start talking some really, really deep stuff. Okay. Yeah, we can start talking about that really far out stuff, that cosmic stuff. Or we can talk about the depths of the mind. Yeah, because it's kind of like the Twilight Zone. You're traveling through another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but that of mind. A wondrous journey with the powers of that of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone. How's that? That's my Rod Serling impression. Okay, that's bad, huh? Yeah, you didn't really know that I had a lot of impressions in there. You see, I don't know. Is that like the chameleon thing, being an impressionist? Especially if you got this personality type, able to do all these different acting things? Or is that just, having the talent of being an impressionist? I don't know what that is. I mean, hey, but anyway, things do start getting around midnight when it gets dark, though. Yeah, things change. But if you want to, like I said, anybody out there in the depths of night and you're just flipping around and you're just kind of searching around to see what's out there, see what kind of things you can find out there, just, yeah, maybe we can just stop on in here and hang out, Yeah, good gosh, I lost everybody. Now I got five watching. Yeah, that's one thing, though. I noticed, as it gets late, though, a lot of times, sometimes I notice it tapers off. I mean, as far as the watch, the amount of people watching and things, but it's funny. I used to be a definer if I played sports. Even then, I didn't like it. Though my best friend said when we were going out to clubs and etc., I do have a personality to scare people off. Oh, you got one of those? Yeah, because it's that intense stare you had. You had that. You just had that look about you. Oh, we all have that. Oh, I know that. There's something well, hey, that's that's one of our signatures, That's one of those signatures that, for as deep as an INFJ mind is and how compassionate and everything, they're so hard to read. They look like they got that, they can have a certain presence about them that's that intimidating thing. Yeah, I believe that. Oh, like an old robber baron. What does that mean? Spree, SPR, 6577. Like an old robber baron. What does that mean exactly? You look evil. I don't know. Hard to explain it. Oh, you know what? I was just, I that's just my look. I'm not evil. I'm really not. Sometimes I look that way. I think that's just that whole, that stare that we get. I think that's a trademark. That's just something that's just common. But I'm really not. I mean, I think what that is, if you want to know the truth, if you're still out there, Spree, I think it's an evolutionary thing. I think a lot of times through the course of my life, I mean, I've had my share of ups and downs. I've had to develop a certain persona that was. I mean, I didn't. I mean, I'm a big guy, but also I knew that I had a certain look about me that could make people think twice whether or not they wanted to, like tangle with me. And I think I developed a certain, like a charade and a certain look in the eye, an easy smile that was just a shield in a sense. Yeah, I think we develop shields and masks, and sometimes people get loud and boisterous. Certain types, like extroverted types, may just talk tough.
or they may just act up, or maybe they get a car that sounds like they got loud pipes, you see, or maybe they dress a certain way. And see, we wear masks to try to recreate who we are in a lot of ways, psychologically. But we also have ways of defending ourselves, just like certain animals are in the wild. I mean, gosh, certain animals. I mean, you ever see the porcupine? I don't know if you're from the United States, the North American porcupine. It's a very docile animal. It's a sweet animal, but it's got those quills on it. And that thing, if you get close to that thing, it'll shoot the quills at you, and it'll basically, that's its self defense. It can't run very fast. It can't jump, so it needs quills. But it's a docile animal. Same thing with a skunk. A skunk will spray a toxic gas at you that's like acid, and it's pungent too. So these are self defenses. Human beings have a certain way of defending themselves psychologically. I think in a way the human beings don't. I mean, they have to defend themselves, physically at times, but a lot of times there's a certain persona I think human beings put on. Okay, now INFJs in particular, being that an INFJ personality type is they're introverted. It obviously they have that empathy. Now they have empathy too, and they have a very sensitive, whether or not they know it or not. There's sensitivities within us. In fact, well, I think we do start understanding that about us. But early on in our life too, especially certain people we found not just to be threatening, but some people are draining. Some people will come up to you and just like emotional vampire you, drain you in a way. And so sometimes by putting up a certain look in your eye, a certain shield on you, you kind of ward certain people off. You back certain people off, people that might be draining to you. Okay. So a lot of times I think an INFJ develops a certain look in the eye. Not only is it a piercing stare in order to gather information and understand people, read people, but also I think it is a way of warding off certain people that are draining, certain people that they know are going to just deplete them. Okay. And so some people will keep their distance, but occasionally an INFJ may use that at times where they're not trying to scare anybody. It's just what they know. It's just the way their face goes back to almost like a default mode. All right. A very blank stare, a very blank look, and a very piercing eye. The eyes get very piercing, and that's all. So if you say I look evil, yeah, I guess at times I can have a look. It's a dark look about me. Okay. But I'm not. I'm really not. I'm really not a bad guy. I think that's my defense mechanism that I've evolved over the course of my life. But that's common. That is common for who we are. But it's funny you made spoof of that. It really is. Have a good night, everybody. And Tom, you don't look evil. That's a weird comment. That's made it. Oh, okay. Well, like an old robber baron. Well, I mean, somebody said that for a reason. I don't think it's evil, but I think sometimes I do have a certain piercing look in my eye. Sometimes I can say it looks that way. I know you're going, Justin, but I think at times in my life, though, I think I can look a certain way. But that's the explanation as to why. If you happen to have heard that explanation, hopefully you'll understand that's just part of our personality type. It really is. You're kind of making a point. You really are. But okay, I hope I explained it. So I don't take offense by that. I really don't. Okay. Well, we have eight people watching now, and it is 12:12 a.m. And I'm going to stick around for a little bit, as long as people are okay. If we can get a couple more people on in here. Now, I can only imagine that I'm probably on YouTube around the world. I mean, I'm thinking people like it might be Sunday morning somewhere on the other side of the world, like it is in Australia, like it is in the Philippines. Like it could be anywhere, or it could be just it could be even like Western United States, I'm sure. So, but bottom line is, yeah, that's part of
That's part of our entire character, our whole makeup here. Okay, is that's what it is. Um, but after saying that, anybody that's new here, as you know, this channel, it can be considered a small channel. It is still small and relatively. I've been doing this almost a year now. People, it's going to go on. I believe I put out my very first video. I believe it was June 8th of last year. So I'm very much closing on the 1 year anniversary of this channel. Yeah, it's getting very close to it. And I'm going to tell you, in a year, yes, it's the subscribership has grown tremendously, and support has grown quite a bit. I mean, yes, now part of me says that I still need lots of work, lots of things to learn, and all that. But I try my best to understand me, especially, and how this channel is developed. And of course, I try to look at our own MBTI type. I try to look at my personality, what's common with us, what's common with how our personality acts and how we are as as a as who we are. But also, like I said, I basically base almost all of this channel is based. A lot of it is on my own experience. Um, some of it I kind of do things generically, but I mean, as far as just understanding our type, our personality type, but usually I base it a lot on my own, on me. Okay, but I think that's basically all we really have to fall back on is our own experience. It really is. But okay, so anyway, so I don't look evil, huh? You sure? Sure about that? I could really look you. I can really give you the eyes, I'm only kidding. Now you got me thinking over here. Now you got me all thrown off. Somebody says I look evil over here. Come on, why did they do that? Anybody on this channel here knows I'm not a bad guy. I would think so. I might just look that way sometime. How do you explain? How do you explain it? Oh, okay. Hopefully you're still there. I hope I didn't scare you off, though. Well, I hope I explained myself. I really do. Hey, it's sometimes in life, it comes in handy. That's all. Especially, hey, listen, I work at night too. I work at night. I could be out at midnight driving a truck in the middle of a city and loading up my truck at night. And sometimes I just, I mean, I could be all in my like truck driver clothes and my uniform, and when you're out at night, it's like, you got to have a certain look about you. You just got to have a certain presence about you that because yeah, you're out, you're out in the middle of the night, and there's homeless people. People are walking around at night. You don't know what they're gonna do. Yeah, I mean, you're in the middle of the city. You just never know. So you got to kind of just keep your guard up. And if you look easy, if you look nervous, if you have a nervous look about you, if you look like you're uptight about things, you look like you're easy pickings. Yeah. But if you throw on a certain persona, a certain like fearless persona, a certain intimidating persona, I mean, it's gonna keep people, it's gonna keep bad people or sketchy people away from you, just from thinking if they want to mess with you, basically. So I guess that's what I mean. That's part of what that is street smarts. I mean, you got to figure. I mean, we got to grow up in this world. I mean, I think everybody has to develop a certain level of street smarts. I mean, you grow up in, how about a wild animal? Gosh, you grow up a wild animal in the forest. I mean, now you have, the same thing. I mean, you got a certain animal out there. You got rabbits, squirrels, you got animals that could be prey animals, let's say. And they have to learn very quickly to be very aware, don't they? They have to listen. They have to use their own vibrations, their own senses. They have to use their sights, their ears, their sense of smell. And they have to know how to identify, because predators, I mean, even you can have hawks, you can have anything, whatever's going to attack you. I mean, foxes are predators out there. Obviously, eagles, whatever it is that's going to.
But bottom line is, in nature, there are animals, there are apex predators, and there are, of course, prey animals, right? And there's always that food chain. But prey animals have to develop an extra sense in order to survive. They really do. I mean, they have to forage for food, and they usually have to, forage or spend time in packs. Usually they stay together. Like the safety in numbers, as the old saying goes. But bottom line is, I mean, sometimes one has to be watching while the other one eats, and then they take turns. One will take a drink while the other one eats or drinks. You see, certain gazelles, deers do that. I mean, you got white-tailed deer up in you know. Now they don't have as much of a natural predator now, like they used to have the timber wolves. Wolves were a natural predator. I mean, not so much now, but they did have the apex predator of wolves, and they go after the deer, let's say. But in nature, I mean, they develop a sense. They have to be always aware. They have to use their senses in a way, and of course, they have to use their defense mechanisms. And usually, it's flight. I mean, a lot of times, the animals just learn how to either adapt to camouflage. They run. They have to fight in that way. But my point is that human beings, even though we live in society, we live in a culture, we live in, basically a protected society. Yeah, we're an evolved. We have a police system. Um, Now, typically, there's a deeper element of human nature that is similar to the animal, not in the sense of, okay, yeah, there could be bad people. You don't you don't walk down the middle of a street, at midnight, in like a bad area. Obviously, you just don't go there, right? But I guess my point is that the human being typically has a predatory and a prey all in one. I mean, certain people, you could say, emulate certain like animals. I mean, there are people that are bad guys, people that are, let's say, not good, that prey off other people. But the thing is that animals and human beings are different in the way that a lot of times it doesn't happen to be that you're hunting them for food. Okay. Usually, I mean, you could say, yeah, they're going to rob you of your credit card or your money, whatever, things like that. But the bottom line is, sometimes with animals, I mean, with human beings, it's more of it's a cerebral, it's psychological. A lot of times, you got to understand that people use, you have the predatory animal and you have the prey animal, and a lot of times it's psychological, where we're advanced to where people are, going to gaslight you, or they're going to lie to you, or they're going to manipulate you, or they're going to try to do these things, or they're going to try to get you to, uh, give up like they're looking to upset you emotionally. Let's say they're trying to uh, upset you in a way to you to unleash you emotionally, because their predatory style is like a vampire in a sense, an emotional vampire, let's say. You see, because they're an elaborate species, is what a human being is. Okay, so just like the prey animal and the prey predators, it's not meat, it's not food in that way, but in a sense, it's psychological. Okay, but it's up to us as who we are to have adapted and evolved to know that these predators, let's say, you could say they're narcissistic people, the people that are preying on your need, let's say, preying on your desires, preying on your need for a validation, but they're going to use tactics in order to take from you, uh, in a psychological way, to dominate you psychologically. But this is where understanding your human nature is going to protect you. Okay. So I guess bottom line is, this is part of our whole evolution. Now, this is one of the things I think that, our INFJ types seem to specialize at. I think it's almost instinctive. This is one of our strong points that we have moving forward, is that, see, for one thing, comparing it and seeing the depth of how it goes, almost using nature, using the whole natural
order of prey and predatory animals, and looking at that as a wild forest of a jungle, but also saying that human beings have this similar, but we do it cerebrally, spiritually. Okay. But it's up to us to know this. It's up to us to develop our own resistance. Okay. Our own fight or flight within ourselves. Okay. I mean, yes, sometimes it turns physical, and it does. It turns that way. But most of the time, it's what I'm talking about. It's spiritual and it's psychological. Okay. Predatory and prey. And these are the things we need to evolve into and understand about ourselves. Okay. And again, that's what this channel does. This channel points these things out. Now, I'm not going to say I give you a whole blueprint, but at sometimes you have to be strong-minded and just know. And this is part of who we are. Again, this is something that introverted intuitives, someone that has this way of having depth, can see beyond that. This is what intuition is. This is what it is, being able to read people and identify these certain people that are going to use the tactic of upsetting you, of use these tactics of inflicting their emotions, your emotions, on them. Again, this is why it's so important for INFJs to understand themselves, because we are empaths, and we have this depth within us. And if we're oblivious, if we're a babe in the woods, we are easy pickings psychologically to these vampires. But you get somebody that has been knowledgeable, understands himself, and then they've met their match. Okay. So it's all in how you evolve yourself. Okay. So again, this is why it is so imperative for us INFJs to know ourselves. Okay. And to understand who we are, and to know how to use these gifts that we have to our advantage, and not let somebody take advantage of us. Okay. Again, that's why I'm here. That's why we're here. Oh, Vamp, you got a couple of, Tom, I totally agree. One of my female friends couldn't understand, would walk at night alone, but understand that walk, if someone did, I did feel uncomfortable. I knew which house to go to. All right. You are woman-like, but you are ladylike. Huh. Okay. You talking about me? Woman-like, ladylike? It's only that, yeah, maybe that's my, what do you call that? That's my way of understanding, having a deeper understanding of, yeah, see, I guess I've come into grips with my whole persona. I get the masculine in me, but I also have that feminine integration, as Carl Jung called it too. I think he called that the emina and the eminus. That that there's I was actually reading on this. Funny you bring that up. You want to think of that. I guess I can understand what you're saying. Okay, although they do say that INFJ men, there is a bit of a femininity about them. Now, typically, I think I'm a pretty masculine guy. I mean, you got to say that, but at times I think I have a certain depth to where I think. Okay, but that's the eminence. And again, I've been reading up on that. Carl Jung talking about the integration between those two. The men have a certain integration with their animus, and the female has a masculine that they need to integrate into at some point and understand each other, kind of coexist in their own psyches. I mean, maybe just seeing that I'm able to see that. Now, listen, am I cunning and conniving? No. But do I understand how it works? Yes. Could I be? Absolutely. But will I be? No. Because it's not me. It isn't like me. Okay? So, so woman-like, huh? Ladylike. That's something. They would always try to make me induce fear into me, but I wouldn't work because I stood my ground saying it's not going to happen. I live in this area and not changing my habits. Oh, okay. I would imagine too that part of yeah, your town, yeah, you could, it's I mean, everywhere in the world, there's rough parts of town, right? Definitely. Troy, exactly. I've fallen into the woman trope. Who's Troy? Exactly. Oh, okay. Uh, Hidden. Absolutely agree with the wisdom you shared. Oh, okay. Vamp Flux. Uh, I may look like a lady, but don't you dare treat me like a princess. uh, all right. Okay. Wait, who are you saying that? Troy, who are you talking to? Were you talking to me about being a woman like, or were you talking to Vamp Fox? Who were you talking? Now it got me confused. I thought you were saying that about me. I'm like being ladylike. I'm like, really? Okay. All right. You know, 30 years ago, I might have been very like upset and like you would have triggered that. I would have triggered that because I got to be honest with you. There were times in my life. I mean, being that now this is typical of an INFJ man. Um, it's even known that sometimes they say that the INFJ man has a femininity about him. He has a feminine side, and that they do say that they tend to be that way, that they have that, and and early on in my life, I saw that. I saw that side of me. I could see certain times in my life, the way I look in the eyes, or like the way I thought, the way I acted. I had that, and it always was like. And sometimes people said slurs to me. Yeah, I know. Maybe you don't see it now. I don't know, but I do remember being called slurs, even at school. I've been called the F word. I've been called the Q word. Yeah. I've been called a lot of things, and I never was. It was never me. But and I've actually gotten into fights about it. I've had kids think that, I must be a sissy because I kind of had that. And growing up in Lynn, where I grew up, yeah, I did. I saw that, but it bothered me. I remember being like, even like my brothers, even my family used to make comments. My mom was concerned about me for a while, whether or not I had an identity thing going, whether or not I would turn a certain way. And I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm just letting this out there that I did see that within myself, and but I knew I wasn't. I mean, I didn't like that side of me. I mean, thought I'm a man. I'm male. I'm supposed to be masculine. I'm supposed to have a masculine quality about me. But I did see that femininity about me in my life. And I did. But then again, when I found out about MBTI, I said, that's typical. I says, oh my gosh, you kidding me? That's part of that too? Now, see, I couldn't have talked about this. I could have never admitted this before. This was part of my shadow integration, was understanding that I had this little bit of part of me that I had to confront. Okay. I mean, I was never like, flamboyant. I mean, I dressed like a man. I was still a man. I was a rugged man, but I do remember having a little bit of that femininity in me. I did. I did. I see that. And, but I did notice as I got older, I changed. I did change quite a bit. But I just turned into who I was, you see? But, I mean, like, and then I found out like, about the whole M&S, and like I said, it was something I just recently saw. I think it was a video. It was one of those Carl Jung videos talking about that integration between those two entities, those two archetypes within us, and that's all part of that shadow. I think that's all part of the integration. That's all part of it. Is when the male and the female uh, parts become like one in a way, and that actually makes you whole. Because Carl Jung used to say that the incompletion within a man and a woman, that longing for each other. Okay, as we long for a woman, and I know it's a natural biological um, trait. Okay, it's part of like it's an animalistic trait as well. I mean, we were designed a certain way. We were designed as a species. You look at in the wild. I mean, male and females attract, as you know. But I mean, that goes
without saying. I mean, common sense tells me that they have to, because there's a perpetuation of the species. They need to attract so that they can copulate. They mate. And upon mating, of course, brings forth offspring, which perpetuates the species. That's logic. That's common sense. Now, human beings have the same thing, but it goes a little deeper. I mean, but obviously, as you know, human beings are, we're also a fallen being. So a lot of times, as you can see, we perverse our sexuality. Okay, I don't know if I can say that or not. You can see some of the depths of where it can lead. All right. Now you got to be aware of where the human being goes with their own, that aspect of them. Okay. And I mean, without making sure, I'm trying to make sure I clean this up here on YouTube. I want to make sure I don't say too many things, but understanding, I guess, okay, my point is that male and female have that drive, that longing for together. But bottom line is also, there's a completion within us. There's also an element of spirit. There's an element within our Creator, within our God, that we have a completion with our Creator as well, because we were created in His image. But of course, we were created as man, and man was created from woman, from the rib, as the old saying goes. So we're still yin and yang. We're still animal bodies. So we have a natural longing to be, to want to procreate, to copulate, to mate. Yeah. And of course, there's that relationship. But my point is that within the spirit, that, I guess Carl Jung mapped it out. There's a female side. There is always, like within a man, there's a female side. Within a woman, there's a male side. But it's supposed to be that side is there so that there's an attraction between the two. There's attraction there to complete. There's attraction there to complete as a whole. Okay? But there's also that spiritual element that always seems to get thrown out. Not thrown out, but a lot of times it's not quite explained. It's not really added to the mix. Okay, but there's another added to the mix element that goes in there spiritually, where both of them have a spiritual completion. In other words, the animus and the animus, I believe I'm saying this right, that Carl Jung said, was that integration, a man integrating with his female, his feminine, and the woman integrating with her masculine spiritually. Okay, and I guess that's part of the integration of the shadow. And at this point here, a man and a woman can be whole within themselves, like they've integrated, they've found that wholeness, that completion, without longing for the other, physically. Okay. So I guess that's part of what that was. That's part of the explanation as to what I was reading, But it's funny thing is, that's another element that I've been seeing within myself. After I saw that, I thought, a lot of these things, as I see them, they've been unfolding before I even heard about them. It's like they happened, and then I hear about them and say, oh my gosh, is that what that is? Like this whole animus thing that I've just talked about. It's like, yeah, I feel like I had to do that. But once I did that, no longer did I have that feminine side anymore. That side that I talked about. And I guess that, like I said, that's the INFJ man. Okay. He's a little more sensitive. He's a little more emotional, which is not characteristic of a man. That's more of a female trait. And that's something we had to wrestle with most of our life, which I did personally. And that was actually a very soft spot with me. That was one of those things that was a deeply buried shadow within me that I had to let up into the, literally, like, bring to the from the unconsciousness into the consciousness. And I did all this on my own. I had to see it for what it is and not hide from it and say, okay, I see this. I see this side of me that I need to come to grips with. Okay. I knew I was a man, and I was biologically man, but I did see that side. And I thought, well, but I also noticed the masculine side in me, but that integration had to take place. Okay, a lot of that came out from that. So whether or not you were talking about me being woman-like, I don't know who you were talking to. You were a lady. If you were, then
I'm addressing that. Okay. And I did. Maybe you see some of that. Maybe it was the way I was talking about something, but I had to come to grips with that. I really did. And, but that was part of the whole integration, I guess you could say. All right. See, who dragged that out of me? All right. But the thing is that that's not a soft spot anymore with me. Yeah, I think that's something I had to resolve. I know I did. Okay. Wow, look at this. What do we got going? I'm just checking the channel here, people. So we have 9 watching. And see, like I told you, what did I tell you? After midnight, things get different. Things get a little deeper out here. Okay. I figure a lot of kids are in bed now. Well, this isn't meant for kids anyway. But you know what? We can talk about things that are a little deeper now. Okay. And so, but okay, I'm just checking things out. I wanted to just give it a quick check and see. All right, look at that. Wow, we got holy wow. Over 12,000 people have viewed this channel tonight. We have had a massive amount of people coming in tonight. Over 1,200 people. 1,200. Did I say 1,000? I meant 100. I'm just checking analytics right now, people. I'm just giving a little glimpse as to how things are going with this live broadcast. And I must say, yeah, it's doing pretty good. It's doing all right. And not only that, like I said, I mean, I've always enjoyed these lives, and they've been very enlightening for me and educational, and just all out. Like I said, they're fun, so I enjoy them. That's all. Where are we? Trying to find my channel again. Live 9 watching. There we go. Back to okay. Yeah. So carry on. Now hidden. He said that was carry on. I may look like a lady, but don't you dare treat me like a princess. Hey, I thought a lot of women wanted to be treated like princesses out there, Vamp. Well, maybe not you, but I guess you talk about all those modern women all want princess treatment, but they don't want to give nothing back or whatever. All right, I get that. Yeah, but anyway, so again, I've been meaning to watch. I've been meaning to find out more about Carl Jung exactly, and find out more about what his teachings were. So that's where some of it was leading to me, and some of the stuff that he was getting into was like, it's funny though. After seeing some of these videos, it's like I see a lot of like what he talks about the in myself just naturally, and because I mean, obviously he was trying to map out that whole. He was trying to study the introversion and in his own intuition deeply, and he spent a lot of time just mapping it out. Now that sounds like somebody was trying to figure himself out most of his life, and that's something that we do instinctively anyway. And Carl Jung just pretty much made a roadmap for it in his own way. He really did. He did give us a kind of a guideline. I mean, obviously the MBTI comes from him as well, and that's it. I don't want to be a princess, but I'll take the money. Oh gosh. Uh, I would hope, yeah. Okay. You'll take the money, huh? Yeah. There you go. There you go. We take the money. All right. No, that's good. No, but anyway, people, it does get pretty deep. It does get pretty deep, but see, again, that's all stuff that I think we as INFJ, even as men, like I said, this has been something that plagued me, and I told you, and I think you know that's classic. Okay, that is classic with the INFJ man, and sometimes we get stigmatized a lot of times in life, and like I said, I was stigmatized many times in my life, and sometimes, and again too, I mean, dealing with relationships through the course of my life too, being in relationships too, were always those. It always seemed to. Uh, they never. I told you that they never lasted very long. They never went well. Is because of things like that too. I think it just got to the point where trying to be relationships, I always saw the kind of the behind the scenes. Sometimes I saw a lot of times if women started gaslighting me, manipulating me. And I mean, a lot of times I think typically men need a men will put up with a lot from a relationship. They'll put up with so much from a woman, and they'll get gaslit. They won't know how to handle like a woman. They won't know how to dress that, and it'll become worse for them. And I think I've seen so many relationships where you see a lot of guys, getting gaslit so many times. They're always at fault, even though it's not always their fault. And sometimes you got these dysfunctional relationships where men just put up and tolerate disrespect. They tolerate infidelity even, and they put up with so much when they shouldn't. And personally, and with me, when I see disrespect, infidelity, or even just when I sense I'm being used, I can't put up with it. It's like I tell myself I'm better off alone than being in this relationship just because, you know? Yeah, it's like I can't do it. It's like I've been alone long enough. I mean, I think back to when I was single or a bachelor, and I'm like in this bad relationship, and I say, you know what? I might have been alone in my apartment. I might have been going through a little bit of these issues here, but at least I was free. At least I didn't have somebody talking to me like this, or gaslighting me, or belittling me, or whatever it is. And what's the point? And then I think back, and it's like now all of a sudden the total opposite happens. When I'm alone, I'm craving for somebody. You want that relationship. You want that somebody in your life. But when you have that somebody in your life, you got that. All of a sudden, it turns into this, and your mind's being toyed with. And when you point it out, somehow it's your fault for pointing it out. Somehow you don't know what you're talking about for pointing it out. You're just dramatic. You're just this, and it's like no. It's like they're never wrong. And then it's like then you're longing for the moment you were single again. Say, at least I was free. I had my mind. I had it all to myself. I had my own depth of my mind without being told that I'm somehow wrong for thinking it. Yeah. And at some point, some clicks into place and says, you know what, I'm better off that way. All right. I mean, I could be alone, or I could be in a relationship where I just feel like I'm completely vapid all the time, being drained, having the life sucked out of me, being told I'm, whatever. And that these relationships turn dysfunctional. So bottom line is, it's like, yeah, you know what? No, it's been, so at this point, what do you get forced to have to deal with yourself? Yeah, you're forced to have to come to grips with your own solitude, because you've been there. You've been on that side of the fence in a relationship that was that way. And then it's like you find yourself stuck. But my point is, sometimes we're stigmatized as INFJ men. We go through this, and because we have that sensitivity, because we don't want to put up with that, or maybe we put up with it for so long, tolerate it for so long where it's intolerable, that we have no choice but to back off. You see, and then we find ourselves being alone for years at a time. You know what? That's happened to me quite a bit too, where it's like I'm thinking some ladies like that are the same way. I mean, INFJ women. Now I understand we're built similar, but I think also one thing I don't think they do with the MBTI is they don't differentiate between male and female enough. I mean, I think they can. I think men and women have their own personality types in their own self. Even if we're INFJs, I think you have the male and the INFJ female. I do think that we're not exactly the same. Sometimes they should address that side. I think because it's so, it's not politically savient anymore. Men and women are just equal and all that. I mean, to an extent, we are. Of course, we are. We're equal with rights. We're equal with that. But I still think emotionally, spiritually, psychologically, we still are different as male and female. The brains that we were born with,
the minds that we were born with are different. Okay. Men tend to be, on average, not saying all men are, but men tend to be more logical, and women tend to be more emotional. They just do. But I think that doesn't get really addressed, even on a lot of these videos. They just say INFJs. They'll show both, but there should be that distinction made. But I think we've gotten so afraid of that whole thing, and somebody's gonna be offended that everybody's the same. That you really can't say that anymore because of that. But no, I mean my logic tells me men and women are still different, even though we have the same personality. Hidden, right? Same. Look, what do we got here? It's scary how good I am at detachment. Yeah, I know, Harp. You told me what's going on with you. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Now, um, yeah, I'm kind of thinking you in mind too, because what I'm talking about right now is part of that. The whole detachment thing. Really good at detachment is weird. I can do that too. I could be. Listen, I mean, I've been in love with women. I mean, early on, especially when I first had my heart broken, the first woman I really poured myself into, and just with no boundaries, was probably the biggest mistake I made. Okay, that was my first heartbreak. Was brutal because I poured it all in there, but I gave my heart. Okay, and of course I just kind of, but a lot of it was bedroom fun. It was the whole obvious, and yeah, you get a dose of that, and yeah, you like the whole romance, you like the whole intimacy, the whole really graphic, let's say, acts. Okay, I'm not going to get too much into it, but you got my point. But I had my heart broken. You get involved, and all of a sudden you start having intuitions that she's not faithful. But then you got to say, yeah, but Tom, where did you meet her? Well, I met her at a club. Yeah, well, what do you expect? I was kind of naive one time. I met a girl, the first girl I really, really fell in love with. I mean, I was probably in my mid-20s. I mean, I was a late bloomer. I'd say this was about one of the beginning of my Chad moments. It was like, I think it was the beginning of my Chadness. Okay. And I met this girl in a club, you know, and so I bought her a drink, probably early 90s. We'll talk, okay, early 90s, So go back to my place, and yeah, one thing led to another. So we had a relationship, but I should have, but I was so naive at the time. I mean, I had a couple of girlfriends, but not that deep, not that passionate, not that, into it. But bottom line, my point is that I fell hard. I fell very hard because my intuition was telling me she's not faithful. She would, I mean, stories that, she should be home. And then he found out she was riding with some guy on a motorcycle. And I went, what the heck, it's like, and, but bottom line is I had to detach from that. As much as my heart was broken, I had to get away from her, but it tore me up, but I never did that again. I always made sure I protected my heart after that. That was the point I was trying to make. Just sent you $10,000. Ah, oh, Tio Seno. Oh, how did you do that? I don't even have a Cash App. Not yet, anyway. I mean, how could you possibly do that? Now, listen, you sent me $100,000. Listen, if you're telling me the truth, I mean, I'm not quite there yet. I haven't quite set up a donation thing. I can sometime. I'm getting very close, but how would you be able to do that? But I would appreciate it if you did. Okay, Tio Senior. Well, thank you. If I am reading this right, I mean, how I've been called feminine and a diva by some guys at the gym for lack of performing masculinity. But what's really happening is they're projecting some of their hidden desires. Very good, Harp. See, you're very deep. That's exactly what happens. Most of the time, people point out something about you. They're projecting. Absolutely.
See, you're very well. I mean, gosh, how? I mean, I got to know, man. You're smart. Of course you are, and you pick right up on that. Okay. I mean, I listen. I very much understand that. Sometimes these guys sit back and say, this guy's a loner. He's a drifter. You don't see him with a lot of girlfriends. He must be, he must be an F. Okay, he must be, things slurs start happening. Yeah, I get that. I get that, and I've had that happen to me. Um, but little do they know, it's like they think just because you don't have a girlfriend or talk about a girlfriend or are always in a relationship that there's something odd about you. And maybe it's that you don't like girls, or maybe you're probably gay or whatever. Yeah, you get called that. Yeah, that does happen. It's because of what you said, but sometimes, yeah, they're projecting. They're projecting onto you what they have in themselves as well. Very good observation, I must say. I'm just private, and I'm actually dating a woman right now. Well, that's good. You are having dates right now. Good, good. Looking like Captain Kirk tonight in your yellow jacket and captain's chair. Stardate 2552.12. We have just entered the Gamma zone, and we have just encountered a strange but mesmerizing object. We will send a search party down to analyze the planet to find out if there is any life or new civilizations, to boldly seek life, to boldly go where no man has gone before. There's something on the wing. Out there. There's out there on the wing. Look, it's a gremlin. So, okay, remember that from Nightmare at 20,000 Feet? From Twilight Zone? It was the same guy, William Shatner, Captain Kirk. Hey, what do you know, Captain Kirk? Well, did you know? Hey, you had to throw out the Captain Kirk there. I mean, hey, listen, maybe that's not a great impression, but I tried, There's something on the way. Okay. I had to turn those direct messages off. Okay. Pretty woman said hi. Hello, pretty woman. Okay. So you did, huh? So you're dating a girl now, right? You're dating a woman right now. That's nice. I'm just private. Okay. Let's see. Looking like Captain Kirk. Got that. Oh, so we're getting some more new people coming in here just to hear the chat, passing on through. We got a lot of ships passing through the night. Hey, a lot of ships. There you go. And some hang out for a bit. Some stay docked for a bit, hang out for a little while. Some just pass on through. And some just want to say hello. Okay, yeah. Hey, there you go. But back to your, but women hit on me or attracted to me, but I'm so completely straight. But if I don't have a perfect picture of social media space, people assume I'm a man. Oh, Lish. Oh, okay. Women. Lish, you got that. Women hit on you, attractive, but I'm so completely straight. I don't have a profile picture in social media. Now, what do you mean? People hit on you on your page? You mean not in person? What do you mean, like on your profile? You think that what do you mean by that? I'm just trying to figure out what you mean there, Lish. I kind of figured you were a woman. I mean, I never even asked that. I just thought, I mean, sometimes I have to look at the profiles. Sometimes it's obvious. I go by the name, the way it's written, and Lish, it just seemed like a woman would have wrote that, but and I don't have a profile picture. But I'm just trying in person with women. Oh, they do. Now you're a woman and women hit on you. You mean what do you mean? Like because I'm thinking your picture. You're a woman. Yeah, I could see your picture. You're female. Okay. I don't. Okay. Where are you? I guess I don't know what the woman's world is. I don't know. I mean, uh, I don't know. I guess I can read people very well, but I'm extremely oblivious to getting hit on. LOL. Oh, okay. You can read it, but oblivious to getting hit on. I mean, I can imagine that we all at some points have our moments of getting hit on. Yeah. Me, I never get hit on. I'm kind of ugly, women don't find me attractive anymore. I'm old. I'm old now, They look at me and I don't know. I don't. No, that's not true. That's not true. I mean, it doesn't happen that often. I think only because I look so scowly and so unapproachable. I think I set off a vibe. I think women say this guy's probably not easy. He's not he don't look like he'd be the type that would just, you know, buy her dinner for nothing. He looks like he's a bit of a chap. I don't know. I don't know. But I don't like to assume, LOL. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Well, but I mean, I think bottom line is I think what were we talking about? Yeah, we're just talking about yeah, about our own experiences and that. I mean, just being like I said, being a man that I am, I go through lots of periods of my time. A lot of times people look at me and think I must have women all over the place. I just got women in every corner. And they think sometimes I mean, and I think sometimes women look at me like I'm a playboy sometimes. I do get that, but at the same time, I think I did, especially when I was younger, not so much anymore, you know. But I think I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying right now. I know. I think bottom line is I've got to the point where I've gotten so comfortable with myself, and I feel like my heart is so like it's changed. I noticed I've changed over the life, especially after I've gotten divorced, especially is that, since I went through, I went through a certain phase of my life, like an awakening. I did. I just feel like I've awakened in a lot of ways that I don't need that a lot. And I keep thinking to myself, if I get involved, if let's say I had a woman move in with me and I met somebody and I just because I needed somebody and I had her move in, I hear all these stories too. Like if, I'd have to trust a woman for one, and I would like to think she's not just here to use me or take advantage of me and just I pay all the rent or pay the mortgage. She just lives here for nothing because she thinks her payment is just to give me bedroom fun. You know what I mean? That would be I need more than that. I would need more than that. Okay. It wouldn't be just that because yeah, you know. But also I get to the point now where I feel very content. I think I'm old enough in my life now where I've been married for 20 years. I tried that. It didn't work. I've got my own life. I feel like as I get older, I get wiser and I feel like I'm more content just being me. I really do. I feel like I've had that contentment in my heart where I feel whole. I do truly feel whole now. And if I did finally get involved, and she would have to be somebody I would trust with my whole heart. And I probably would have to vet her for a long time. And she would have to be very similar to me. I'd have to feel like I could trust her completely. That she wasn't just out for, well, I would say my money, but I'm not like a million. I'm not a billionaire. Maybe not yet. Maybe someday. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. But or just out just to take me for all she can. I'd have to know that wasn't the case. That she was here to work with me. We would be a team. I would welcome it, but it would have to be the right one. But the funny thing is, I'm not really searching for that. I'm not searching for that. I don't need to. Yeah, I feel very whole in myself. I feel like I got other ventures that I need right now, and one of them is this channel. One of them is YouTube. Of course, one is just trying to pay off my mortgage. I got a certain amount of money that I can pay. I need to get my mortgage paid for. And so I get goals that I have to make first. But Burt Reynolds, that's you? Oh my gosh. Uh Same name, no, Jewish guy. Jewish guy. Is that Burt Reynolds? Oh, I've been called a lot of things. I mean, I've been called all sorts of things. Captain Kirk. I've been asked if I was a mafia guy. People think I'm, like Italian. Now I'm Burt Reynolds. Well, let's see. See if I can do my Burt Reynolds. I don't think I can't even imitate Burt Reynolds. I have to chew some gum. Be like sarcastic. I can't even do. I don't think I could do a Burt Reynolds impression. I'd have to look. I was never good at that one. Hey, funny thing is, my late brother Jim, my brother Jimmy, we look very similar. Okay, my brother Jimmy died. He was the one who passed away when I was 24 years old. But Jimmy he was my brother. Okay, he was a middle brother, and he had the dark hair, and he had the dark ears like my mom, and he looked more like Burt. People called him Burt Reynolds. Yeah, a lot, all the time, because he had the dark hair and everything. And he was the Burt Reynolds guy. But Jimmy was better looking than I. He was way better looking than me. Yeah, he was very. I mean, I'm just saying that because he's my brother, and I lost him when I was 24 years old, and he died when he was 31 years old. That left a hole in my whole heart more than anything. I was losing my brother Jim. In fact, it changed my whole family. It just did. But yeah. But anyway, that was Jim. He was Bert. So I can't hold a candle to that just about right now, Okay. Who's Hasselhoff last? Oh, I forgot about that one. Oh yeah, somebody called me. You're right, Lesh. Somebody called me David Hasselhoff. I guess I got to look like somebody called me Tim Robbins one time. Yeah. I think it was that one of the shorts that I had, they left a comment, Tim Robbins. I don't know. So I got one of those faces that you just can't, you can't get over, right? Yeah. Hey, my brother used to always tell me, you get a face only a mother could love, Yeah, but Ma don't like me. Ma likes you better, Only kidding. I'm joking here. No, but I'm finally going home from work. Oh, that's good, Hart. That's good. You're finally going home. That's awesome. I bet you're gonna go home and eat some tacos. That's your routine, yeah? Yeah, you get your lunch or your dinner, and you get your tacos. That's what you've been doing the last few weeks. And you say your brother, you got to hide him from your brother. Your twin brother likes to eat tacos. Your brother who has a polar opposite personality from you. That's funny. That's hilarious, Hart, man. Bro, you look like you could act in a mafia movie. Hey, what do you mean by that? Funny? Funny how? What do you mean funny? Funny like I'm a clown so I can amuse you? What do you mean? What do you mean by funny? Flippin' funny how? Huh? Funny how? What do you mean funny here? How's that? Joe Pesci. How do you like that one, huh? Okay, wait, let's see. I let you in here. I let you. Listen. You talking to me? I don't think you're talking to me. You don't know who you're talking to. Listen, Tommy. I let you in here. Let you have all this, and then you treat me like that. No, you can't do that. Now that's Robert De Niro. That's probably a bad Robert De Niro. How about this one? Okay. Don't ever go against the family again, Frida. Don't ever go against the family again. Okay. That's Al Pacino. How do you like that one? You like that? Okay, hey, I know maybe I startled you a little bit, people. I do apologize. But hey, people are throwing these things out here. You want to... I hope that didn't spook you a little bit. All right, I'm just kidding. I'm acting here. That's an actor. That's what they do, you know what I mean? Yeah, so De Niro, goat too. Oh, Pesci the goat. Okay. Oh, hey, personality pills back. Hey, Jethro's in the house, man. Hey, I hope you didn't just see my Al Pacino impression. Yeah, I got a little bit. You see, he was like that. Al Pacino was like the type. He was very stoic, especially as Michael Corleone. Remember that? Fredo, don't ever go against the family. He talked real calm, like you think this guy's unrattled, and all of a sudden he'd do just that. He would whack the table and he'd yell like that. I mean, I'm just going by. And that was Al Pacino, man. He was intense. He could startle you like that in a second. So I just hope I didn't do that, people. Again, that's just acting, okay? Uh, how was my Al Pacino impression? Anybody see that one? And now he's another guy. He had the dark hair, you know. He had that real dark hair. So I missed it. Oh, you missed it. Oh, you'll have to see that. I just did the. Oh, you must have came in just after I did my Al Pacino. You didn't see Al Pacino? Gosh. Well, I didn't lose anybody, did I? Hey, actually, people are starting to file in now, huh? Joe Pesci. Hey, people keep telling me I look like certain people, so I'm doing the impressions the best I can. That is, you know what I mean? You know. They keep saying I look like a mafia guy or whatever. Yeah, I guess that's just who I am. You know what I mean? You know. Hey, like I said, listen, people. You know, maybe there's certain pros and cons to who I am. I've always had that thought, though. You know, I mean, I've been blessed with like some like pretty good characteristics. You know what I mean? Good head of hair. I mean, good features and things. But you know, my personality is always. I've always thought about that. I've always had that isolating personality about me, though. And I've always recognized it. And listen, you people, you know what I'm talking about. We all have this. I mean, we know our drawbacks. We know the amazing gifts that we have, and we do have some incredible gifts as who we are. But then, of course, we have our drawbacks, you know, and it always revolves around our personality, our isolation. Yeah. But the thing is this, people, you got to understand too, you know, as we call these drawbacks, now I'm going to go back to, I'll give you an example. Now, Bill Belichick was the Patriots head coach, and he always used to say that don't ever attack the weakness of a team, go after the strengths. Wait, this is probably a bad example. My point is this: sometimes our drawbacks have to become our greatest strengths. That's what I probably should say. We think of our drawbacks, and a lot of it revolves around our shyness, our inability to, let's say, make friends, keep acquaintances, keep relationships. Yeah. You know, and a lot of and also the fact that because we're so isolated, and a lot of times we're so standoffish and we're so solitary, we forget how to make friends, and this is one of our drawbacks. But you got to understand too that our isolation and our drawbacks become our greatest strengths in our life. We might call them drawbacks, but we don't realize that in a way we're being groomed toward our greatest part of our being because of them. Okay, because of the fact that we don't surround ourselves with people with people's drama, with people's like a lot of times typical people, they need validation. They surround themselves with other people. They hang out together. They're always together, right? Typically. But the thing is, because they're around so many other people, they're absorbing everything. Usually they don't have a chance to reflect. They miss one thing. Their drawback is that they don't introspect as much. They might, but they usually are so caught up with other people, with their other events. They're extroverted, let's say, that they're not introspecting like we do. Being that we're so isolated, being that this is our drawback, and it almost pushes us into our isolation. We're pushed into our individual selves, and because that's all we know. Now we may be upset someday and think this is a drawback. This is like I said, a setback, a curse, as you might say. But bottom line is, it's our ability to find ourselves, our authentic self, who we're intended to find. Because when we're, like I said, when too many people are too much involved with other people, and we wish we had their life, we wish we could be more sociable, more personable, have relationships that last, etc., as I've said before. But they never have the ability to deeply introspect and find the depths of their mind, find the depths of their introversion, their solitude, which opens up the channel of the depth of their inner world. They'll never see that, or they may get glimpses of its inner world, and it will be so isolating and paralyzing. They'll run it back to their crowd. They have a refuge of each other, of their extroverted each other. So that's their drawback. Yeah. Okay, because they can never survive what we've gone through. We are built as INFJs. We are built to withstand that kind of, endure that kind of life as we are. We were made this way for a reason. Okay, we were built that way to be spiritually able to, almost like we've compared ourselves to that cactus. Okay, we're like that cactus out in the middle of a desert that survives that harsh climate, and it retains its water, and it grows spines, but it still grows that beautiful desert flower. Yeah, that's the cactus. That's our personality. So many, but it's a harsh environment. That is our soul. That is basically what our soul does. But we have no choice. Just as that cactus has no choice but to adapt to that environment, has no choice but to adapt to that type of harshness. Okay. That's what's happening on our soul. But because of that, we're going to develop into that impervious, tough cactus, like, and you see what I mean? But that leads us to our salvation and our true integration, our true individualization or authentication, which very few people can experience ever finding their true selves. But in so many ways, the INFJ, we're most likely geared to find this because of this drawback, what we call. But we have to make sure that we understand that that's our greatest strength. Okay? It's kind of backwards, isn't it? Okay? We spend so much of our life thinking that's our drawback, our curse. But it turns into our greatest resource and our greatest asset, because eventually we find our own contentment within ourselves, and we survive that. Yeah. I love India. What do we got here? Who's Kabar Esbar? Hi, man. Hey, man. I subscribe. Kadar. Hello there. Personality pill. I come up with a new type of INFJ. Oh, really? You got a new type of an INFJ there, Jethro? I am curious, Jethro, man. I keep checking the channel, man. I keep looking to see when I'm waiting for your video. But listen, you take your time. I'm not going to rush and say, hurry up. Just, you know what you're doing. Okay. You do what you got to do, man. And if you're looking to make that a great video, I'm going to have faith in you. Okay. Really. But hey, we're waiting for you. Just so you know, man. Will you be doing a hog reveal later? What does that mean? What is a hog reveal? Do some movies, impressions, you're good. Do some more impressions, you're good. All right, I come up with a new type of, I see, I got to come up with something. I got to do an impression every so often, right? That's all. I mean, that's not what this channel was supposed to be, but it's kind of throwing into that. I'll do that sometimes. Okay. All right. I love India. Hyper INFJ. A hyper INFJ. Really? Now, when you say, okay, we got some new names out there. We got new people coming on in here. Hey, listen, anybody who's sticking around out there, any new one? I'm glad to see you. I'm going to introduce each and every one of you. I'm going to introduce myself to each and every one of you. My name's Tom. I am Tom Omega, and yeah, this is the channel. And if you're just seeing me for the first time, yeah, just understand this is all about our mind. Basically, it's basically self-help, and it's about just understanding the depths of our mind, especially as introverted intuitives. Okay, all right. Don't give up on your dreams. A message to you, and yes, I'm doom scrolling. Oh, okay, bye, bye. What do we got here? Rosie Ferreira, hi. Hello there. Rossi. Oh, is that Rosie? We got some more saying hello. We got more ships passing in the night. And if you want to dock for a bit, hang out, that's great. Okay. Now listen, anything you want to ask, I'm very interactive here, people. You want to ask a question? Got anything bugging you? Any issues you want to resolve? Just talk to me. Talk to the whole panel. Talk to the Breakfast Club. It's not just me. There's other people with very insightful intuition. We all do. Okay, and I'm thinking we're all gonna we can help you out a little bit. Okay, yeah, we got a click going here. This is a safe haven for INFJs. This is a safe haven for our type. Okay, this is a sanctuary here, people. Okay. Okay, bye bye. Okay, what are we talking about? Yeah, all right. So Kabar, I love India. Oh, that was the India flag. Is that what that is? I'm from India. Oh, white. Hey, wow, Kabar from India. That's something else there, huh? I figured that I'd be getting some viewers from halfway around the world again. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Uh, well, if anybody wants to say I look like certain characters or certain celebrities or whatever, I'll do my best to be. I'll put myself into costume. I guess you know. I guess that's the chameleon right there, huh? It's no fun being an INFJ chameleon. Okay, that's bad, huh? Hey, that was. Yeah, this guy's funny right here. What do you mean funny? Funny how? No, I'm sorry, kidding. Um, but it's good to see some new people coming in. I told you funny things happen, crazy things happen after midnight around here, you know? They really do. I still get the Breakfast Club coming in here. Yeah, I think mostly the Breakfast Club's in here, right? Uh, I eat my Indian food with chopsticks. Wow, really? I tried eating with chopsticks. Yeah, I did a couple times. But then you know what? I ended up grabbing a spoon or a fork. You know, I'm like, you know what? I think a fork and spoon works so much better. That's just me. But then again, you know, I'm a classic American. You know, just too culturalized. I suppose if I grew up eating with chopstick, I'd be fine at it, right? Yeah. So when I get a new phone, I'll put out my first video. Oh, okay, Jethro, you're still waiting for a new phone then, huh? Oh, okay, got it, man. You want to get a nice quality phone with a good camera, one that has probably 4D resolution on it and everything. I mean, yeah, I'm looking at the screen right here. This is just my phone again. Oh, by the way, Jethro, I had it all set. I had my webcam and my microphone all ready to go, and for some reason I couldn't start my broadcast. I was all set. I had it ready to go. I had it all entered in, and then I couldn't get it going. So I had to grab my phone just to do the emergency old fashioned way, I guess you could say. Uh, God died for our sins. Yeah, okay. There are traitors. Uh, yes, God did die for our sins. I'll give it. Yeah. Well, there are trainer sticks on Amazon. Oh, okay. Oh, oh, chopsticks. You can get anything on Amazon. Pretty much anything out there, right? Oh, I just gave Amazon a free perk. Yeah. Hey, they can give me a quarter for that endorsement, huh? I don't think I'm ever going to see it though, right? Yeah, maybe they can deliver something for free. You know what I mean? That'll work. That'll help, right? Yeah, at least. Yeah. All right. Uh, but oh yeah, I was going to ask what kind of phone
you told me once. Personally, what I got right here, I just have a Galaxy S25. At the time, it was like I got it for I got it so I could make these videos. I thought I was going to start off doing these knowing I wanted a good phone. So I went out of my way to get that one. So, I mean, there's a lot of different ones. And I don't think this is probably the only one that you could get that would, I'm thinking there's some other decent ones, but I just went with the Galaxy S25. And I mean, because it has like 3 cameras on it and it got all the different ranges and all that. And it films pretty good. It films very good. And of course, the transmission is right there too. I mean, you got to figure I got it plugged in right now. Microphone sounds pretty good right now. And I'm sure a year later, I bought this a year ago. I bought this about a year ago. They might have even already updated it. They might have even improved it just a bit, not by much, but I don't know how much more you can. But anyway, that's what I got. Okay, so I do remember telling you that too. What I got. Why, you like this one, do you, Jethro? It's a good phone. Yeah, and at the time, I was able to buy it outright. I mean, I just pretty good at saving money. I didn't want to put it on the plan and just keep paying it for like 4 years just to, and they add it to your phone bill. I did that once time before, but okay. But all right. But we're doing pretty well tonight. We're doing actually very well. So this is actually one of the better lives I've had in a long time here. It's actually, I'm telling you, a lot of people are coming into the whole mix, and it's just yeah, it's been surreal in a way. So I would imagine, Jethro, you must have just got out of work or something. You must have worked a little bit tonight, maybe doing one of your driving jobs or something like that. I know you said you started a new job sometime as well, right? I guess you told me you had started a job back a month ago or something like that, right? Or a couple months ago, give or take. Can't remember. Um, yeah. Well, well, this has been a very popular live tonight. I think it's catching on. It must be. I notice every time I do these lives, it seems like a lot more people are attending these lives. Maybe I think because I do them consistently at the same time on a Saturday night, I think it must be, because because of the consistency and the frequency, it must help out quite a bit. So, but but anyway, so I guess I steered into that. I mean, I think a lot of times I think we have to make sure that things that normally were our weaknesses that we think within ourselves are weaknesses, we need to turn our weaknesses into strengths. Okay. This is one of the things that helps us evolve. In other words, all the things, your insecurities, your bad habits, your deep, dark shadows, no matter how deep they may be, you have to bring these things to your surface. Now, basically, our shadows, like I said, it's all these things that we keep hidden. And that's why they call them shadows for a reason. Okay. Now, sometimes we have deep, dark shadows, things we're ashamed of within our psyche. Okay. Now, I went into a whole thing about how there were things I had to reveal about myself that were very touchy subjects to me growing up that I had to face. Okay. I went into a whole tirade about that. But now you don't have to broadcast them to the world, but you have to at least bring them out. You know what your shadows are? These are the things that when you think about something or that you are ashamed of in your life, or something that you did in your past that you were ashamed of, or maybe the way you reacted, okay? And things that you project onto other people. Maybe things like these things that maybe somebody says something that strikes a nerve that somewhat affects you. These are your shadows, things that you try to keep buried, things that you hope are hidden and keep buried. These have got to be exposed. And Carl Jung did say the unconscious needs to be put into the conscious because that's what's happening. When we bury our shadows, we're making them unconscious. We're actually thinking somehow they go away if we ignore them, if we bury them deep enough, if we just uh, hide them well enough, they'll go away because we don't have to see them. That's what our psyche tries to do. I mean, but they never go away. They just stay darker. And the more we bury them, the darker their shadow is, the blacker it is. And the blacker the hole it is, and the blacker that your shadow is, the more you are subject to its basically its side effect. And its side effect is the fact that it's going to continually make you make bad decisions. You're going to make decisions based on these shadows. You're going to make projections onto other people based on this shadow because you are harboring them, hiding them. So, as I said before, we have to bring these into the consciousness. Yeah. You have to face them. You know the old saying, face yourself? You have to. You have to bring these things out of the shadows and integrate them into your subconscious. Making them, well, they're in their subconscious now. We have to make them conscious. I mean, literally face them. Even as much as we don't like them, we have to see them for what they are. And that's when you expose them. I mean, even if they're these deep, dark secrets, maybe you had bedroom fun with a snake. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that's going to happen. But what I'm saying is, these are like the weird little things that you might have done or think, something that you keep repressed that you have to bring out into the light, even if it's something as weird as that. And you have to face them and you have to kind of let them be conscious. And when you let them be conscious, you're able to see them in the light. And the more you look at them in the light, the less now they start to basically, you're seeing them for what they are. And you have to let these things go away, basically. Right. And so that's what I'm talking about. That's how we integrate our shadow. So, no, I'm not actually. Are you gay? You look zesty. Listen, if you're inquiring about that because you think because you're interested, I'm sorry, I'm not your type. Okay, just saying. No, but anyway, that's what integrating the shadow is all about. Okay, that's one of them. That's something Carl Jung said. That's part of that whole integrations. All right, so. So much I know for sure. I'm going to go into the channel, but you should too. The Myers-Briggs ladies are just very important to my MBA. Just as wait, personnel. So something I know for sure. I'm going to go into my channel, but you should too. Is the Myers-Briggs ladies? They are very important to the MBTI just as much as Jung. Oh, when you say MBTI ladies, you mean like the Wennis and the Lawrence Sapella, those ladies? You mean like that? Yeah, I listen to Lauren every so often. She's another INFJ, and When's I do listen to occasionally. I used to a lot. If that's what you're talking about, yeah. I mean, maybe I don't mention them quite a bit. I think I mention when sometimes, if that's what you mean. Myers-Briggs ladies. Oh, you mean the mother dog? Okay, I'm trying to figure out what you meant by that. I thought you meant like the ladies on YouTube that are talking about the INFJ women. I wasn't sure. Okay. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna take one thing at a time. I want to learn a lot about the psychology of Carl Jung, but yeah, I'm gonna keep that in mind because I know basically I know a little bit about that already. I know that they expanded Carl Jung's scope, almost doubled it. Is what they did. They basically mapped out his types. But I believe Carl Jung only had 8 types that he had mapped out. But after he passed and the Myers-Briggs kind of looked more into it and they started studying Carl Jung, they looked at it deeper, and they found out that the combinations of
personality types could be added to another 8. They knew that there was combinations. I think that I believe Carl Jung basically had I knew he had the introverted intuitive types that he mapped out, and he also had the extroverted sensing types mapped out or something like that. I don't know if he mapped out too much of the introverted, let's say, sensing types or the extroverted, the EN types. I think he did the extroverted sense and the introverted intuitive type, and he stuck it with that. And then I think the Myers-Briggs ladies just basically added that other dimension to those whole things and expanded it out to 16. So, I mean, I did look a little bit into that. I mean, that was mainly their contribution. And of course, I know they contributed a little bit to the whole psychology. Well, they had to have because they studied it all. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, um, but if that's what you're talking about, the integration I hate the most is FI. The integration I hate is most the introverted feeling, but I'm getting better with it at times. Myers-Briggs ladies, Jethro just made a co-worker of mine take the MBTI test. Not the 16 personality web types, though. Elizabeth, who is the mom, studied her daughter from birth and was so important because she was like a mad scientist. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it sounds like Jethro, you're definitely looking more into the Myers-Briggs hidden heart personality type. Yes. Oh yeah. No, but I mean, that's that much I do know is that they took that whole MBTI and they looked at it very much in depthly. Yeah, and they expanded it. That was mainly it. But yeah. Yeah, but that was all part of it. That was all part of the development of the whole MBTI type. Yeah. But I mean, I guess Carl Jung, I mean, yeah, he you got to figure him being the introverted intuitive that he was, he studied so much into the introvert as well. All right. There's no doubt about that. But he also had I think he studied from his own patients. He saw all the different personality types. I mean, it was easy for him to distinguish that you had outgoing type personalities, which were extroverts, and you had the shy types, as we always called them, and that was the introverts. I mean, people that wanted to be alone. Some people wanted the excitement of people. That was so he had to probably map it out a lot in his own patients, and he had a lot of patients come from around the world. I mean, some were very like well off people. I mean, very let's say, successful, advanced people, rich people that was seeking him out, and they were paying him like a lot of money to figure him out because he got a reputation for that. Because his prototype Sigmund Freud, which he broke away from, was just, he was so much radically different from Sigmund Freud. Freud was very, two dimensional, while Carl Jung was just taking psychology way deeper, way deeper, obviously. All right. I mean, and not only that, I was watching an interview with, it's actually here on YouTube, as there was an interview with Carl Jung, and they asked him about Sigmund Freud. And I guess he was very rigid. I mean, he didn't have he was like very closed minded. What he said was just the way it was. I mean, he was he made his own findings, he had his own structure. And I guess Carl Jung used to question him and used to say he didn't agree with certain things. And that's when Freud basically said, yeah, he expunged himself. He basically distanced himself. Is when Carl Jung was coming up with his own theories and basically say, hey, did you ever think of this aspect? And but I guess Freud wanted nothing to do with that. From what I understand, he was very narrow-minded in that way. There's a documentary called Dark Person, The Dark Truth Behind Personality Test you have to watch. Okay. All right. There's a lot of stuff I gotta watch. There's no doubt. Yeah. So the documentary called Dark Persona, The Dark Truth. Okay.
We get along really well, and this function stacks are STJ. Oh, okay. So we get along really well, and this function stacks. Okay, so you're talking about STJ. You mean introverted or extroverted STJs? ESTJ or ISTJ, you mean? Oh, okay. Yeah, I would imagine sometimes. Yeah, yeah. No, but I think, like I said, you're going to have a different. I want you to. Yeah, you're going to have your whole different aspect on things. Yeah, I'm curious to see a lot about what you do there. Hey, like I said, we talked. We talked on the phone. You sound like you're very articulate, though, too. I did notice that. You know, uh, talking about you, Jethro. Yeah, you're very articulate, and you sound like you can carry a conversation very well, get a good vocabulary. So that's important. You'll be all right. And I think he's most of an introvert, and it's still possible that he could be potentially ISTJ. Now, who are we talking about again, Harp? I forgot. Who are we talking about? We were talking about who? Who are we talking? We're not talking about Carl Jung, are we? Uh, I will continue to psychoanalyze him over time. Oh, my coworker. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Oh, you're doing that? You're doing that, huh? Oh, okay. Yeah, I sometimes I try to do that too. I mean, typically I try not to get spend too much time thinking, but I do read the guys that I work with really close. I just they're kind of easy to see beyond them. Like I said, there was this one guy, his wife was cheating on him, and I knew it I knew it months ago. I told you that story, right? Then he came out and said he said what was happening. I thought he was gonna, he was got his own apartment. He was gonna leave his wife. I didn't tell you what happened with that, right? He ended up he went back to her, and I can only imagine just knowing the way he is. She convinced him that it was over, and I guess at one point he said that I guess she broke up with the other guy. Then she threw on this whole victim. She went into victim mode where all of a sudden she feared for her life at home. She thought the guy was going to come over and and she asked if she could sleep on his couch at home. Personally, if it were me, I mean, well, he had kids involved though. You got to remember too, he had like kids that are 7 and 5 years old. So he had young kids. I kept thinking it's not my problem. You that's your affair. That's your thing. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna bail you out now. You cheated on me. Now you're fearing for your life, thinking he's gonna come get you at home. I'm not letting you sleep on my couch. But he did. He let her over there. I'm like, that was his first mistake. And then she all of a sudden didn't want to get the divorce because she was going to lose her job in a few months. And it seemed to me like, yeah, she monkey branched right back to him because all of a sudden the relationship wasn't going well. And even though he had his heart ripped out of his chest, he took her back. I thought, my gosh, I wouldn't have done that. So sorry, I was cleaning. I have distracted. That's okay. Okay. He's joking. I said, uh, I'm your lab rat now. And I said, yes. Okay. No, the bottom line is that was what happened. And I was kind of surprised. I kept thinking that's too bad. See, that's what I mean. Sometimes relationships can get so complicated. A man's need for it can get so needy. So even though you had your wife cheated like that on you, and you're gonna take her back, he's gonna it's gonna happen again. I already predict she's just gonna laugh behind his back, and then she's gonna tell her friends how pathetic he is, how weak he is. And the next opportunity she has to monkey branch to somebody else, she's gonna do it. Okay, that's what happens when you take back a cheater. But he's convinced that she's all done. Like, oh yeah, she broke up with him and that's it. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. But I kind of just at that point, I guess, all right, what it's not my life. Don't worry about it, you know.
but that was one in particular. Yeah. But it's one of those things I saw unfold way back months ago. Just saw that whole thing happening, and yeah, that was it. So, yeah. Well, okay. I was cleaning, so I have distracted. Got it. Okay, Vamp. What were you cleaning, Vamp? Cleaning your house? Cleaning your what were you cleaning? Hey, look who's here. Indy. Indy. Hey, buddy. Hey, I haven't heard from you in a while, Indy. What are you doing, huh? Indy just said hi. Hey, what's up? Yeah, I don't see you on too many. I haven't seen you in a live in a long time, but I remember Indy's left comments on my page, on some of my posts, things like that, my channel. So he's been out there, you know. It's good to see you doing all right. Must have stumbled across this broadcast. I do believe, Indy, aren't you from like Texas or something like that, if I remember right? Yeah. Yeah. Promoted and relocated. Oh, you did. You relocated, huh? Where'd you were in Texas. I know that. You still in Texas or something like that? Abilene. Yeah, that's still in a part of Texas too, right? Uh, Julie Blue. Hello, sir. What is your topic? Um, I this is the INFJ experience. We're talking about the main topic is psychology, self-help, personality types. That's mainly it. But we'll talk about personal issues. We'll talk about anything that pertains to anything, basically. Yeah, but mainly it's just understanding our personality type is what it is. And that's the INFJ personality, that is, okay? Because this is the INFJ experience. But again, there's a lot of range of things we will talk about. I even talk about other general things as well. But what did you want to talk about, Julie? Did you have anything in particular? Oh, Indy, you moved to Baird, Texas. Okay, I see. I remember you were from Texas. I do remember that. MBTI types. So, yeah. Yeah, but if you'd like to talk about anything else, if you want to have a topic of discussion, just ask, and yeah, we can do that as well. Okay, yeah, but I'm basically just talking about a lot of different things. Carl Jung's philosophies as well. And in fact, I got quite extensive on that as well, about integrating shadows, about what Carl Jung meant about certain things, and all that. So yeah, that's a lot of what we do here, you know. So I know it is. It's almost 1 o'clock. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning, Eastern Standard Time. Yeah. So we're still getting a little late, but yeah, we're having a good night here so far. So so well, that's good. At least you moved to Baird, Texas, from Abilene, Texas. Still in the state of Texas, though. Bottom line is, huh? That's good. I guess once you're in a state as big as Texas, I mean, you could move it 1,000 miles across the state and still be in the state of Texas. That place is so big. I mean, I think that state off actually covers 3 time zones. I mean, I'm almost literally not, I ain't making that up. Texas is so big. Hey, I remember one time when I ran away from home and we went through Texas. I swear I spent 2 days in Texas, just crossing Texas just to get to the other side, you know? Big old state, no doubt. So, yeah, but we do the MBTI type is what we do. And also, just like I said, self-help here too. All right. So we are, yeah, but I was talking basically about, I was talking earlier about integrating shadow. Oh, I do impressions too, by the way, Julie. If you're still out there, Julie, some people come out and they start saying, hey, you look like this guy. Hey, you look like that guy. So you telling me I look like some guy, I might just do his impression. How about that? Like somebody says, hey, he looks like Joe Pesci. I say,
What do you mean, Joe Pesci? What is that? Funny, funny how? I might do a Joe Pesci impression. One time I ordered a dozen Texas glazed donuts, and I thought it was a typo. Flavor, not the size. Oh man. Uh, you know how much I usually talk? LOL. Just tried from working double in the last 3 days. They don't know how to handle my INFJness yet. It seems to freak some people out. Usually, I don't know what you like at work if you have a lot to say. Usually, when I start a new job, in fact, it seems like I'm still I usually don't say much at work. I mean, I'll speak when spoken to. I'm polite when spoken to, but usually I walk in and I'm very quiet. I just come in, do my thing, change. I might say hi, how you doing? I'm usually kind of just quiet. I just do my thing. So there's not much to say other than that. But all the donuts were bigger than my head. Well, of course, you'd get Texas donuts. What did you expect over there? I watch more than I express. Oh, okay, got that. You watch more than you express. Okay, that's good. That's good. Um, yeah. Yeah, Texas donuts. Now, how do you know they're Texas donuts? I mean, what is that? Like a way they cook them? What is a Texas donut anyway? I mean, are they larger? Is it just that in size? It is in the process and how they they fry them? Is there a process that makes them Texas? I don't know. I'm just asking because I don't know if that's a different way. Kind of like Chicago pizza. You know, excuse me. There's a different way a Chicago makes pizza different than what New York style pizza is. I mean, some certain regions, chili is different in certain parts of the country. Like down in Texas, chili has no beans, right? They only use like chili peppers. They use their spices, and I know they use like the steak, but no beans. Not in Texas chili. Yeah. And then you get other parts put beans in that chili. So I mean, again, I'm just wondering. Um, just a gigantic donut, and I didn't know that before buying it. Okay, so it's just a big giant donut. Oh, because the whole thing is in Texas, everything's just bigger. They make everything larger than it should be, right? I bought a dozen. I could barely eat one. I hear our drinks were bigger. Oh, okay, Lish. Oh, Lish, are you from Texas as well? Is that what it is? Somebody else. There's a few from Texas out there. I got a few listeners out there watching from Texas. Actually, I know you're from all around the country and all around the world for that matter. Yeah, you're from all over the place, you know. So, but yeah, there's not a whole lot that I don't think New Hampshire makes a whole lot of things like, okay, this is a New Hampshire donut here. So yeah, there's not a whole lot of that you get from New Hampshire. I guess there could be, but yeah, we're kind of that little state that people say, "Where's that?" What's New Hampshire? Is that a state? Where is that? Is that somewhere in England? No, that's New Hampshire, not New Hampshire, right? Yes, born and raised in Texas. Oh, Lish. Lish is also from Texas. So y'all got so in Indy over here. Indy is also from Texas. You can see he's moving around a little bit. Yeah, born and raised in Texas. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Hey, I almost moved to Texas. I wanted to move to Texas, and after I got divorced, I thought about it. I had a plan. I was going to load up my car and go down there and relocate and start a new life down there. I almost did. Imagine if I did that and I became who I am now, but down in Texas. I decided to stay in New Hampshire, though. I just did. Uh, it didn't happen. It's all right. It didn't happen. Lish, a country gal. Yes, bless her heart. Live here, but born in California. Oh, hey, you were too, huh? Hey, I was born in California. I was born in San Diego. Yeah. The Sharp Hospital. Yeah. I remember it was Donald Sharp Hospital. Yeah. But that's beside the point. Yeah. But I grew up in the Boston area in New England. So I know, because I get this really awful accent. It kind of gives it away, don't it? Yeah, it does.
Me too. I remember now. Oh wait, weren't you born in also San Diego, in Indy, or was it? That's it. Okay, you were born from San Diego also. That's right. Now it's coming back. So we had a conversation before. We did have a conversation. It was months ago. I was like 6 months ago. It's a while ago, but I seem to remember that now. Yeah, it's a cool accent, Tom. Well, thanks, thanks. Um, yeah. Eventually, when I get adapted to these lives, I want to eventually be able to talk to you people. I know there's ways of doing it. I got to learn a lot. I do, but I want to start being able to pull you in and talk to you on the phone, like have a conversation. I mean, that's stuff in the evolution of me when I know what the hell I'm doing. You know what I mean? I got to be honest with you, people. I do. I still got a lot to learn, but I learned enough to talk to you for this long on these lives. So I mean, I'm making progress. Let's call it that. And you're hanging around, so that's all that matters. Tom, apparently I have a cousin in California. Oh, really? There you go. Yeah, we got some California connections, even in Australia. Even Vamp has a connection halfway around the world. Imagine that. A cousin then, huh? Well, okay. That's interesting, you know? Yeah. And so Lil, many. Yeah. Okay. LIL. Lil, whatever. Okay. No, that's good. That's awesome, We're all from different parts of the world here. The Vamp, you're in Australia. Yes. Yeah. Oh, you didn't know that, Lish? Yeah, she's Australian. I knew that. I've known that for I didn't know if we all knew that's right. We don't always make light of that. Yes, that Vamp is from the land of down under. Yeah. It's down under and over there. And you can't get there from here. Okay? I guess you can technically. You just have to fly halfway around the world, though. You know what I mean? Yeah. I do believe she's from Queensland. Go figure. She doesn't want to be treated like a princess, but she's from Queensland. Imagine that. Hey, go figure. I just made that up. I just thought of that. Neat. I want to go there. Yeah, I would go there. If I had the money, if I had the time, and I had the resources, I would probably take a trip there. I'd just say, what the heck? I'm going to jump in a plane. I got the time now. I'll do this. I mean, it's not practical for me. I would just to see it. I'd want to take a trip to Australia. Why not? Lish, yes, weird fact. I'm a tough cookie. uh, yeah, I've been through a lot. I'm sure you have. I'll bet you. Listen, I think all of us have. That's something that's part of us. I mean, especially emotionally, maybe somewhat physically, spiritually. Oh yeah. If you're anything like me, I know we've all been through a lot. But you know what? We are, like I said, we're like those tough desert cactuses. We're built to endure this kind of thing. Our soul is built to handle that. Okay? Remember we got back to that cactus analogy before? Well, it came back. It came back full circle to describe what we are. We're all like that. Yes. Yeah, got that. Okay. You remember we talked for like 3 hours once. I got so late, we were like, damn. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was on one of the lives. It was months and months ago. I remember something like that. You hung around. It was just like we're doing now, back and forth. We talked about different stuff. I remember that. Uh, Vamp, what's up with them spiders? Have you fought a kangaroo before? Oh man. Can you say a Sydney funnel web online? Can you order a Sydney funnel web online? Just curious. Wow, that's probably an exotic spider right there. A Sydney funnelhead. What is that exactly, Indy? That must be an exotic spider. Hey, I know Australia's got some exotic animals. Period. Their insect and arachnid species are unique. I mean, yeah, I mean, they have like species that the way they evolve down there is, yeah, they got their own uniqueness about them. There's no doubt. Yeah, deadly. Oh, is it deadly? Yeah. Yeah, I really want to have a pet spider that can kill me. Yeah, I really want one of those. You know what I mean? Yeah, that sounds so enticing, I'll tell you. Yeah, okay, I can imagine. There's some nasty spiders down there. Hey, oh, speaking of spiders, right? I told you one time I had a spider friend that I've been noticing this spider's been hanging around like last couple times. I saw this big old spider that was on the floor in my kitchen. Now I got this soft spot for animals. If it bites me, it dies. I got some rules. If you get a mosquito or something that bites, no tolerance. I am heartless. But if an animal is misunderstood, or one that I know is not going to bite me, not a pest, isn't gonna multiply into thousands, I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? So you get a spider. Now you get a spider in your house. It's actually not a bad thing. You get one of those common spiders in your house, and it's good to leave him around there because he's going to eat up your bugs. They're going to do that. They're actually going to help clean out your house a little bit, and they will. You know, I happened to see this spider in my house. Matter of fact, a couple days ago, brand new one. He was a big one too. I mean, I see about the size. He had about a quarter size like leg span. I mean, he had long legs. I don't really know a lot about spiders. He looked like a kind of a wolf spider, and I know wolf spiders get pretty big. Even here in the United States, even in the Northeast, we got some wolf spiders. But I'd say up here in the Northeast, some of the biggest spiders we got get about maybe the size of a quarter, maybe a half dollar. Their whole size, possibly. But so anyway, I see the thing and I'm looking at him and he's in the floor and I'm like, wow, where'd he come from? Like, I wonder. And then I'm thinking to myself, how is it I never seen this guy before? As big as he is, I never seen this one, you know? So I'm looking at him saying, now I start talking to him. I'm like, where you from? Have you lived here all your life? And I'm kind of having a conversation with him. And I'm kind of weird like that. I'm talking to him not like, not like in depthly, just somewhat. You talk to a dog, talk to a cat. So I'm talking to the spider. I'm like, where you from? How long have you been in my house? And then I says to him, I says, now I says, listen, I says, you can live in this house, but under one condition, you never bite me. Okay. And you have to eat up the bugs. I'm going to leave you here because I know you're going to eat up the bugs I don't want in the house. But just don't be anywhere where I'm going to step on you and don't ever bite me. Okay. And other than that, you can live here. So, I mean, I kind of made this little deal with him. And that's just the way I am. And of course, I kind of poked him with my toe when he ran under the stove. Then I seen him the next night. And then I said, okay. I said, hey, how you doing there, guy? So I said, hey, I'll give him a little peace offering. So I get a Q-tip and I dip it in the water. And he's just kind of staying there. Spiders are real still. They stay there and they don't move. So then I put the Q-tip in front of him. And then I pushed it in front of his face a little bit so he'd know it was water on there. I don't think he drank it, but the idea was it was a peace offering. And he didn't run. I didn't like poke it in his face. I mean, I got it just right near his face and it stayed there. Just so he'd smell it. No, it was water. Thinking, hey, he's got a drink and you can get used to that. I'll put a little bit of water on a Q-tip. Yeah, this is the way. That was just my way of offering him a drink. So, yeah, no, I put it there. Then I kind of just did my thing. He left after a bit. It left, whatever it is. I thought, that's all. They're not that bad. So spiders, I think, again, they're kind of misunderstood too. I mean, you think about it. You got to. Most people see a creepy, crawly, eight-legged, six-eyed thing, spider. Look, you know what I mean? They kill it. Step on it right away. I mean, just because it's creepy, it's an ugly thing, and it's a spider, right? And everybody hates spiders, right? A lot of people hate them. Me, I'm like, they're misunderstood. They really are, and they only bite if they're threatened. Sometimes they only bite if they're cornered or if they get startled. They'll bite you, but typically they don't bite humans. They don't feed on humans. And they go after bugs. They're a predator, you know? So I take that into mind and I say, you know what? I mean, I don't hate spiders. So, and it's one of those things. So I let the thing live. And I thought, well, hey, now there's a spider in my house, and now he knows I'm not going to kill it. And he knows I even offered it water. And hey, I had a little spider friend before that I tried doing that with too. And I finally, like I said, I just stopped seeing it. I knew it for a long time. I always come up to the sink and it would get water, and I gave it water. Finally, I think it just passed away. It got old, it died. Now this new one's coming around. So hey, we've got some people. I have been forced to send some homework behavior. Okay. Lish, but my friends here, I love what they get control. I'm worried about. Fate is always mysterious, like rejected me 5 years. What the F? Oh, we got some new people coming in, cycling through here in my spider story. Oh, this guy's talking to spiders over there. Oh, this is yeah. Hopefully nobody's getting too crazy about that, huh? Indy, I'm going to have something of the sort soon. Can we get a life? Oh, okay. Can we get a life advance for the present generation? Oh, okay. Um, oh, somebody's got this. Yeah. Somebody must have cycled in and heard my spider story. Thought, oh, this guy's talking to spiders. Yeah, all right. Um, hey, but that's just part of like I guess that's part of my weirdness, you know what I mean? I wouldn't tell anybody that. I don't just go around telling that to anybody. But we're talking about things, we're talking about spiders down there in Australia. Uh, having a beer, Indy. Oh, yeah, having a beer, gonna have something of the sort. Yeah, Vamp, that's so important, LOL. Got the good guy. Lish, also have me, doesn't worry about them, so I can handle. All right, there you go. There you go. I let a spider stay in my living room. I named it Cutie. I think you told me that before. We talked about our spider story before. You did tell me that. Lish, I remember that. You named your spider Cutie. It's a daddy long leg. Yes. Yes, you still is Cutie. You let that thing in there. Yeah, those ones those are the ones they live up in your the corner of your ceiling. Sometimes you see them up there, and they're just kind of in their web. That they're kind of suspended in their web up there. Now that's where I always see them. They're always in a corner either in the ceiling or in the bottom of the wall somewhere, and they make their webs. Yeah, and they get those big old long legs. And don't kill crickets because they eat spiders. Crickets, listen, crickets. The only thing with them, they're loud. If they're in your house, they chirp, and then they're loud. They don't shut up. That's the only reason I don't want a cricket in my house, man. Yeah, they're making noise. So yeah, that thing will keep you up at night. We hear crickets going off. You know what I mean? Vamp yells like yells types yell types of spiders are scary. Uh, I militarize Mother Nature, Elator. Um, I don't kill crickets. Okay. I only let spiders stay in it to eat the moths. Yeah. I let spiders stay in my. Oh, I was gonna say, listen, you Hidden Heart, man, you are from Brazil originally. Now I can only imagine that down in Brazil they have the Goliath. I think it's down in South America. They have some of the largest species of spiders in the world down there. In fact, in that Amazon rainforest, I looked at some of the. I mean, they have some of these species of spiders, like I believe it's the Goliath bird-eating spider. I believe that's in Brazil, or in parts of like Colombia, Brazil, South America. Bottom line, and those Amazon rainforest, and those things are probably as big as my hand, you know. And sometimes these things eat like mice. They'll eat giant. Well, they eat giant moths and stuff. They've been known to eat birds. That's why they call them bird spiders. Little small birds, they'll eat them if they can get a hold of them. You know, one time I saw this. One time I think I saw this, show. Like a National Geographic, and I think they saw there's some spider that lays on its back, and it looks like it's just kind of it's up, like it's got its legs up, and it looks like it's just part of the scenery, like it's maybe a shrub. You know what I mean? When it's got its legs up, and that's how they hunt. And they wait for an animal to cross its path. They just wait for an animal to walk over it. And once they do, they grab it and they just bite it and they do their whole thing and they wrestle with it and they kill it. And usually it's birds. I think that's the Goliath bird spider. Yeah, they lay right on their back waiting for their prey. I mean, some of them spiders are big enough they do that kind of thing. That's how they're hunting. And I mean, they don't have webs. They just do it that way. So this is a long time ago. I think I saw one of those documentaries on how they do that, Tom, my mother used to say crickets were good luck if they chirped in your house. Yeah, I've heard stuff like that. Yeah, maybe they're good luck, but they're just a pain in the ass, though. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Pardon my language. They're just because you have to hear them. You're telling me that's good luck when they okay? Oh yeah, it's good luck. I can't sleep at night, but hey, I've got good luck going here. Hey, is your luck so good you can't sleep or what? Huh? I guess, huh? I mean, I don't know. I look at that and say, all right. Maybe it's good luck, but you know what? I'll tell you what. For me to get rid of this, the cricket in my house is probably worth the bad luck I'm going to have, so I at least can sleep. Because I got a bad enough time sleeping at night anyway. I mean, gosh, I don't know. I'm just kidding. I'm joking with you. I think I've heard something like that once or twice. There's certain, but they also tell you too. I've heard old wives' tale that it's a good idea to keep a spider in the house there. Maybe just a couple. I mean, I don't think you want a whole bunch of them. Maybe one or two if you see them. A couple spiders. I don't think you want your house infested with them. Salud. Salud. Hey, salud. In Indy. Who do we got here? I'm trying to see what we got. I made friends with my guy, the cook at the corner store, and he's giving me extra food. Oh, okay, extra food now, huh? Oh, that must be is that recently, Harp? Yeah. Haha, I know what you mean, though. The sound. I remember I had to chase off a green tree frog out of my friend's house. A green tree frog. Now, do you have those toxic frogs down there? Or that's another thing? I think that's part of the Amazon rainforest too. We're talking about that. Yeah, they have those really bright colored frogs that are like incandescent blue. They're like lime green. They're all these crazy colors, bright colors. But that's to tell you that they're toxic. Those things will kill you. Those things will kill anybody trying to eat them, anything trying to eat them, even just touching them. Those frogs are so toxic. Just being in contact with them, their poison can seep through your skin. Some of those really bright colored ones. Now, is that common in Australia? Is that South America? I think that's the South American ones we're talking about there. With the cooks. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, they are beautiful. Oh, we're talking about the tree frogs now, huh? The green tree frogs? Frogs, is that what that is? I would imagine they got to be beautiful. Definitely. There's no doubt about that. I would think so. I mean, some of the frogs and stuff you see are just yeah. I mean, up here we got up here, right? We got these little peepers that sometimes when springtime comes around, you got these frogs. They just peep. Maybe it's common in the United States. I know up here they call them peepers, and they sound like crickets in a way. They chirp or they peep. Sometimes you mistake them for crickets, but they're little frogs. And I've seen these things. Sometimes they're so small, I swear, they cover like your thumbnail. I mean, just they would be as small as your thumb. Like they would cover that nail. These tiny little frogs. I don't know if they get much bigger than that either, but they chirp. They make like these peeps, like they. And then when there's like 100 of them in like a little wetland, you hear them, and it's just these peepers are going off, hundreds at a time. I mean, there's got to be thousands of different frog species in the world. I mean, bunches of them, right? Jethro, I slept really good yesterday. I'm getting pissed off later at the gym. Ever seen the one that give birth from the back? Oh, I don't know. I lived in a motorhome and the parking. I live in a motorhome in the parking lot at my work. I haven't paid rent for 3 years. Oh yeah, that's right. I think you told me that too. I think you told me that, Indy, that you're still living in your motorhome. You mean you just drive that thing and park it, and do you ever drive it, or is it just like you parked it and you live in a motorhome? Now down in Texas, being that you have pretty good weather year round, you can get away with doing that. I don't think you can't do that too much in the north. Well, we have winters and it gets cold because now you got to pay for heat and run them all the time. But you go down south, and a lot of people do that. That's common down there. They live in their trailer mobile homes all the time. And they get those trailer, and you can do that because, I mean, their winter it'll get cold, but not like it gets cold in the north, you know. So you really can't get away with that too much up north, but down there you can. But that's good. It saves on rent, I guess. You know, keeps your bills low. You know, you can do that, sure. I mean, drove it here. Would call it would all come out brown. Drove over here. Need an extra wash. Oh yeah, so you drove it here. Yeah, I can imagine. Well, that's good. Exit the matrix of rental slavery. Exit the matrix of rental slavery. Hey, that's one of the reasons why I bought my house. I was doing that whole same thing. I rented for many, many years. I used to rent the house, and I just realized, yeah, it is kind of like that because rent never stops. You're paying a landlord. You're paying him to live there. I mean, you're getting a roof over your head, and maybe you're getting free heat, free hot water. You're not having to pay mortgage, so it's cheaper that way. But it never stops. And every year after the lease, he raises the rent. So I finally bought me a single wide. Excuse me. I bought me a single wide trailer home back 3 years ago, and it was built in 2018. I got one of those. It's a fairly newer one. It's in good shape. It was in excellent shape. It had a nice yard out back. It's in like a trailer park, like a co-op. It's a co-op is what I meant. So I had to kind of go in and kind of buy the property. I had to go in it's like a collective thing, co-op for the whole property. So the whole area that all the park is on is all, the property I had to take share in. But that's all part of the agreement to be in the co-op. But I can, if I wanted to sell the place, it's easy enough. I could sell my stock out of the co-op fairly easy. I mean, I could just sell out of it. It's not like I'm bound to it. Not like I have to get a seller or buyer for it. I just get out. But so far things are going well. But you're right. I had to get out of that because I thought if I pay for my house, buy my house, and I could have it all paid for before I retire. And I've been aggressively paying for it, and I've actually got almost 2/3 of it paid off already since I started the mortgage. And I took I have a 25-year mortgage. And like I said, I'm already like 2/3 of the way paid off on a house. But I mean, I've been kind of working just to pay the mortgage. But once it's paid for, I mean, I'll be living rent free at that point. But, then I'll have the thing paid. So, and I think by that time, I'll be ready to retire anyway. I mean, I'm real close to retirement. I figure, I mean, depending on how long I want to work, I mean, I'm literally eligible for like retirement in the last 5 or 6 years where I could collect the full benefit, you know. I mean, I could go till I'm 70. That would be a few more years beyond that, but I know maybe I don't look it. I don't look it, but I'm going to be able to retire in like 5, 6 years, maybe, anywhere from 4 to 6 years, depends, hidden. I used to do that with spiders. What do we got? So there you go. Flock down here in the ceiling. People flock down here in the season in their mobile homes. Yeah, I can imagine. Down to Texas, right? Tom, I remember the boys in my year 11 camp tried to catch one in the release in the girls' dormitory. Uh, but apparently backfired because the frog would jump away in the wrong way. Oh, we're talking about the green frog. Oh, okay. The boys would catch a frog and try to release him into the girls' dormitory. Oh, them nasty boys. Those things those boys do to the girls, huh? Little pranks. Hey, let's put a frog in the girls' dormitory. Yeah. Boy, what are those guys thinking, huh? Yeah. That sounds typical. That sounds so typical, right? What they do. All right. I was in a park 420 a month plus electric. 420 a month. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, I pay a little less than that. I mean, I do pay park rent, but I pay $100 less than that. Actually, that was a pretty good deal too, as the park rent here was pretty cheap as well. So I have a habit of watching bullfrogs eat things on YouTube. Oh gosh, you mean those big giant fat frogs that just eat everything and they gulp them down? Oh my gosh, and I've seen those videos. Those big fat frogs that eat like tons of crickets or mice. They eat and then they just keep swallowing them too. They just keep getting fatter too, right? I've seen those. They got a few videos on them. I've seen that. Yeah. Uh, it's disgustingly fascinating. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I've seen that. Hey, have you ever watched a Komodo dragon video? You ever seen the Komodo dragon? Some of these people are on that Komodo island. You know that there's a small group of islands. They got the Komodo dragon, the largest lizard in the world. And I mean, they're obviously a cold-blooded reptile. And what's unique to that is the fact that that is the only place on Earth, the only island or only place for that matter in modern times where the apex predator is a reptile. That's fascinating. I mean, most of the time it's either it's probably a wolf or could be a hawk, could be an eagle is the largest apex predator for that area. You know, maybe a lion, a tiger, you know what I mean? These are your apex. But it's the only place a reptile exists as the apex predator. So sometimes they come up with these videos on YouTube, and you got these guys just walking around with their phones, and they find like a Komodo dragon that managed to get a deer. These things are these things are brutal. These things are brutal. I mean, that the animal's still alive. This thing is still bleeding. I'm bleeding, like crying, and that thing's ripping it apart as it's like alive. I mean, it's actually heartless to see something so. I mean, see how savage nature is sometimes. I mean, it opens the eyes up, and how cold blooded that thing is. It's just it. Even mammals, for the most part, a lion, a cheetah, even most of the time, not always, not always. Some of them actually will kill their prey before they eat it. They'll strangle it. They'll bite it at the neck. They'll take its life, right? And then they'll eat it. But this thing here, it's got no mercy. It enables it. It paralyzes it with its venom, and then it just starts tearing it apart while it's still alive. Man, that's tough to watch. And all you can do is sit back and say, I just hope that poor animal dies fast. That's all you're going through your mind is like, I hope it doesn't suffer long. But I mean, it really is something how brutal the animal world really is, though. I agree. I always thought it would be funny because I would find out and tell what to do. Ideal Edith. Oh, what are we talking about now? I love catching toads. I think my future husband make me mad, and I will throw one at him. Your future husband, Lish? Are you engaged, or is this like just projecting a future husband? That I mean, I didn't know if you were engaged. Maybe. Tom, I always thought it would be funny because I would find out that they would tell me what to do you think of the idea idea Edith? Who's Edith? What are you talking about? What are we talking about? Something makes me so happy I'm not born as an animal rinsing because the cycle of life is rough. What are we talking about? People just prey on each other's energies and attention, still feeding. Yeah, oh, yeah. Hey, good gosh, Indy, I was talking about that earlier. It's funny you say that. You're actually intertwining human nature in with like the I do that too. I just did that earlier, how I intertwined. I was talking about how human nature is kind of like living in the jungle. You know, how animals and predators do this to each other in a physical way. They feed on each other's bodies, while humans do this psychologically and emotionally, and that's the jungle we live in. That's how adapted we are. I mean, no, things don't feed on our flesh, but yeah, we have predators that are humans. You're absolutely right, man. The way you intertwine that. See, that's your thinking. That is your type's way of going deep. Because I do the same thing. And if anybody watched this earlier, about an hour ago, I was talking about that very thing. Yeah. So I hear you there, brother. Yeah. Okay, something in me is yeah. Uh, okay, people are just prey on each other's energies and attention, still feeding. Yeah, that's right. Hidden. Make me understand the cycle of life a little better. True. Oh, oh, somebody. Okay. uh, uh, Somebody's putting the chemicals in the turning the frogs gay. Gay. Oh, yeah, I heard some of. I think I heard some about that. No, I'm not engaged. I'm just getting my plans in. Okay, Olesh. Okay, that's what I wasn't sure. You said your future husband. I think sometimes I think women do that when they're always thinking someday they'll be married. So their future husband they don't even know yet, right? Is that what it? Yeah. So I don't do that anymore. I never say, "Oh, I can't wait for my future wife." You know, I mean, hey, I wouldn't rule it out, but yeah. Uh, Tom, I am Edith. Oh, that's your name. Oh, Vamp. Okay. Oh, is that what that is? Okay, all right. I know you as Vamp Fox. I mean, I didn't know that's actually your name. Okay. Um. Okay. I see what you're saying, Vamp. Okay. I still know you as Vamp though. I mean, it's almost like it's stuck in my head. Well, I'm glad you told me that. Okay. See, I didn't even know that. I go by your handles here. I mean, I got my nicknames for everybody here based on their these handles here. I would have never known that. No, my name's Tom, as you know. I mean, that's actually my name. My last name is not my real name though, and I can't do that here on YouTube, as you know. I mean, that's just to protect myself. But I'm sure you probably knew that, right? Because what kind of name is Omega? Huh? Hey, I'm going to tell you right now, Omega is the absolute last. Um, it's a letter in the Greek alphabet. So I thought, hey, how is that? How much more humble can I be than call myself the Omega Man? Be the absolute last. I'm not going to try to be the Alpha the first. I'll be the Omega. How's that? Because I'm trying to just, yeah. Alex Jones. Oh, that's what it was. Alex Jones. Edith, a pretty name. Yeah, see, there you go. That is a pretty name, Edith. Yeah. Uh, have you ever worked in the mafia? Hey, we got somebody else asking me. You ever worked in the mafia or know people in the mob? Well, what do you want to know that for? Who are you? If I give you that kind of information, you think you're going to live long enough to tell anybody or what? Huh? I'm only kidding. Just joking. I'm getting asked that all the time. It must be the jacket. It must be the mustache. It must be the beard. No. Listen, I'm he would have made a good, people tell me that at work too. I'd have made a good soprano. I know, I know, I could have had class. I could have been a contender. I could have been somebody. But instead, I'm just a bum. I'm just a bum, man. On the waterfront. Remember Marlon Brando? Yeah, I could have been an actor, but I ended up here. You know? I don't know. My calling, listen, you know what? I suppose I always wondered if there's certain things I could have steered into. I almost became a lead singer in a band back when I was in my 20s. I had a buddy of mine who was a guitar player, really good guitar player, like a rock guy. Loved Jimmy Page, Led Zeppelin, was one of those guys. I always had a pretty good voice, but I was always afraid of going into the singing profession. I always thought I'd end up, if I got famous, I see all these famous people that end up going down these dark paths. They get all full of themselves. They get famous. They get this, especially rock stars, and they end up living reckless lives. They end up dying by the time they're like 30 years old. They overdose, or you know what I mean. They live horrible lifestyles. That I always thought I'd end up like that. So it was always like I never really I shied away from that in a way. But I don't know. That's just me. Now I just have this look like I'm like this washed up mob boss. Yeah. I suppose if I just put on the right attitude, I suppose if I acted it out and just adapted the persona, I could chameleon. I could be the mob boss. What do you think, huh? Hey, I need you to do a hit. You know what I'm talking about? I need you to take out the trash. Then, bark out a few orders like a mob boss kind of thing. I could do that, just for fun. Uh, definitely have that. I know. Don't. That's what. You know what? You're not the first one to tell me that I got that look about me, or high energies. We could have been an actor, but we don't like people. Yeah, that's what I think. I think that the INFJ, I don't know what it is about the whole persona. The personality that's how complex the personality is. I mean, it's an intelligent personality. It's a very charming. It's a very an energetic, alluring personality. It can be a lot of things, and it can and it can also be a very puzzling personality, even to ourselves. That's one thing about having the INFJ personality, is that sometimes we can't figure ourselves out as well. Now, we spend a lot of time trying to figure ourselves out, trying to understand ourselves. Now, we're hard to read as it is typically with people, but sometimes it's hard for us to even understand ourselves. But when we finally crack our own code, and the more we understand who we are, and come to grips with our shadow, integrate our inner child, the more we start getting into grips with these things that we have to, we're not animus, and our animus is also united. Okay, that was the male and the female entities that we have within each other. I mean, it's not just INFJs. Human beings have that. That's that whole attraction. I think I've discussed that before. But when we integrate all of these things, and we start accepting us for who we are, and we start becoming our authentic selves, that's when we discover who we are. And then the mystery of who we are goes away, and we figured ourselves out. When we get to that point, that's when we finally, our mind will relax. We find peace. The chaos is gone, because all the conflict of trying to figure out who we are exactly, trying to authenticate, because we're always at conflict with ourselves in our inauthentication, as I've talked about before. Yeah, but that's what finally heals us, when we start figuring ourselves out. Okay. Hey, I got an idea. Everybody thinks I'm this mob guy,
I mean, I could be the godfather of the MBTI. How about that, huh? I'm only kidding, people. I'm just kind of, everybody keeps saying this stuff, you know? It's like, might as well have fun with it, you know? Uh, I don't know. Well, the thing is, the Godfather. The thing is, do you know what the Godfather is? I mean, if you adopt the Godfather, if anything happens to, let's say, the actual parents, they adopt the Godfather. It could be the brother or the cousin or an uncle. It could be anybody from a family member. It could even be a trusted friend that both the husband and wife trust so much that they would trust their children with this in case something happened to them. So they appoint a Godfather, you know. So I could be that, yeah. And if anything ever happens to and you have to adopt me as your godfather, then I'm here for you. And you can just turn on my station. You can just show up here and then, offer advice, offer counseling, offer affection. As long as you kiss my finger on my ring. I don't have a ring. I need a pinky ring. What do you think? Huh? I'm only kidding. I'm joking, people. All right. I'm just playing out the role now, people. Yeah? See, it's getting funny here. It's 2:30 in the morning. Only INFJs in chat are some way to deal with the introvert feeling and how they show up sometime. Okay. Only the chat. You should make a mafia personality as your YouTube persona here. People would love that. Whoa, really? Make a whole channel like and be like, make a yeah, just tell stories and like, hey, that's interesting. That's interesting. Maybe that'd be something, huh? Oh my gosh, yeah. I'm having fun with this. Oh, everybody keeps saying that. You're not the first one. Earlier in the broadcast, and even people at work say that stuff. I mean, they say it's something about my voice. They even say the voice matches too. It's just everything. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, tell made up stories. LOL. That would be funny. Yeah. I don't know if I could tell made up stories though. I'd have to make them for real. Introversion makes you know more than is wise to share. So you carry the weight of knowledge most you don't value or seek. It's lonely. Yeah, that's one thing I remember about you, Indy, is that you have these very deep. You could take one sentence and put something and pack so much into a sentence like you just did. And there's a lot of you like that. Indy's one of them. Some about, he just takes one thing, man. He packs a punch in one sentence. I mean, no pun intended, just giving you some suggestion. Hey, Dark Horse. Dark Horse, I'm going to welcome you to the broadcast today. As you know, and you're actually you're sticking around, and I just want to thank you for showing up. Now, what brought you here? Were you led here by an algorithm, or anything, or you just stumble across this broadcast? I didn't know if you were into the MBTI type, because you know what this station is. This channel is about, it's the MBTI personality. This is the INFJ personality type. And ironically, the INFJ personality is known as being the chameleon. Yeah. They're able to adapt and, kind of, just adapt to all the different situations. And so a lot of people, they can appear a certain way to certain people. Yeah, they just, the way it is, So I guarantee if I got a haircut and shaved and wore just a t-shirt, people wouldn't be saying that. I'd be a totally different. It's just because I got just the whole package as it is. You know what I mean? Thank you, man. Yeah, but it's just stumbled here. You're the smartest person I found yet. So it's hard to find smart YouTubers. Smartest, huh? Well, really? Wow, that's something else. Hey, imagine that. Smartest, huh? Well, I mean,
I just speak my mind, man. That's basically what we do. I just try to speak my mind and offer advice and things like that is what it is. I um, just trying to be here. You know, I mean, if you have any issues about stuff, questions about stuff, I mean, I'll answer it. Like I said, typically it's MBTI, but you don't have to just be INFJ to be here. I mean, I talk about other stuff too. But if you had any kind of issue with stuff, I'd probably try to talk you off a cliff. I really would. I'd be the kind of guy that would, at least try to talk you off of there, and be glad you didn't do that, you know. Conversationally smart. Well, thank you. Conversationally smart. Well, you know what? I got to tell you the truth. The reason I'm so smart, and I'm going to tell you why, is because I have all of you that I listen. I look at your comments, and I think I get smarter by just dealing with a lot of the people on here. A lot of my breakfast club, as I call them. A lot of my um, everybody that comes here that I've got to know. Some of the friends. I'm going to tell you, I got friends here on YouTube on these live broadcasts that I've met. I've never met you face to face, never met you personally, but I feel like some of you have I've gotten attached to a lot of you, and they've only enhanced me. They've only helped to make me a better man. And I feel like something emerges on these broadcasts. You know what I mean? So there you go. I'm gonna say that. So, Tom, I prefer to camouflage like an octopus and shoot ink if I need to. Yeah, that's the last line of defense. Yeah, usually they're gonna try to camouflage as much as they can, and they'll only do that if something's ready to chomp on them, right? Then they're gonna go to the last resort of the ink spray. Yeah, yeah. Hidden love that. I do that with a lot of people. Yeah, exactly. Oh, INFJs spend the first half of their lives invisible and small, then are pushed by discomfort to a new expression that can be seen, but is finally safe from toxic empaths. There you go again. There's a great description in one. Yeah, very good explanation, Indy. Really unbelievable. Yeah, that's true. In fact, you hear a lot of these. Sometimes I'm sure we all watch INFJ videos from time to time, and we watch different content creators. And there's certain things they say that like I've heard Wen say that there's a time where the INFJ, when do they start to want to be seen? Because, like you said, most of the life they're in solitary. They're kind of blending in. They don't say much, but there's a certain time when I mean, they evolve. They become something, and they want to be seen, as you said, and be seen meaning they want to be they want to put themselves out there. They're ripe enough to where they want to be just that. They want to give back to the world. I think that was part of my awakening too. That's exactly what this channel was, and I've said that many times. I feel like I just want to give back to the world and be something, for everybody. And yeah, um, I is Id Mozambique drill this dude on site? What? In Mozambique drill this dude on site? What does that mean? I don't know. Okay, I don't know what's that mean. I'm not sure how to take that. What is Mozambique? Mozambique. I do believe Mozambique is a country in Africa, and I do believe it's a small country it's in Africa. It's in the country. I'm trying to remember if it is on the west coast or the east coast, but I know it's a coastal country. And I do believe it's one of the small countries in Africa that speaks Portuguese. Mozambique. Yeah. It's one of the few. I know Brazil. Hey, Hidden Heart, you can help me out with that. I know Portuguese is spoken in Mozambique. Is that not right? And I know you speak fluent Portuguese. You're Brazilian. And I know that Portuguese is, I believe that's one of those countries that has adopted it. It's the only country I think that it is a national language in the continent of Africa that speaks Portuguese. At least that's what I remember. Somebody just threw up Mozambique in there. So exactly. Okay, there you go. Are you from Boston? Not sure if that's an obvious question or not. Well, what gives it away, huh? I mean, it's got to be this typical Boston accent I got here. Of course. Um, yeah, it's kind of obvious. No, of course. No, I'm not. I'm from the Boston area. Right now, I live in New Hampshire. I'm still in New England. I'm outside of Massachusetts, but I grew up in the Boston area. Yes, I did. And Boston, just like I love that dirty water. Oh, Boston, you're my home. Yeah. Well, that's me. I'm not sure where you're from, Dark Horse, but I'm going to guess that you are probably from the United States of America. I'm only guessing. I don't know I can't, just from what you're saying, I don't know what from, but just from the way you're talking, the way you're putting together your text, I'm going to guess you're probably American. As far as where, but you detected a Boston accent. You were absolutely correct about that. Yes. In Africa, people from the West Africa, Angola, speak Portuguese. Now, is that more than Mozambique? Is it Mozambique is like right in that area we're talking about, though. So it's more than just that one. Yeah, because I guess obviously during that time, the whole world exploration, the Portuguese settled in that part of Africa, and also I know they settled in Brazil as well. And yeah, that right around 1500. Yeah, I know that, and that's where the Brazil settled in there, and the Portuguese basically is set up right there as well. So, um, do you argue about making handmade spaghetti and lasagna with the family? I'm from Canada, Toronto. Oh, you're from Canada. Okay. All right. Listen, you know what? Sometimes Canada and the United States, as far as like our lexicon and our dialect, it's pretty damn close. I mean, I'm sure you get your customs and things going on, but your English is probably about the same as America. I mean, I know the accents are different, but you speak English too. So, I mean, I was only guessing you were from. Well, I was from. You close enough to America. I mean, it's pretty close. Do I argue about making spaghetti and lasagna with the family? Hey, actually, you know what? I'm Irish. I'm not even Italian, if you can believe that. I'm actually of Irish descent, but everybody seems to think I have an Italian way about me. So, silliness. Yeah. How old are you? You have a good skin for your age. Sam A. Oh, okay. How old do you think I am? Can you take a guess? Take a guess. Anybody want to guess? I know some of you people know my age, but yeah, that's something. I mean, I may surprise you. Maybe I look. It's the INFJ. Handmade spaghetti and lasagna is always delicious. Oh, I know. He had to say that when I'm starting to get hungry. Now you get me thinking lasagna and spaghetti. And I'm like, oh man, now I'm getting hungry over here. Oh, thanks a lot, guy. Talking about food when everybody's going to get hungry now. There you go. Indio. I've only been in Brazil, Texas, Arizona, Louisiana. Oh, yeah. Only. Oh, been to Brazil, Texas, Arizona, Louisiana, California, and Mexico. Hey, Harp. Funny thing is, I've actually been to. Let's see. I've Mexico. I've been to most of where you've been as well. I've been to Brazil. I spent 10 days in Sao Paulo State. Yeah. Arizona. I've been through. I've been through Texas. I've lived in California. I've been to Mexico. Yeah, I've been to Tijuana. So yeah, but it's been a long time since I've been to these places. I lived in the Seattle area for 30 years. 30. Oh, really? Indy. So you went to in Seattle for 30 years, huh? Oh, okay. Who's 56? Oh, we're talking about, oh, we're guessing our ages now. 55, 56. You think I'm in my mid 50s? Yeah, there you go. I guess that's a good guess. I mean, you figure I get gray hair, I get an older look. Okay. All right. I'm 61. I am 61 years old. I'm actually in my early 60s right now. Yeah, I know. I look much older, don't I? Well, you think I look 50, 50 something. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. 61. I know. All right. I'm definitely aging in the reverse. I'm 50, but get mistaken for 30 sometimes. Yeah, that's something about INFJs. I don't know what it is. I mean, actually, there's a lot of that's another stereotype. Supposedly, INFJs age reverse. I've seen all them videos too. They say, and I'm blown away by some of the videos, how accurate some are, because you hear all this stuff about our personality, and then you start making connections, and then a lot of things you know about yourself, what you've known your whole life, and they start making sense. It's like that too. That's another trait, that too. And then all of a sudden you start hearing all. And then the thing about aging in reverse, how somehow INFJs never look old. For some reason they age in reverse, they never look their age. And then I say, yeah, I mean, how true is that? It seems that's a trend that just follows us, you know. I'm looking forward to being older because uh, I'm finally be more relaxed and childlike with age. It's our inner child. Is that what it is, Indy? It's our inner child. I had listen. Do you want to hear my theory as to why we age in reverse? I have my own theory. Now that's a pretty good idea. Is the fact that it's our inner child. I mean, our inner child. Carl Jung said it's an actual archetype that lives within us. Our inner child is always there. It may be repressed, and just like integrating our shadow, our inner child it needs to be integrated as well. At some point, we have to face our inner child because deep down, that inner child, the more we repress our inner child, the more we're leaving ourselves in the dark, the way we were left in the dark, all alone, with no one to confide in. And we have to let this child out of the dark and into the light, into the consciousness. As Carl Jung did say, and this at this point here, we have to actually become our own parent. He said this. I was talking about this well before I knew Carl Jung. He discovered this, and I started understanding this on my own, that we have to become our own inner parent. We have to treat our child like we would have wanted us to be treated. We need to be the one that we confided in. Yeah. But it could be somewhat to do with our inner child. But my theory is this, and I've talked about this before. Listen, my theory is that now, as you know, INFJs, we have a hard life. I'm talking emotionally, spiritually, internally. We have a very difficult existence, and it started from our childhood. Okay, we became introverted because we had nobody to turn to, and we turned to ourselves. But bottom line is, we have a very suffering soul. Our soul suffers, and we've been through a lot. And listen, every one of you on here knows the strife you've had, the isolation we've had, the loneliness, the sadness, the confusion that we've had to isolate from through the course of our life. Now, if like anything, what stress only makes something stronger. When you stress something, if you take a tree and that tree does not have the stresses in the environment, the harshness of the wind, and the storms stressing it, it doesn't grow strong. It does not grow up straight. It does not. Okay? You could take this with anything. The more something endures, the stronger it gets. Your muscles do not grow stronger without exercising them, without aching them, right, Harp? We know about this. Harp, as you go to the gym, you're busting your hump. You're stressing your body. You're making it hurt. You're suffering it. But what does it do? It gets better. It gets chiseled. It gets tougher. It gets leaner. It gets stronger. Why is that any different than the soul? Your soul gets tougher. As we go through our strife in our life, we are constantly enduring the pain of the stress of our life.
Now, my theory is that has contributed to the cells. Our cells, our body preserves itself because of the stress of our soul, the stress of our survival within. And somehow it manifests itself. The aging process is delayed. It's not, we don't look old because of this. It's somehow the cortisols, whatever is being released, maybe not cortisol, something's being released where our cells don't look old because of the stress of our pain in our heart. That's my theory. Now, I say that's one thing we have in common. That is one thing that binds us together is our internal stresses. And if it makes our body stronger, makes our mind stronger, the stresses, makes the tree stronger, whatever, then it's making these cells, it's actually rejuvenating them, keeping them more resilient, keeping them more, yeah, younger. Bottom line, this is one of my theories. Now, inner child, things that we have in there too, just our nature, our heart, our empathy, all of these things have a play into it. But I think a lot of it has to do with that. Now, if anybody thinks that you got a spiritual side I didn't know, dark, I needed, well, there you go. Yeah, there's a spiritual connection here too, dark side. Now, you've just got here. You got I didn't know, I needed. Yes, I think that's all part of our personality type is the deep spiritual side of us as well. And that's why I integrate that all the time. And listen, that appeals to us because each and every one of us is introspective and as solitary as we are in the introversion that we have no choice but the pain and loneliness we have in our heart, we have nowhere to look but in. So who do we cry out for? God has to become our greatest friend. We're alone. We're alone in this world. We are isolated and alone. And when you're crying out there and you're alone and you're crying for somebody, something to save you, God answers you. I left you alone to find me. That's what God does. This is why. I mean, ultimately, I had this revelation one time. One of those moments. Why? Why do you leave me alone? God's answer, so you find me, meaning God answers that. So yes, there's a spiritual connection here. There's absolutely a spiritual connection. Of course that is, dark horse. But I'm trying to give you the reasons why. Now this is my own take as to why. Now nobody ever told me that. I just know that. This is why we're young. And because this strife preserves us. It may be, I mean, we got our own, listen, we got our drawbacks. We have our curses in life. We talk about them. But some of our what? Our gifts are the fact that we have intuition and somehow we stay young. We don't age. We keep our youth about us. We keep our childlike innocence about us in some ways. I mean, some of the, searching INFJs, obviously. Yeah, we do. It's just because that's just how it is. The drawbacks really be drawbacking. We see a whole lifetime. Souls of a seeker. Yes. Love that. Yeah. Well, that's what it is, man. Jethro, I think we age in reverse because we absorb so much before we put it all together. The INFJ learning curve. We absorb so much before we put it all together. See, that's, I know what you're saying. You like, but you think that's keeping us young? I think that's what keeps us wise. That's a wisdom curve, I think, because we want to learn so much about it. We want to consume what we know. We want to be wise about it. Yeah, I think that's a wisdom standpoint. I mean, as far as looking young and all, I don't know if that quite contribute, maybe a little bit. I mean, I could see that, but again, I mean, we try to keep a childlike quality about us, I guess. I mean, it may not show. Sometimes we look very mature, but deep down we're, especially when we allow our child to blossom. Okay. As Jung said, As Jung said, that's how we heal. Now, Carl Jung used to do things with his patients. I mean, he used to talk like people that had very deep-rooted scars, their childhood scars. Okay, we're talking about abused kids, neglected kids, all this. Now, he used to have like things like he had them doing dream interpretation, but he also tried to. He even did this himself. I guess he started going into depression right after he was after Sigmund Freud and him broke, when Sigmund Freud basically expunged him, just told him he was not shaping up the way he wanted. Basically, he was very stubborn. I told you, Sigmund Freud. So he was basically ostracized from the whole psychological circuit there early on. And I guess Carl Jung went into depression because he was, a rejected basically for his beliefs, and but he was rigid. He was stubborn. He knew something was deeper than what Sigmund Freud was. But bottom line is, he thought he was losing his mind. He went into a depression, and he thought he was having bouts with his own sanity, and he had to reconnect with his inner child. I guess he's talked about how he wanted to. He started he started reverting back to his childhood, what he remembered. See, I guess he used to sit and stack blocks, stack, like I don't know, whatever they did back when he was a child. But it even said that he literally played on the floor, and he started like trying to remember. See, the thing was, he had to have a memory of his childhood. He had to remember what it felt like to be a child again. And he started playing with blocks, started playing with toys on the floor. Even at whatever age he was when this happened, he had to reconnect with himself. So that's how he did it. He tried to reintroduce this child, and he said that you have to remember being the child. You have to reconnect. And so he used to have his students, I mean, his patients, I should say, when they wanted to reintroduce their child, he would have them do just that, like play like a child, act like a child, ask for permission. Then he said he started having like conversations, like he said, your child wants that permission. And then you have to allow your child back into your life, like, uh, you know, I'm gonna give, your inner child, whatever, like Tommy. I'm Tommy. Okay, Tommy, you have permission. You don't have to hide in that bush anymore. I know mom is working because dad got divorced, and your brothers are being cruel to you right now, and you wanted to hide, but you got to give yourself permission, not to hide in those bushes around the corner, even at 2 years old, like you're doing. I mean, maybe that's a bad example, because I had to think about that. There were things I had to remember, like what was causing me to want to run and escape my house. And I just remember my brothers were just, I don't know, they were just always messing with me, like playing cruel jokes on me and things. And I'd leave the house. So, I mean, that wasn't just the only thing. I mean, there was other things going on. But I mean, I remember I literally remember what was going on and what I felt like. What I felt like when I was sitting in those bushes hiding. What was going through my mind. You have to put yourself back in that child spot. You have to remember yourself. And somehow you have to be your own parent. You have to actually almost psychologically like have a communication with yourself and confide in your older self has to step in and be the father, be the mother to your child and reconnect. And I mean, it's all done internally. It's all about integrating that lost child out of the dark and bringing them into the light as well. But again, that's a lot of like that's part of the workings that's going to heal you. You see, now he understood the concept of the devil in the flesh. Oh, Tom, my brother, I had a good fight. Tom, my brother and I had a fight, and it was settled forever. But I always told you about this before. Yeah, you told me about your brother's fights, man. You and your brother, yeah, your twin brother. Uh, a little worried about a little world has moved my theory to aliens being jinn.
Oh, okay. Tears, I meant. Tears, I meant. Oh, what are we talking about? I'm just trying to read some of your comments. I know I get so lost up in talking that I let this scroll up here and I forgot. I get into I feel like I'm supposed to do so. I'm supposed to talk. So I do, you know. I got to come up with something that things that I learn, you know. So I get carried away, but I part of me says that's what you're supposed to do. You're live, man, you know. You got to keep doing live stuff. Uh, uh, I am an ENTP. If anyone can, Dark Horse, you're an ENTP. Okay. Hey, listen. Of course we care. Listen, you don't have to be. Uh, you come on. Of course, you're here. I don't care what personality type. You don't have to have a. You don't have to have a badge that says I'm this type, and that's Come on. Of course, listen. You're asking questions. You are here. So, but you know your type. You know your type. That's good. Uh, Extroverted, intuitive, thinking, and perceiver. Wow, that's an Hey, Harp, isn't it the one you want the personality pill to turn you into? I thought it wasn't that. Was that the one you want Jethro to give you that personality change or something like that? I thought so, Harp. I thought it was a. I think he has a want to be that type. I thought, maybe it's a different one. I thought it was something like that. Hey, you know what? Every so often, yeah. I mean, we wish we were a little more extroverted, little bit more spontaneous. Yeah, occasionally, but in a healthy way. I mean, typically we drift into those shadows. We become that. We become something like that. But typically, it's not healthy because it's out of our function zones. Then we start living outside our functions, and then it just kind of clouds everything and makes us kind of not very nice typically. I think we've all. I mean, I've drifted into my shadows, and in fact, I'm sure we all figured that out later on in life. We said, "Oh yeah, I remember when I went through that spell. I was really reckless, and I was spending my money more, and I was doing things out of character, and I was very short tempered with people, and I was kind of a jerk to people." Yeah, and I says that must have been my shadow. Yeah, and and then he was, doing things just, spontaneously and recklessly, like you weren't thinking them over. I'm sure we've all been there. Yeah, but typically that's what happens. We almost become that dark horse. Is that you say you're an E? It's interesting. You said you are that. Now, what's going on here is ENTP eight. Now you got 8W7. If anybody cares, if that is that the entagram code or something like that? Maybe somebody can answer that. What 8W7 means. But usually, what happens is when you enter your shadow, your dark shadows. Typically, what happens is, it's like we become extroverted and we become perceivers. The INFJ, that is, and usually that's what it is. But that's usually when we're living unhealthily, become more outgoing and a little more perceiver and a little more reckless, and it all goes part of it. So, but you already have those two ends there. But for you to be like, so if you go into your shadows, you would be the INTJ, basically in your shadows. I guess you do. You flip the two N. The two N ones get flipped backwards. Basically, that's what it is. That's the way it was described by me. All right. I dated an INTP mistake. Oh, is that right? Not good, huh? Yeah. I th- I think that's what my dad is. Oh, we talking about the ENTJ? Right, ENTJ. You think your dad was that, huh? Yeah. I think my dad was either ESTP or ESTJ. I mean, I'm not sure, but I know he was definitely one of those two. Yeah, I think so. Either J or P. I'm not sure. I mean, but then again, my father died when I was 24 years old. I didn't know him that well, but I just know he was, I know him well enough to know he was very extroverted, very sensor type, you know.
And he was the very physical type. Everything was about how strong he was, about how bad he was, about how, you know, he was that very physical type, aggressive type, you know, always talking about how, like, how strong he was. So I thought, that's like ESTPs are so much into their physicality usually, and they're very extroverted. They're very boisterous. And my dad was all of that stuff. Yeah. So I think I got a lot of his, like physical characteristics from my dad, but I got my mother's spirit because I think my mother was an INFJ. And I've told you that before. I know I don't bring that up too often, but I think she was. I really do. I think I got a lot of my upbringing from my mom. I had a best friend who was a covert narcissist for 5 years. I learned a lot before I had to the door slam him. Oh, I see. A covert. Yeah. Oh, I see that. Oh, you want to hear a funny story, right? Well, not about funny story. Back when I was a teenager, I had a friend of mine, right? I had a friend of mine. He, we hung out, and he was kind of cool. And he used to listen, we used to listen to a lot of music growing up, like I met him like at school. He was just a good friend of mine, right? And, he listened to all like the early 80s stuff. We're always into like listening to Van Halen, the Cars, Pat Benatar. In fact, he had a good music selection and stuff. But then he started being he started getting cruel and he started being manipulative. I finally, make a long story short, after some time, I didn't want to hang around with him anymore because he changed, right? Now that was probably over 40 years ago, a long time ago. And I never really had much to do with him after that. I ran into him once or twice after that, and he said he regretted, doing that because I was a good friend of his. I was a very good friend, and he started just being a jerk, and I stopped hanging around with him. Funny thing is, I was on Facebook, right? It was about a year ago. I used to be on Facebook. I don't so much anymore. Well, anyway, there's somebody who started looking at my profile, like doing little thumbs up and like giving like heart emojis and thumbs up on my, my page, right? And it was like a name like Vlad. It was a weird name like Vlad Vufalov or something, like it was weird. And he had a picture of a raven on a gravestone for his picture. I said, who the heck is that weirdo? What is he doing? I didn't think much of it. And then he made a comment about something, and then he started saying, "Hey, you're my brother. I remember you." Then I'm thinking, who the heck is that, right? And I'm thinking to myself, oh wait, it was my friend from way back years ago. And then I'm thinking, because he was a narcissist, I thought, my friend, right? And that's why I stopped hanging out with him back when we were teenagers. And then he started saying he was from the Hermetic Temple and the Knights of this and that, and Aleister Crowley, teachings. So I started looking up this Hermetic Temple, and it was like a cult. It was all this cult stuff, talking about Crowley, Aleister Crowley, and I'm like, this guy worshiped the devil and stuff. And then he was talking about on how he's like some kind of high priest in this temple now. And then finally he says, I don't know who you're talking about. And then I kind of knew who it was. I think I knew who this is, but I didn't want to play games. I says, I think you got me mistaken. I'm not your brother. I think you make it. I said, oh, you're a Buddhist? Oh, that's another thing. He says he's a Buddhist. And I says, oh, I know how they believe in reincarnation. And I said, yeah, it must be maybe in a former life. Yeah, I was somebody of great importance. And you just know me from from another life. So but you think you're mistaken. And then he writes down like, no, you were my brother from our hometown. And then I says, oh, I remember you, right? And then I said, I'm surprised you're still alive. And he says, I can see you've been brainwashed by some crazy cult and everything. He says, yeah. And then I was just like being really like negative. And then he was like saying, yeah, I regret what I did. I really regret being a mean to you, and I lost a good friend years ago and stuff. So we're texting back and forth, and I said, yeah, well, I have no regrets. Sometimes this world, you're supposed to just leave toxic, twisted people. So even then, I was still kind of just not very, wasn't nice, wasn't kind.
So he kept like throwing things out there, throwing sayings from his cult and everything, and downing God and downing, he just bad, just bad stuff. And I kept saying how, he was brainwashing his gullible students and things like that. And I mean, it doesn't surprise me. You had a manipulative personality that you'd be worshiping in a cult, and you know. So it went back, texting back and forth, and I made a comment about how Aleister Crowley's last words were, "I am perplexed. Satan, get out." And I said, and it seems funny that you regret things. And so it sounds like he regretted his life decision. It was about to end. And then he blocked me. Then he just like completely blocked everything. And I thought, I'll take that as a compliment. Like, he don't want no part of me anymore. Cause I just thought it was funny though. Years later, it's this kid that I ended up just, telling me, he's a narcissist and getting away from, turns out to go into a cult. See, I mean, his character, 40 years later, I knew he was always kind of manipulative. He wasn't good. But years later, he turns out he's in a cult. It didn't surprise me, that's where he went, that he was kind of just geared toward that. And so even back then, my character was, I had the door slam, my friend. And he was a good friend. He was my best friend for years too. Yeah, maybe 2 years, a couple of years. Well, anyway, so that happened too. So I know what you mean, man. Sometimes you just got to do that, You got friends of yours that you got a door slam, Yeah, it's weird. I think he tapped my IP address or something. And he would pay him all the fucking mind games. Oh, LOL. Bad example of Canadian. We're used so much nicer. That's happened to you. Yeah. Lish, Dark Horse, right? You're pretty nice. I think it was the kind of well. I can say that I didn't expect this. Stepping into an authority. It was supposed to be good leader, so I'm testing the waters. Yeah, some of us say as part of our snore when we sleep. What are you talking about? Is that the Canadian, eh? Hey there, eh? Oh, you one of those when you talk, eh? Like the Mackenzie brothers, eh? Oh, is that what you're talking? Is that part of Yeah, that's up in Canada, right? The Ontario. There's a certain region in Canada where it's always eh. Hey, how you doing there, eh? I remember that. That's what you're talking about. Is that Dark Horse? That must be what you're saying there, right? I know. Yeah, kind of like the Boston accent. Everything's car. Hey, park the car in Harvard Yard. Yeah. Yeah, we're crazy, LOL. Hey, no, when you said the A thing, I knew right away that's that part of Canada you're talking about. Yeah, I forgot about that, but I'm glad you brought that up. Hey, but you can't type that. When you're typing at something, why don't you, you should like where you'd normally say it if you're speaking, you just kind of add it in there, eh? And so I went to the store there, eh? And then just like type it in. Yeah, I'm only kidding. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be like me trying to type in, like, instead of putting lobster, it'd have to be lobster. Instead of lobster, it'd be, how do you spell it? LOBSTA. See, the R's are always dropped in the Boston accent. It's not lobster, it's lobster. It's park. Park the car. See, the R's are always gone. There's no R's. There's no R's, they're R's. See? That's the main. I know. I still got that. That's the dead giveaway right there. There. See. So love that, Lish. So true. What do you got here? The only type I actually fear is other INFJs. If I'm being honest. Yeah. Yeah, because you know what you're capable of, right? You know what you're capable of, and what psychological terror you could bring out there. Lobster. There you go, Lesh. Yes. LOBST-AH. Lobster. Funny thing is, I haven't had lobster in years. I mean, I don't think I've had lobster over 10 years. I mean, that's one of those stereotypes. Oh, you're from New Hampshire? You're from Boston, Maine? That whole, oh, you must eat lobster all the time. You must ski all the time. I'm like, I haven't skied in years and I haven't eaten lobster in years either. You know, I heard a Boston lady once say, uh, swoof copan. I lost it. Swafcopan. Uh, I lost. Oh, what? Okay, wait. Swaft copan. Soft porn. Oh, soft porn. Oh, is that what you're saying? Like instead of like. Oh, all right. I think that's what you're trying to say. I'm laughing out loud. Yeah. Yeah, it's a funny accent. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I know it's pretty much distinctive. I never lost. Well, the thing is, I mean, even in New Hampshire, there's a lot of people that moved up from the Boston area. In fact, a good majority of the population, kind of moved up here. So I still hear that it's still prominent because a lot of people transplanted from Massachusetts to New Hampshire. I mean, it was like a destination. New Hampshire. I mean, back in the '90s, I mean, things were changing a lot. The political climate and just the way Massachusetts was running things. They had higher taxes, they had different laws, different restrictions. Things were higher. The registration, insurance, car insurance were higher. Everything was more expensive in Massachusetts. And then you see the state, just one border up north, New Hampshire. Yeah, and it was a completely different state, night and day to the laws. And people started moving to New Hampshire. And a lot of people from Mass. And I came up here during that time too, But yeah, it was just it offered a little bit of an, it was a little more free, and there was no income tax. The old motto was in New Hampshire is live free or die. Yeah, that movie, Live Free or Die Hard. Remember that? It was the last of that trilogy of the Die Hard movies. There was Die Hard, then there was Die Hard with a Vengeance, and then there was Live Free or Die Hard. I always thought they stole the motto for that. Live free or die hard. Yeah, they stole the New Hampshire motto for that movie. Because that's the motto here. Live free or die. Hey, so that means there's a lot of dead people paying rent. What do you think of that idea? Right? See what I'm saying? Yeah, there you go. That's what you get out of that. You can't make it up. I'm hollering. Wouldn't say soft coupon. Yeah, that definitely sounds like something you'd hear in Boston. Yeah, if you're not from there, if you're like from outside of there, that accent. The accent sounds so prominent. But the thing is, sometimes when I hear like Australian, now I mean. Now, Australian accent, I understand Australia. It's just got that flair about it. It's like I detect a little bit of the British accent in there, but I also detect a little bit of just their own dialect completely. But I mean, I find it to be understandable, but I mean, it's pure English. I mean, I'm talking about you vamp over there, you know? Uh, I want to visit Boston just for the accent. I'm not even kidding. Hey, listen. And while you're there, you got to go see the Boston Bruins. You got to go to TD Garden. Yeah. I mean, up there, what do you got? Ontario. You must be a Maple Leafs. I don't know if you're into sports or not. I know hockey's really big up in Canada. I mean, guys, they got hockey night up there. Everything's hockey up there. Well, they got the Boston Bruins down, Hey, back when I was growing up as a kid, though, I used to go to the old Boston Garden, the old garden. the old one. And TD Bank is, I mean, it had that old building look. I mean, it was old and everything, but it was so much history in there. And I saw the Bruins with my grandfather when I was a kid, back in the 70s, back when they were the big, bad Boston Bruins. Yeah, and I used to go, and my grandfather used to take us there, and sometimes he'd take my brother. You don't only have a pair of tickets. Yeah, but if you're doing that, man, I figure, being from Canada, I know I'm kind of stereotyping you now. You must be into hockey then, You got to see the Bruins. I mean, I would think so. Yeah, I would. That'd be something to do. Either that or the Red Sox. You'd have to go to a ball game or something. So nice mustache. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, it actually did come out. I just shaved it today. I just shaved made it look all presentable and stuff. Yeah, we guzzle maple syrup and eat bacon. Yeah, there you go. That's a stereotype. Yeah, just like all we do is eat lobster and go skiing up here, right? I know. I'm messing with you. You must all like hockey too and eat syrup and like you said, right? And everybody says, "Hey." That's funny right there. Yeah. See, you're fitting right in here, Dark Horse. See, you're fitting right in. You're getting right with the groove. LeBron or Jordan. Oh my gosh. Oh, we're gonna get into LeBron James. How about Larry Bird? I'd take Larry Bird over either one of them guys. Listen, not just because he's a big white guy. He was hey, have you ever seen Larry Bird? I grew up watching Larry Bird in the 80s. You want to talk about. Now, I mean, listen, he's a Boston Celtic. And of course, during the time, man, the Boston Celtics were massive in the 80s. Everybody was just turning on their set on the weekends and watching the Lakers and watching the Boston Garden. And they won all them championships. You had the Kevin McHale, Bird, Parrish. So my answer to was LeBron or Jordan. My answer is Larry Bird. Okay, because that to me, I mean, he was not the jumper, he was not the dunker. He could do it. But he was finesse, and the guy could never. He just had a way about him. You could not guard this guy. He baffled everybody, and he was a trash talker. So that's my answer to you, Sam. Larry Bird. There's a steal by Bird. Okay. Indeed. Favorite Led Zeppelin song. Favorite Led Zeppelin song. I love it. Don't worry, LOL. Okay. Ever put wax in it? Oh, the mustache. I thought about putting some in there today, but I thought, no, it's holding up all right. It's actually holding pretty well. It's not one of those stringy mustaches. As you see how my hair is, it's not stringy. It doesn't hang. My mustache is the same way. It holds in place. It just stays there. My hair is like that. It's kind of like a schnauzer. You ever seen a schnauzer? Those dogs, and they get that hair that just kind of stands up. Yeah, my hair's like that. Kind of like my mustache is the same way, So I don't even have any wax in there. If you can believe that, And you see a little bit of gray? That's just regular gray hair on the ends, Tombstone. Hey, Tombstone. That's right. That was the old Wyatt Earp looking guy, right? I'm 6'1" and I'm terrible at basketball, but I can play the hell out of some volleyball. Oh, yeah, Harp, you're 6'1". Listen, I'm not like a Larry Bird style basketball player, but when I was a kid, I played a lot of ball. I mean, you couldn't help it. When you grew up in Boston and you had the Celtics and you had the world champion Boston Celtics for most of the 60s, 70s, 80s, Boston basketball was huge around that. Every court, every basketball court, park had a court. And of course, that was just it. I played myself better than I played better. Yeah, that's another thing you can do. You can dribble a ball and take shots and shoot around by yourself. That's one of those things that you don't have to have a team. You can be by yourself and just shoot, just practice layups, shots, free throws, whatever. Yeah, you don't have to have somebody with you all the time. Everyone is good at that. Yeah, the only thing I can do in basketball is dunk and make people mad. Oh, can you dunk a basketball? Yeah. Oh, you can do is dunk and make people mad. Yeah. Um, yeah. Head and heart. That's funny. Really, I have paid a lot back, and I'm only. Uh, oh, you're 6'3", Jethro. You're 6'3". Really? Gosh, you guys are over 6 foot. I'm not even 6 foot. I'm like 5'10" and a half. I am just shy of 6 foot. So yeah, I know. I probably wouldn't qualify for being a Chad nowadays. Back in the day, I could get away with it. I guess I'm too short now. According to the red pill content, I'm under 6 foot tall. I am undesirable by most women now. Yeah, because I'm too short. Yeah, I'm under 6 feet tall. You guys are the Chad material. They want a guy 6 foot or taller, Yeah, I'd be too short for that nowadays. How about that, huh? Yeah, I feel inferior, you know what I mean? I'm only 5'10" and a half, Oh, whatever. Jethro was a giant. Yeah, hey, we never knew you were 6'3", Jethro. Yeah, that's pretty tall. That is very tall. 6'3". Yeah, I can imagine. Uh, nah, you're just the perfect height for a mob boss. Oh, we're going back to the mob boss. There you go. Yeah, and mob bosses can have any ladies they want, right? Because you make them an offer they can't refuse, right? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, plus they like all that power. They like the bad guy. They like a guy that's just ruthless, which a mob boss would be ruthless, right? Yeah, exactly. LOL. He's fascinating. He's fascinated. Uh, that's funny. The perfect mob boss. All right, we're gonna go back to that, huh? Yeah. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Hey, you know what? If anybody ever comes in here, I'm gonna tell you something. I'll let you. Maybe you're onto something here, because you know what? What does a mob boss need? If he's ever messed with, he's got to have a pair of knuckles. You see what I'm saying? And I got a pair of knuckles. Look at these. See these hooks on the end? Look at that. That's gonna really cut you right there. You know, you gotta keep these. You never know. You just never know when you gotta, let's say, teach somebody a lesson. How like that? Brass knuckles. I know. Maybe these are more like steel knuckles. I don't think they're quite brass. Good enough though. And plus, these got the little hooks. I don't know. I was compelled to get these one day, and I keep these on my desk. Hey, you're talking about the mob boss. There you go. How about that, huh? Maybe there's something to it, huh? Hey, you just never know. You got to keep things. Hey, you got to survive in this world, right? Do you have any daughters eligible for marriage? What? Do I? Are you talking to me? Talking about body count? What are we talking about now? Yeah, exactly. You got to also get some really classy dark sunglasses too. Oh, all right. There you go. Yeah. These turn dark once I get into the sunlight. I got these tinted ones. They blacken and they get like dark like coal, They get super dark. So, but when I'm in the house, they're regular. So, body count. What does that mean? Short INFJ got the magic too. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if listen, I wouldn't say I'm short. I'm not like short. I would say I'm just not as tall as you, Jethro. I'm just not as tall as you or Harp. I'm not over 6 foot. I'm just shy of that tall. I'm telling you, if I wear boots and if I make sure if I spike my hair up, I'd be fine. You know what I mean? That's all it takes. I'm probably just maybe about an inch and a half, not under the 6 foot mark. You know, but I guarantee you, like I said, I put on a pair of boots though. I mean, I'm tall. I can strut around. But I'm just not 6'3". You guys are like giants. You know what I mean? I'm not quite the giant guy. Let's see. Star kissing people cheek. Oh yeah, those brass knuckles would work really well for booty bandit defense. Oh yeah, yeah, booty bandit, huh? On their faces. Are you American?
Come on, listen, hear me talk. That should be a dead giveaway. Come on, this accent. What do you think this accent is? Why? Sometimes I tell you, occasionally this accent I have can actually be mistaken as for being somebody from another country. That's how defined the Boston accent is. I am American, yes, absolutely. In fact, anybody that, yeah, yeah. But I did grow up in the Boston area. I grew up in. I don't live there anymore. I live in New Hampshire, but I'm from the United. Yeah, I'm American. So, Michael Franzi, are you American? Let me ask you a question. What would you do if money wasn't an issue? Let Let me ask you a question. What would you do if money wasn't an issue? What does that mean? I don't know. Like, what do you mean? What would I do? Like, I mean, as do as what? Like, for what? I don't know what you mean by that. On their face. Uh, oh, you mean like for a job? What do you mean? Like for a profession? Like an occupation? You mean like that? Like what would I want to do as far as a job goes? Uh, I'm trying to avoid concrete boots for the record. Concrete shoes. There you go. Uh, uh, I don't know. What would I do if I could do it all back? Oh, I think I know what you mean. Like, what kind of job would I do if I could do it all again? I don't know, man. No, anything like if you were a millionaire. Uh, oh, what would I do if I was a millionaire and money would? Oh, I see. What would I don't know. I think I would probably. It's a good question. I think I'd travel more. I think I'd want to go. I'd want to go. I'd want to travel a little bit. I'd probably take a plane flight somewhere, or maybe a drive. Different places. I always wished I could see things like go to Egypt, see the Great Pyramids of Gaza. Maybe go to Rome, see the Colosseum. I'm into the seven wonders of the world. I know half of them are gone already, but I'd want to check out the ones that are still around. Stuff like that. Maybe just go travel, even go to different parts of the United States. Yeah, I'd do that stuff. I just travel around. If money was no object, that is. So just pulling stereotypes. I went to boarding school in India for a year. You did? You went to boarding school for India? Oh, okay. I'd go to space. Hey, there you go. Jethro, would go to space, huh? All right. That'd be awesome. Yeah, I wouldn't mind going to space. I mean, um, I tell you, I wouldn't want to go to another planet. I belong here on Earth. As crazy as it is, I mean, I don't think I could do that. But go to Asia, get some kung fu kitten. Oh, kung pao kitten. uh, if I had unlimited money, I'd be fat. Oh, I'm eating everything. Hey, I'd want to try different foods. I tell you, I got this issue with I got to watch what I eat now. Since I started getting older, I got issues with cholesterol. I got to watch out what I eat. I ate goat stew there. Oh gosh, my inferior extroverted sensing would take over. Oh man. The thing is, you'd have to tell yourself, you'd have to be strong enough personally to know that you couldn't let these riches go to your head. If you had unlimited money, I mean, it wouldn't just mean unlimited indulgence, let's say. I mean, something would have to click into your head. See, that's what you tell yourself. We tell yourself that we'd eat. We tell ourselves we would just indulge and do all these things, you know. But what's to say? Why not just become a philanthropist and give some of your money away? Like be the anonymous charity giver. Donate to charities. Donate to these research cancer hospitals or donate to people that are down and out that really that genuinely deserve it. Yeah, be somebody that anonymously gives charity. Now that would be something else. So I mean, part of me would want to travel, but part of me would want to make sure that I gave a percentages to people or like anonymously. You know, I think I'd want to do that. If I had more money than I had to do with, I wouldn't just keep it. I would, yeah, donate it. You know, I mean, that seems noble. That seems noble. You know, I mean, I would hope that it went to the right people, that it wouldn't get wasted. That would be the only condition, that's really genuinely helps somebody out, that they don't just abuse it, spend it, mistreat it. You know what I mean? Just do bad things with it. I'd say, yeah, then I would do that in a heartbeat. You know what I mean? But that would have to be the condition. So it's not even real, just an idea people agree to perpetuate. Oh, all right. You got any kids? Yeah, I have a son and I have a stepdaughter. But since they got married, I mean, I don't see them very often anymore. But it's been a while. Star Moth. Hey, you got Jean-Luc Picard as your um you got John yeah, you got Picard as your image there. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So X is worth X because we said so. Do they also have mob accents? Uh, what do you mean by that? Who are we talking about here? Oh, you talking about kids? Do they have mob accents? I don't think so. I'm from New Jersey. I can spot a good mob accent. You've got one. Yeah, there we go. We're back to the mob guy again, huh? Hey, people have been telling me that all night. People have been telling me I look like a mobster, a gangster. Yeah, I think it's the whole thing. I got the look. I got you know what it is? It's this blazer. I'm telling you, if I put on a regular shirt and just put on like a Joe Schlub shirt or something, even if I wear my vest, typically I wear like a brown vest. People don't say that. I think it's the whole image here. The blazer's doing it too. You know, yeah, either that it's the stash. I don't know. Make me an offer. I can't refuse. Look like John Voight. Somebody else said that too. John Voight. Yeah. Uh, all right. Everybody thinks I look like somebody, huh? I don't know. That's good, I suppose, huh? Rather look like somebody like that. It's a little redundant already. I know it is, but it is. We still have mob guys down in Staten Island. A few of them. Pretty sure they did a hit on a boss. Oh man. Uh, that's too funny right there. Yeah. No, I know, I know, I know. I look like a mobster. I'm not a mobster, but I play one on TV. How's that, huh? Now listen, Tony. I need you. I need you to whack the big guy. Wait a minute. That didn't sound right. Forget that. No, I didn't say that. That sounds a little stupid. I didn't say that. Uh, I actually, oh, Van Fox, I was actually asking somebody recently about money. If you knew where you could make you laugh. I was actually asking somebody recently about money. If you knew you were your last payment was coming from, you donate your money to someone who needs it most of the day beforehand. Uh yeah, I mean, like I said, I think part of it would be yeah, I think I would have to know that it would be genuine and it would genuinely help somebody. I'd hate to think that I gave it away and it went to waste or get corrupted somehow or somebody took it and corrupted it. Yeah, that's all. That's what I mean. So come again. Come again. So um yeah, all right. You should always talk like the mob way. Seriously. Okay. Well, okay. I mean, that's just that, huh? Well, I'd have to be very somber, very stoic. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of laughing a bit, but that's me. You know what I mean? Uh, doesn't take much. Hey, I don't know. I guess it's just see, I can't help myself. I got to laugh it off a little bit. I got, on this show here. I mean, I want to be. I feel like I have a thing with being intimidating already, and I think it comes natural sometime. It just does, and sometimes I have to. I go all out of my. Now let me ask you a question. You ever heard of like there's two syndromes. There's like they call it Napoleon syndrome. You know what that is? Napoleon syndrome is when you have a man that is short and he overcompensates his ego. He becomes more alpha because he's always been, you know, underappreciated for his height. The old stereotype, these short men. And they have to overcompensate, being over tough, over aggressive, over loud, over alpha. You know what I mean? That's little man syndrome. Now, did you know that there's also a syndrome called, now I call it this, I don't think I've heard it, but it is. It's a giant man syndrome. Now, this is another syndrome. Have you ever seen somebody who is very, like, let's say a guy who's 6'5" and he's just giant. And all his life, he's grown up, people, fearing him because of his height. And he may look scary. He just looks scary and everything. Have you ever seen some of these guys that look that way and people shy away from them and people don't kind of go near them? They go all out of their way to be overly nice. Yeah. They go out, some of these guys go all out of their way to over accommodate and over stress how nice they are because they're so used to people not, running from them, being afraid of them because of their size, because of their look. So there's two polar opposites to a syndrome that you have. You have the giant man syndrome, and then you have the little man syndrome. And they're basically two big opposites. One's more aggressive, one's more kind. Okay? I think in a way, an INFJ, sometimes I think even I've had this where I feel like I've developed a certain persona where I feel like I know what you're saying, this whole mob thing and everything, and how I look. Somebody said earlier I looked evil. I mean, I know I have this look about me and I can bring it. I think I go out of my way sometimes to be overly nice. I try to soften up my character so people aren't afraid of me or don't think that about me. And I think, I think it comes in handy at times, but at times it's like I think I scare people away. I mean, not because I'm super big. I just have a look about me, and it's been like that. So I think there's a syndrome. But I think I'm aware of it. I think I have to be aware of it. So I have to make sure that So these are two syndromes. I think psychologically we adapt sometimes. It depends on what camp you're from. It depends, and I think INFJs typically. Now listen, this is something common to our personality type here. INFJs are known for being very intense. There's something about the stare in their eye. You see, they have so much in their rich inner world. They have a deep world, and their eyes become very intensive because they have a labyrinth in their mind, and they have their empathy, so they're very focused. And being that they have weak extroverted sensing, they tend to look, they stare. And when they're trying to gather information from people, they tend to look. So their eyes are very intense. I think INFJs are known for being being naturally intimidating. I mean, they have an intimidating quality about them, especially there's a mysterious thing about them. And so I think sometimes INFJs have to, I think we all develop a certain persona about us. But also, I think, at times we have to soften ourselves. We do. We tend to soften our mood, our tempo, our, because we don't like to scare people away because we've been misunderstood our whole life. This is part of our personality, is that we're misunderstood. Okay? Even just, it's never do that on purpose. But bottom line is, I think that's part of what we're
kind of have going on. It's that whether we like it or not, that's just our personality. We don't like being scanned. Uh, are you a Freemason? I get a lot of questions. Now, who's this? We got Omar is coming. No, a Freemason, huh? What makes you think I'm a Freemason? Freemasons have those rings on their pinkies, right? They actually have that Mason ring. Yeah. Oh, who is Dr. Robotnik in Annapolis? I don't know. Do I smoke? I don't smoke anymore. I used to. I haven't smoked in many, many years. I personally don't value sarcasm because a lot of people like to hide because behind just joking. Oh, okay. Oh, like in other words, I know what you mean. Sometimes people will get that out there. You know, my mom used to do stuff like that. She'd be like, she would say things like she would spill all this stuff out, like give you like this really detailed, like, you really ought to. I'm trying to give you an example. She would say things, to like me. I could be in front of my girlfriend or like my wife. But one time, I think I introduced her to my wife at the time, but we were still dating. And she made a comment. She made a comment like, "Oh, you know what?" She just said something like, you know, I can't even think I'll give you an example. I shouldn't have said that, huh? But you just did. It's like she says, I shouldn't have said that, but she would spill out all this stuff, get you thinking, getting like really under your skin, getting you say, how can you say that? But then the fact that she said, I shouldn't have said that just absolved you from it. That's kind of like just kidding. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. But they get it all out there and then they say just saying or just kidding. Like somehow now it softened what they said. It didn't really count, but they got it out there. My mom did that stuff. I know what you mean. John Voight's brother. Yeah. Is that a good thing? I know. John Voight, huh? Yeah. I guess I could see that. I value kindness, but not fake kindness, and it's something I catch easy. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I'm like that too. I'm the older I get, the more genuine I like people. I know what you mean. Sometimes you can see it in a smile. You can see if somebody's genuine or if they're making a smile. Those fake, posing smiles versus somebody who's genuine. I know what you mean. I think that's something that's part of who we are. Our character gives us that trait. We know that. I mean, we could see deeper than that. We could see people's, behind that. I've been doing that most of my life. Yeah, most of my life, I could see if people were genuine in their happiness or their smile and things. I think it made a long post. Catch. I think if I made a long post, it would catch your attention, and you will read it. Oh, okay. Those grab you and make you lean forward. Oh, what's the matter? What are you trying to say? If did I miss something, Indy? Did I miss something that you were trying to say? And it was, listen. You know what? Listen, I apologize if you're, I'm trying to read everybody's thing here. It's just a lot of things are coming up, and if I'm missing anybody's post or what they're, forgive me. It's not to be rude. It's just that a lot's going on. I'm trying to interact here. I'm not going to be able to answer every single thing. I hope that I tried to say something. LOL. All right, let me see. I value kindness. Okay, John Voight's brother Omar. Omar's Tom wouldn't talk about it if he was. Okay. Tom wouldn't talk about it if he was. What does that mean? Have you ever attended Woodstock? Ah, uh, no, I've never been to Woodstock. If you're talking about the original Woodstock, I would have been 4 years old. I was a little too young for Woodstock. Uh, I breathe glasses sometimes. Oh man, what the heck? Yeah, I'm trying to catch up on some of the texts I got here. All right. All right. Don't scan me. I'll scan you too. Oh, okay. Are you a Freemason? Hello, Tom. Can you please wish my brother Gabe Horn a happy birthday, please? Happy birthday, Gabe. Okay. All right. I guess now I'm one of those, hey, wish them a happy birthday guy. Hey, hey, happy birthday. Say that in a mob voice. What do you think, huh? Happy birthday. And a happy Valentine's Day, too. Okay. All right. Yeah, because I'm tired. Happy birthday. Yeah, okay. We missed a happy birthday. Uh, okay, now play Pink Floyd. What? What are some of the things you're going on here? This is like one of those weird dreams where, random things happen in dreams. You start dreaming stuff, and sometimes you can't make sense of what's being said. What does Pink Floyd have to be doing with anything? Jethro, I also seen Sano beans. Okay, works perfectly. Actually, uh, look into the whole blasphemy at night of Templar situation. Oh, 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 Lish, you were looking into that whole thing about the Knight of Templar situation. Freemason link. Oh, all right. We're talking about Freemasons now. Yeah. I guess that's kind of a cult. My brother was telling me that's almost like a cult or something, the whole Freemasons thing. Yeah. I always thought it had something to do with, the Masons originally, from what I heard, the Masons actually were the first, they were the ones that were actually the first architects in ancient Egypt. They were the ones that were coming up with, building the pyramids and the obelisks and that's where the whole idea of that came from originally. Yeah, the Freemasons was Egyptian. And I know, like Ben Franklin, some of the early founding fathers were Freemasons. I knew that. Yeah, and I heard that they had something to do, like the same kind of like mapping and technology they used for ancient Egypt. Actually, they helped to design part of Washington D.C. The way they made it symmetrical, the way they made the Lincoln Memorial. They put that big lake, that little pond that's in front of it, I should say. It's like a rectangular pond in front of it, and everything's like symmetrical. It all lines up a certain way with the White House and the Lincoln Memorial. Everything's like in a certain line. That these Freemasons at the time designed it the same way they did when they had the same like measurements that they were using to map out certain parts of ancient Egypt. It was fascinating. I saw some show about that years ago and how that's where it originally came from, you know. Now it had something to do with the whole Mason thing. Yeah, it's like the Freemasons had something to do with the building, you know. And good night, Indy. Nice chatting. Oh, Indy's go. What's up, Indy? You going? Good night. Well, good night, Indy. I was trying to figure out what you were talking about there. Nice meeting everyone. Next time, beauty sleep time. All right. It comes from Hermetics. Oh yeah, we're talking about the Hermetics temple. Yeah, Dark Horse. Yeah, it's something. Yeah, Hermeticism. I'm not sure exactly what that is. I know, but yeah, but yeah, I know something about that. Okay. Do you manage pressure? I am responsible for 7 children at 29. I'm lost at how to show up as a good father, husband, and still chase my dreams. Would you give them up to be more present? Um, how do you manage pressure?
At 29, I'm lost in how to show up as a good father, husband, and still chase my dreams. Would you give them up to be more present? Um, how do you handle pressure? You got 7 children and you're 29 and you're a father of 7 kids already. How did you get 7 children at 29? Are they all with the same woman, same mother? Or does this multiple mothers? Or that's a lot to be. I mean, uh, that sounds like a lot at 29. I'm trying to do the math here. If that's with the same woman, then then you probably were having, that would have to be at least a couple of different women there, right? Each kid has has one parent. See, that makes sense. So you have no different women. Oh, okay. I'm just trying to. So what do you do? How do you do pressure? I guess. Well, being that I don't have a lot of experience. Listen, I've had a son. I had a stepdaughter. I never had 7 children. I've been married for 20 years. But honestly, I personally was not a very good husband or father myself. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to say here I was an amazing father and all that. As far as giving up pressure and management, I was never good at that. I'm going to tell you honestly. I'd like to be able to say, well, just meditate and take care of yourself and be the best dad you could. I could tell you that. I could tell you it's all about how in patience, learn patience and self-sacrifice and never get angry at your children and always be the best loving thing. I could give you all that. And I think that's what you should do. But personally, if I was in their situation, I think I'd be very overwhelmed. And I know right now, it would tear me up. Honestly, I think, just for you to answer that question, let me ask you this, Damon. Damon, as far as like at now in your life, are you happy? Well, what is it you want to know? Are you a supportive father as far as financially? Are you good with your children? Are you are you a good dad? Are you a good attentive dad? Only you know that. But as far as pressure goes, hopefully their mothers are in alignment with you and they're working with you. Because sometimes I know how relationships go. And sometimes you have 2 parents that are conflicting with each other and you don't get support. And hopefully you got a decent wife or mother for the children. And, but I would think just know that the pressure that you're saying, or when you say pressure, just, the stress that you're under of taking care of kids. Yeah, that's, I guess part of it is when you have children, it's got to be a decision that you make. And it has to be something that you like to do. That's all. And I guess it has to be something you have to do self-sacrifice. See, now I'm going to the generics. Personally, I wish you the best of luck. Honestly, I think maybe the best thing you could do is talk to other fathers that have this kind of responsibility, that are successful with a lot of children. Good fathers that have a lot of kids. I'm not quite as equipped for that kind of answer. I'm going to be honest with you, but I hope you find some patience. I think you just got to understand it's all about patience for yourself. But bottom line, oh gee, oh we got some dirty jokes going on now. Tim, sorry. Okay. Hey Tim, bless you in your future endeavor. Who's Tim? Who we talking about? Tim over here. Glass doesn't get wet at night, but it do. Oh, we got some funny. No different women. Each kid one parent. Your boyfriend must be so lucky to have you.
Thanks. Look at Damon. What do you do? Oh, we got some bad jokes going. All right. Oh, we got the trollers out there throwing jokes. Okay. All right. Which of us can free people walk through the floor? That one was pretty good. I got to remember that one. Listen, I know he's trolling me right now, but that one was half funny. Okay. Which way do crazy people walk through the forest? They take the psychopath. That one was funny. I got to tell you, that got me laughing. They take the psychopath. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm only going to encourage him now, right? Not trolling. Just want to make people okay. All right. Okay. No, that got me laughing. That particular one. That was one of your. I got to tell you, I never heard that one before. That was good. I got to make you sure you have enough space for yourself, even though that's too much going on. Yeah, no, I'm trying to make sure I'm reading different things here. I love corny jokes too. I mean, I may be a bisexual, still love women. Oh, I didn't know that about you, Vamp. Has that been? I don't know. That's okay. Whatever. Okay. I guess. Hey, we're good for you. Well, okay. So, I guess. Well, we've been here quite a while, haven't we? Hey, I can't. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it, people. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Listen, I can't believe it's 4. I've been here since 7 o'clock in the morning. Since 7 o'clock. This is one of the longest lives I've ever had. Oh, this live is like still going on here. Yeah. Luckily, I'm a night owl, so I'm able to. I'm awake right now. But typically, I mean, this is like a long live. I think there was one time I ended up seeing the sunrise. I bet you the sun might even be starting to get. I mean, the sky might even start looking like it's lightening up outside right now. I can't believe I've been here all night. That's unbelievable. Really. I think everyone loves lesbians. Okay. Uh, you're pretty close to your 3,000. How do you know that? Are you pretty close to? Yes, I think this is going to put me well over it. Actually, it would have probably been. I bet you it probably is already after just yesterday. Whatever's going on, I think I'm already there. Yeah, Jethro at 3,000. I think I might be able to apply for that whole partner thing. Yeah. So, hi, friend. Alfie Alba. Hello, hi, friend. I guess part of it is I'm seeing a lot of new faces coming in here a lot. So I'm kind of just hanging around here a bit. I have 4 watching right now. So I got 4 watching, but I've been here for hours. Can't believe it. Yeah. Been here a long time. So back to 7 watching. Yeah, I keep watching. I don't know if you see the same thing I do. I think you do, actually. Sometimes I see 4 watching, then it goes up to 5 or 8, and then it goes back down. I'm from the Philippines. Oh, from the Philippines, huh? Okay. Well, welcome to the INFJ Experience Live here. And I'm from New Hampshire, New US of A. Yeah. And we got people from all around the world right now. We have people from everywhere. We got a lot of people from the United States, different areas, and but we also have people from everywhere. We got people from Australia, and we've got people from we got Vamp Fox from Australia, and I am half Filipino, Vamp Fox, and we got somebody from the Philippines, Alfie Alberga. Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. So I think that's we got quite ourselves a melting pot. It's really something. So we got a worldwide reach here, a world reach here. So, um, You've got a great personality. Who are we talking about? Are we talking about somebody else or? Okay, I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah. Well, the thing is, that's what we're all about. We're all about personality types. So, yeah, I guess INFJs are like, funny thing is about an INFJ is that they have so many different aspects to their personality, and they may be different in front of different people. I mean, that's one of the complexities of who they are. Not only are they chameleon. Oh, it is me. Okay. Yeah. The thing is about the INFJ personality, though, is the fact that they can be so many different people to so many different types, and being that they absorb the moods and they absorb the empathy of people around them. They actually kind of a chameleon because of that. That's part of their chameleonism, is that they believe in harmony. Typically, the old stereotype is they seek out harmony in other people. They like to make sure people are well around them. Okay, like I'm doing now. I try to be I try to be as accommodating to you all as I can. I think that's part of my way of making sure that this live is always in harmony. I think that's just part of who we are. That's part of our FE, and that's our second function. I think that's just natural. But being the personality thing is just, yeah, it's all part of that, because of the accommodating nature in there. Dark one. So we got here, dark aura. I don't need one because my butt doesn't grow hair. Oh, gee. That's not about Brazilians. Yeah, that's right. I knew Harp was a Brazilian American. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah. So, yeah, I told you that story. I went to Brazil a couple of years ago too. It kind of looked like Burt Reynolds. Oh, somebody else thinks, okay, that's not the first one. Yeah, like everybody's thinking I look like somebody, Yeah, Burt Reynolds. Yeah, I've been called that before too. So, Tom, I wish I could turn off extroverted feeling, but all you can do is isolate. Uh, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's like it's either all or nothing. Either you're making connections with people, or you're isolated. Is that what it is? Or you're alone a lot. Hey, I do notice one thing though. Honestly though, um, I noticed that. I mean, I can only speak from like an older standpoint. I mean, I'm not the oldest guy here, but I don't know I mean, I'm 61 years old, and that's another thing. I think that I have a lot of experience in, obviously, this type of personality. And most of my life, I didn't even know. It was when I was 57. But after saying that, I think, well, what was I talking about here? Oh, about turning off your extroverted feeling. Okay, yeah. Basically, I mean, yeah, your extroverted feeling. Yeah, we're usually confused by those two things so many times. I mean, when we're oblivious, when we're still trying to figure ourselves out, and we don't know this, we know we're tugged in two different directions most of our life. Okay, it's almost like we want people, but we don't want them. And when we do have people in our life, if we finally meet people and then all of a sudden they get to be too much for us. I mean, it's like we want connections with friends, and then when we start with them, it's like now all of a sudden they start getting to us. Then we want to pull back again. It's such a curse to have. There's no doubt. So sometimes we're tugged between our isolation and being alone, and then we're tugged between finding people that we are only going to be having to want to leave again. Yeah, that's one of those polar opposites that we've had. That's the oddity, and I think we're the only personality that has this number of conflicting polar opposites. And that's what makes us so confused. That's the stress in our life, though. That is the pain in our life, is we have so many different things pulling us in different directions. The way I described this before, have you ever heard of the two forces? You know what centripetal force is, right? Centrifugal force is that force that when you take a bucket of water and you swing it over your head, and that force keeps it. It's that inertia that keeps that force of that water in that bucket, even though the bucket is upside down, right? That's your centrifugal force. But you also have a polar force called centripetal force. And that's when you get the drain in the plug, right? You pull out the drain and that water's going down and they got that whirlpool going down, right? And that pull, that sucking that goes down and that whole vortex, and it's always spinning. So that's a force that's drawing it inward. It's always collapsing in. We have the only reason I'm saying that is if we have simultaneously within our psyche, within our mind, within our spirit, we have in our personality, it's like having these two forces conflicting at the same time in us. One wants to draw in, one wants to project out. That's your FE reaching out, and that's your introversion pulling in. But the thing is, I mean, this is just a way of describing what we got going on in there. But yeah, it's up to us to figure out a way to regulate these two polar pullings. And but the only bottom line is it's all about basically connecting. It's about the whole integration of your shadow. It's about integrating. It's about finding your depth. I mean, listen, finding out your personality type is your first step. I'm going to tell you that does help you. As long as you understand, and once you discover the MBTI, I'm going to tell you, this is why it's important, because this is how it helped me out. I mean, I was starting to slowly come around anyway. I was starting to kind of figure it out, but I still didn't know. But once I stumbled across an algorithm, saw a YouTube video, and saw somebody describe the personality type, I knew right away. I said, my gosh, that's me. And I've told that story before. But what the thing is, I think, well, for one thing, the solitude has to become more comfortable. But how do you do that? By not, it's almost like the idea of having to reach, having to connect, having the need to have it because it's a need for us. We need fulfillment. We have an extroverted need. It's almost like having that extroverted pull. I mean, typically extroverted people get their sustenance from people. They like people. They get energy from people, right? That's what an extrovert is. And but the thing is, they don't drain. People charge them. The whole interaction of people. Now, even in a sense, have you ever seen how even negative like extroverts, like they may get charged out of arguing with people? And maybe it's a little bit of a dark shadow, but they do. They seem to get energy out of just they start getting energy even from arguments, even if things aren't always nice. That would drain us. Those things drain us. Okay. But my point is that the extroverted FE that you said before about flipping that off, you're basically saying HARP is turning that off. I don't think you're ever going to turn it off, but you've got to stabilize it. And the only way to stabilize it is to find peace with yourself. And the only way to find peace with yourself is to integrate your shadow, is to integrate yourself, be one with yourself. And that happens by acceptance, okay? You have to accept who you are, acknowledge. You have to acknowledge who you are. You have to know, okay, you're this type. But you have to come to an acceptance with it. Okay, I'm a loner. I'm a lone wolf. The life I want to have is not going to happen. It's never going to align with me. I'm not going to change someday. I'm always going to be this extrovert, this introvert. But that extroverted side of me, that longing for people, that's a need for you. That's a need for validation, need for love, need for affection, need for friendship, which drains you. So something has to be, the need for that has to be diminished a little bit. The need for that has to be take it or leave it. And the only way to do that is to integrate, find peace with yourself. And it does happen. Trust me, because I'm at that stage now where, you're not confused anymore because you're not reaching out anymore. You're able to sustain yourself better.
And again, it's all part of that journey of finding yourself, integrating everything. All right. Are you still here, Lish? Okay. Oh, Dark Horse. Lish. Oh, you're looking for Lish. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, so happy Mother's Day. Well, happy Mother's Day, too. And I want to speak for all mothers out there. Okay? Now, I want to thank you for wishing me a happy Mother's Day because through my life, people have said to me, now that guy's a real mother. You know what I mean? So I figure this is my day, too. I want to thank you for all the love, support. Okay. Hey. Okay, I couldn't help myself there. So I'm wishing us all a Mother's Day. Okay? And even all you guys out there, yeah, you've been called mother bleepers your whole life. So I think that counts for you too. You know what I mean? All right. Just joking with you. Mother Tom. Hey, I like that. Mother. You got the mother in there. Well, usually it's mother, the F word, the F bomb. I'm not going to say it. I could, but I don't want to do that. I try to be classy on this. I try to have a little class. I try not to use the F bombs. All right. I know I see some of you people texting the F bomb. I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Hidden heart, maybe. Yeah. All right. Hey, just checking. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I think though, when I think about like Mother's Day, like sometimes I think should I go visit my mom's grave? She's down in Lynn, Mass. I mean, it's like an hour and a half drive, hour and 20 minutes. I mean, maybe not necessarily tomorrow or today, I should say. I mean, I wasn't planning on it, but but someday during the spring, this year, I drive down to Lynn, and sometimes I go to her site just to make sure her grave looks good. Because I buried her with her father. I mean, I buried her myself. I put her urn up there, and I scattered her ashes on my grandfather's site. But yeah, Bert FF's autocorrect. Oh, who's Bert? Tom, my brother has just wished happy birthday, bros. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Thank you, Vamp. Uh, Bert and Gray Ennolds. Damn, you're looking good. Might be graver, might be a grayer and more, and maybe younger. Oh, so I'm back to Burt Reynolds again, huh? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I'll take that as a compliment. I mean, Burt Reynolds he was a pretty good-looking guy. He was known for that. Being a real rugged kind of handsome guy. But he's better looking than I am. He was always way better looking than me. You know, any tips on growing a mustache? Hey, don't shave. How's that? Okay. Uh, all right, guys. Nice chatting here. I'm gonna call it a night. Keep it real, mob boss man. Yeah. It's a compliment. Yeah. Okay. Good night. Yeah. Good night. It was good talking to you, Dark Horse. All right. All right. Been informative. Thank you. Uh, yeah. So. Yeah, but I got to be honest with you, people. I can't believe I've been here this long. I can't believe it. I don't know how many hours I've got invested into tonight, but I mean, I've been here a long time. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wrap this up a little bit, only because I'm looking at time restraints myself, and I've been here a long time. Not because I don't want to be here, just because my butt's getting numb here a little bit too. You know what I mean? So, Tom, it's been a tradition since our parents have passed away. Like happy birthday, since I have two brothers, and I get calls from big brother and sister. Oh, that's nice. So at least they call up and they tell you, they keep in touch for that. That's good. Uh, now that's something. I guess I just never realized this. So Mother's Day is international. I guess I always thought, is it an American thing that, they have Mother's Day? But in Australia, is that something that's celebrated in like the Western world? Or is this something that's celebrated everywhere in the world or certain countries? Because you got that in Australia, got that in the United States. Is that celebrated? I mean, I don't know what scope it's celebrated. If that's a worldwide thing, it must be worldwide now. I guess I never gave that much thought. Now that I think of it, do you drink Dos Equis? Oh, come on, you know that guy. Oh, stay thirsty, my friends. Oh, that guy, the Dos Equis guy. uh, I've tried it. It's not my favorite beer, believe it or not. I actually like IPAs. You know those uh, local breweries, things like that. I actually like those. What part of the East Coast are you from? Oh, you can tell I'm from the East Coast. Hey, I grew up in the Boston area. I live in New Hampshire, but you can tell that I got a Northeast accent though. So lost the room. Leon. Okay. I like whiskey. LOL. Oh, all right. You got whiskey. Yeah. Yeah. Usually, I don't handle hard booze very much. I'm not really crazy about it, only because I just know it whacks me for a loop. I like beer once in a while. I'll drink a beer. I try not to drink and no, I never get drunk. I don't like getting stumbly, falling down, pass out drunk though, just not good. Uh, what's your favorite whiskey? Oh, Van Fox asking you favorite whiskey. I'm gonna guess Jack Daniels. I bet he likes Jack. I could be wrong, right? I used to drink whiskey. So head and heart, I bet you like Jack Daniels. You know, I mean, so, oh, daddy, like your daddy. Uh, well, but anyways, so people, I got to tell you though, it's been a long time I've been here. What I'm going to do is, listen, what I'm going to do in the future though, I'm getting close. Like I said, I am getting close to the 3,000 hours. And I'm going to have to, when I'm eligible for that, I guess I got to apply for, the eligibility, but the eligibility is the time. I think that's one thing that they can't really take away from you because that's all based on, support from your your audience, basically. After 4,000 hours, I know it's different. Then that turns into like what you get. You get monetized based on the ad revenue that you generate, and then you have to qualify for that. But I think this the 3,000 hours. But I'm gonna apply for that, and I'm just gonna put something on my my description, some kind of link on a description, and I mean I would just leave it at if people want to donate, maybe buy me a cup of coffee, or just like just even a tip or something. I mean I'm not gonna hound people beg for money. I'm not gonna be that guy. I mean I'll put it out there obviously, but I don't want it to be like that's all I do. So, I mean, I'm not going to be the guy who begs for money or always saying, hey, donate this, donate that. But I would like to start offering some kind of, like I said, some kind of merchandise, something out there. I want to get into t-shirts. I want to see how things work. Again, I got to learn about it. I got to find out how that works, you know? So, hey, who knows? You all got me some good ideas out there. That's, what's your birthday, Tom? Well, I can't tell you that. I mean, I can't tell you the specific day, just like I can't tell you my last name. It's just for protection, nothing personal, nothing personal. If I tell you, I'd probably tell you personally. I'd be okay with that, Lish. I think I could trust you, but I got to tell the whole world that. It's probably not good. You know what I mean? But I mean, I could tell you the year. I mean, I'm 61. I think I could tell you the year. I just can't tell you the exact day, right? But it's all right. You know, one of those things you're probably not advised to do when you're doing this kind of thing, right? Uh, but I do appreciate you asking that, though. There's a male barbershop here in the city. They give an alcohol drink as they give a haircut. Oh gosh, yeah. I've heard of stuff like that. You go to certain barbers in certain towns, and they'll tell you to go grab a beer. They'll say, hey, go get a beer out of the fridge. Some barbers will do that. Barbershops are like that. I mean, certain states might say you can't do that. You know, they might discourage it, and if you get caught doing that, they'll whatever. But I don't know. I don't know how that works. So I always lie to them so I can laugh when they judge me based off the wrong one. You know, Harp, you're kind of diabolical. So you'll tell somebody like a different sign, and then they give you a whole bunch of BS, thinking they're profiling you, and you laugh because they got it all wrong. Oh, now am I a German American? No, man. People, Hillbilly John. We got some different people coming in here. What happened? It must be the certain time in morning. People are getting up. Um, a German American. I look German too, right? No way. No, I'm not German. People ask me if I'm Italian, if I'm German, if I'm the mob guy. Gosh, I will let people think I'm a certain zodiac sign for years. Yeah. Oh, okay. Got that. Hillbilly John. Uh, okay. It's almost 4:30. Like I said, people, I gotta tell you, I thank you all for showing up tonight. I just want to check one more thing before I go. I want to check the analytics. Um, 10 are watching right now. I've had a great night tonight. I tell you, this is one of the better. Every time I think I do a live, they always seem to get better. I got to tell you one thing. These lives are getting to be like fine wine. The more I do them, the better I enjoy them. I really do. And I just think that they're taking off. And so I can't believe you're telling me 1,800 views tonight. I can't believe that. That's blowing my mind. That's like, this is going to be like the number one, probably one of the number one videos I've ever had right here. Is 1,800 views in just like the few hours I've been here. Now, yes, I've been here quite a bit, and it's jumping off the chart. I'm looking at the analytics, but that's got a massive amount of views. So a lot of you people are coming in here, and you're just stopping in. But 1,800, and now they have to have stuck around a certain amount of time in order to generate a view. I think it's 30 seconds. I think it applies to the lives as well as it does the video. So you're telling me 1,807 people have been here tonight. I want to tell you, that's blowing my mind. It really does. So I guess things are taking off. Things are really happening. That's really, and I think I got 10 subscribers today. I'm just telling you. I'm looking at the analytics. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. This is really something else. Well, I do want to thank you, people. Everybody that stopped by tonight and stopped in here. You're warming my heart, right? You really are, because you mean a lot to me. And I'm glad a lot of new people came in tonight and got to see the INFJ experience. And I think a lot of people, I'm glad you stopped by. I really am. Okay. And but what I'm going to do is I'm thinking that, I'm going to have to make these weekends. Weekends is when I'm going to do the lives. But these Saturday night lives are really good. They're taking off. But it's been like I've been doing the same time, same time frame every week. It seems to work. Okay. Well, anyway, people, I'm going to have to sign off here only because of time constraints. Okay. Now, people, I want all you people that stuck around with me and everybody that's come in here, all got to go. We all got to get our sleep now. We all definitely got to get a sleep. But thank you, everyone, for stopping by tonight. I love you all. And some of you, my core that's out there, Breakfast Club, I mean, you're right there. You're right there in the trenches. And I got to tell you, I appreciate that. I love you so much for being out there. Okay. And anybody new who's joined, who's been here, any new subscribers tonight, thank you so much. Thank you so much for helping this channel be what it is, because it would be nothing without your support. It really wouldn't be. You make this channel what it is. Okay. Well, so people, thank you again. And until next time, have yourself a wonderful rest of your day.
All right. Thank you again.